and restricted announcement June 30th, 2025. The following cards will now be banned in Standard. Corey Steelcutter, banned. Abuela's Awakening, banned. Monstrous Rage, banned. Heartfire Hero, banned. Up the Beanstalk, banned. Hopeless Nightmare, banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough, banned. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, pretty sweet. This is definitely going to shake up Standard quite a bit. It essentially nuked all of the biggest and most powerful decks for the most part, and is going to leave a lot of room for trying new things and some creativity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some decks that got neutered and what might take their place. Most of this is off the cuff. I think this happened like 20 minutes ago or so no prep for this video. Corey Steelcutter. The lack of that will neuter the Izzet deck. It really wasn't a deck before Steelcutter. It was basically mono red aggro with some like dive down type effects, maybe some shore ups in there, some flood maul bounces, but it really was just a worse version of mono red, and Steelcutter put it over the top. It does have other good cards. It has the Drake Catcher, which is a very good 2-drop, and it now has Vivi. Vivi is the new card that, like, I guess if something were to improve the old Izzet deck that couldn't compete with mono red, like it would have to be really was just a worse version of. But Vivi is significantly easier to interact with versus Steelcutter, as Steelcutter is an artifact and necessitates having specifically artifact take to deal with it, whereas all your creature removal spells that are going to kill the Hatcher are probably also going to kill a Vivi, and 0/3 Vivi dies to some decent stuff like cut down any 3 damage effects. So we'll see how it probably drops to a B tier deck, I think. In best of 3, in best of 1, it already is a B tier deck, essentially. It's just not fast enough, surprisingly. But even best of 3, I think it'll drop to a B tier deck, and we'll have to see if Vivi is enough to keep it in the A tier, but I think not. You can still go Vivi plus stock up, but now there's no Monstrous Rage, so you might have to do like some other +3 pumps. Anyway, it's a big neuter to that deck for sure. Izzet wasn't played really before Steelcutter, and without Steelcutter, I think it'll essentially be gone. I think you can play it casually more as like a B tier deck, but it's not going to be the same as Steelcutter. Abuela's Awakening, huge. Deck's fine. It's just like I don't know. Nobody really wants to sit around and wait for their opponent to like combo off for 20 minutes, and sometimes they don't even have the nuts. They can still lose. So if you're in a competitive environment, it often behooves you to wait the full 20 minutes to let them do their full combo in case they mess up or they mill their win con or whatever. So that one's like not a very fun. I don't think it's a good part of a well-designed game. And so even though I've actually had fun, I qualified with the deck once and I've played a good amount of it. I'm okay to see it go. Totally happy to see it go. So that deck is squashed as is. There are certainly other ways to reanimate Omniscience. Yuna is now in the formats. You could play 5 Yunas, or sorry, 4 Yunas and 4 Omnisciences and some other stuff and try to make that work. There was already a pre-existing Squirming Emergence Omniscience deck that was winning, close to 50%, maybe like 52%, 53%. So solid, like B or C tier deck. Wasn't blowing people out of the water. Nothing like the crazy consistent 60% plus win rate Azorius version. So the Omniscience still is in Standard. I'm sure someone will break it again the next 5 years. It's around for 5 years, but for now it is squished, and if you like that card, you can still play it in like Sultai Emergence Omniscience decks. Totally fine there, but it won't be as dominant, which I am totally content with. So that's cool to see that one go. Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Wow, some biggies. So Rage is the one that everyone talks about and complains about. Makes it almost never profitable to block, which is very frustrating. The other thing that it does, which people don't talk about as much, and if you watch any of the Pro Tour, you saw this happen, especially like in the final rounds. The other thing it stops you from doing is being reactive, which I think is a really interesting and fun part of the game, like holding open mana for your opponent's turn to do things. The cost of being wrong and holding open like a removal spell for your opponent when they have Monstrous Rage and can bump up the toughness out of removal range is so high that you are forced to use lots of removal on your own turn. So if you watch like the final game of Izzet versus Mono Red, every single turn they had removal, they fired it off immediately because the risk is too big to potentially have it blow out by the opponent. And so beyond the blocking, which everyone talks about, I also like that. I think it makes the game more interactive, and that there's more upside to holding open mana for your opponent and try to get the 2-for-1, whereas now it's just like the risk is so high that if in the finals of the Pro Tour, they're just all their instant speed spells are coming off at sorcery speed, then yeah, it's kind of a waste of instant speed, which is a cool part of the game, right? It's the trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And instants are kind of our version of that. So it's good to see that go for that reason as well. Heartfire Hero banned is interesting because, you know, the question is if just the Rage is banned, then does the mouse package stick around? You know, you can still put double strike on the hero. There are other ways to give it trample. You can suit up Ember Cleave, you know, even without Monstrous Rage, you could figure out a way. And by the way, I think it's pretty interesting. I qualified, I'll probably post this video later today. I qualified for the qualifier event playing mono red in Pioneer because they messed up. There actually was a bug in the game. It was supposed to be historic, but the qualifier, pre-qualifier round was Pioneer. And in Pioneer, you have access both to Ember Cleave and Annex to the Forge and all that jazz, and also Monstrous Rage and Heartfire and Manifold Mouse. And nobody plays Ember Cleave in Pioneer, even though you have access to it, because Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse is just a better Ember Cleave than Ember Cleave it is itself. So if you're looking for what power creep looks like, that is it. But without the one-drop mouse, you know, what happens next? Mono Red will be fine. It will still win lots of games. It'll probably still be A tier or top of B tier at the worst. Instead of the hero, you could always run the Swift Spear, which is a very decent card. Instead of Rage, there are plenty of other synonymous pump spells, right? Everything will be a little bit worse, but there are lots of playable pump spells you could play. I think the most interesting question is, do you still play the mouse package? Do you still play Manifold Mouse and the Ember Heart Challenger without the hero? Emperor Challenger is generically just a very good card anyway. Manifold Mouse is a little bit more suspect because it's vastly better with the one drop. And yeah, I don't actually know. I think one of the things that could happen is people could transition into Boros. And there is a white mouse that has Offspring, which is not bad. It's like a 1-mana 1/2. You can Offspring it for 2 of those suckers. I think whenever you target it, maybe all your other mice or all of your mice get like +1/+0 till end of turn. It's not a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Manifold Mouse sticks around into a Boros package and maybe that little mouse comes in. But I'm not so sure it'll be played in Mono Red. I'll have to go back and look at what other 2-drops would come in. But Mono Red will be fine. But yeah, it'll be a lot worse without both Rage and Hero into Manifold Mouse. It's great. So this is just really wonderful. I think it's going to open up all sorts of things. The death trigger isn't as annoying, right? Anyone who has just a destroy effect isn't super penalized by Heartfire Hero blowing up in their face. So this is really wonderful for a lot of reasons. Up the Beanstalk. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really interesting because the last Pro Tour was won by you know, Zur Beanstalk shenanigans. So this is cool. You know, free draw card every single turn for the rest of the game for 2 mana is pretty ridiculous. And it also replaces itself immediately. You know, if they could have nerfed it so that doesn't draw the first time it comes in, that would be a decent change. But the fact that because someone plays it, you have to immediately get lost it and you're already down a card. It just sucks. So like, yeah, pretty happy to see this card go. I do think it makes more space for some Yuna versions, because there are some cool decks around that card. There's the new 2-drop, I forget what it's called. It's like a 2-mana sorcery, Surveil 2, I think, gain 2 life, and then you can play it back from the graveyard for 4. You get the Surveil 2 and life again, plus it comes in as like a 4/4 creature, and you exile the top card of your library, and maybe you get that to your hand. That's a good card. Then next turn you get 2 more green mana. Then, you know, so it's like that card is looking for space, and it competes with the Up the Beanstalk for you know, space and decks, and so I think that card is definitely going to see more play, and the Surveil sets it up for some nice Yuna stuff, both turn 2 and turn 4. So I think Yuna could be a bigger player now that Beanstalk is gone. There are also some other new cards from Final Fantasy. There's like a new 3-drop, which is kind of like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, like a 3-mana 3/2 or something that fetch the basic from your deck to the land, deck to the battlefield. Does something else, I don't know. But it also sets you up for Yuna pretty well. And when it dies, it goes to the graveyard. You can reanimate it off Yuna anyway. So I think we could see some more Yuna stuff with Beanstalk gone and make space for some cards that she wants to run anyway. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Interesting. That's kind of like the budget deck of the format. Minus the rare lands if you run Esper, but you can run just Orzhov. I think this is fine. It's really just annoying if everyone plays it. I don't mind running up against this deck every once in a while. I will say discard effects in general are not always everyone's cup of tea. If your opponent has you discard all your cards, you never get to play your cards. It's not a super fun play pattern. So from a game health, game enjoyment standpoint, not having play Hopeless Nightmare, turn 1, discard a card. Turn 2, play a Pixie, pick it up, put Nightmare back down, discard another card. Okay, and then we're just like, all right, well, I don't have any cards left. Just great game of Magic. So, you know, from that standpoint, I'm happy to see that gone. This Town Ain't Big Enough, it's kind of a really cool card. I don't know that of all the ones that are banned, that's maybe the one I'm least excited to see banned. I think it just opens up some cool opportunities. You can bounce your opponent's stuff, you can bounce your stuff, you can bounce 2 of your stuff. Like, I think it's a pretty interesting card for 2 mana. So of all the cards, like, I'm not sad to see it banned, but I do think it's a cool card. I'm not sure if it needs to be banned or not. I mean, you can fit into a lot of different decks, right? Even like the Crab Beans deck was a cool one to slot that guy into. So anyway, that'll be the ban announcement. Yeah. This is cool. This is huge. I'm super excited. I don't know what I'll do first. Today is technically the ladder reset. I could try to do a rank 1 push. I did just this morning finish top 250, hopefully. I'm currently at 150. Hopefully no one like dethrones me. So I should qualify for next month's qualifier weekend tournament, which is standard, which I know you guys are hyped for. So I made sure to try to make that push. I woke up at like, well, the stupid chicken here that wakes up at 4 a.m., but I was up at 4 a.m., so I did that this morning. And I don't know if I'll do a rank 1 push or not. I could try like a new mono red Koros version without Rage or Heartfire Hero. See how it does. If I feel like playing for like 8 to 12 more hours today. And yeah, probably later today I'll release my pre-qualifier Pioneer Red event and also my historic qualifier weekend video as well. So yeah, this is big. This is huge. Get excited. I'm excited too. I'm gonna get an apartment freaking soon, hopefully, and then I'm pumped to pump out a lot of videos for you guys, especially given the ban announcement. So yeah, get psyched. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one. Banned and restricted announcement June 30th, 2025. The following cards will now be banned in standard. Corey Steelcutter, banned. Abuela's Awakening, banned. Monstrous Rage, banned. Heartfire Hero, banned. Up the Beanstalk, banned. Hopeless Nightmare, banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough, banned. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, pretty sweet. This is definitely going to shake up standard quite a bit. It essentially nuked all of the biggest and most powerful decks for the most part, and is going to leave a lot of room for trying new things and some creativity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some decks that got neutered and what might take their place. Most of this is off the cuff. I think this happened like 20 minutes ago or so no prep for this video. Corey Steelcutter. The lack of that will neuter the Is It deck. It really wasn't a deck before Steelcutter. It was basically mono red aggro with some like dive down type effects, maybe some shore ups in there, some flood maul bounces, but it really was just a worse version of mono red, and Steelcutter put it over the top. It does have other good cards. It has the Drake Catcher, which is a very good 2-drop, and it now has Vivi. Vivi is the new card that, like, I guess if something were to improve the old Is It deck that couldn't compete with mono red, like it would have to be Vivi that took it over the top. But Vivi is significantly easier to interact with versus Steelcutter, as Steelcutter is an artifact and necessitates having specifically Artifact Take to deal with it, whereas all your creature removal spells that are going to kill the Hatcher are probably also going to kill a Vivi, and 0/3 Vivi dies to some decent stuff like cut down any 3 damage effect. So we'll see how it probably drops to a B tier deck, I think. In best of 3, in best of 1, it already is a B tier deck, essentially. It's just not fast enough, surprisingly. But even best of 3, I think it'll drop to a B tier deck, and we'll have to see if Vivi is enough to keep it in the A tier, but I think not. You can still go Vivi plus stock up, but now there's no Monstrous Rage, so you might have to do like some other +3 pumps. Anyway, it's a big neuter to that deck for sure. Is it wasn't played really before Steelcutter, and without Steelcutter, I think it'll essentially be gone. I think you can play it casually more as like a B tier deck, but it's not going to be the same without Steelcutter. Abuela's Awakening, huge. Deck's fine. It's just like I don't know. Nobody really wants to sit around and wait for their opponent to like combo off for 20 minutes, and sometimes they don't even have the nuts. They can still lose. So if you're in a competitive environment, it often behooves you to wait the full 20 minutes to let them do their full combo in case they mess up or they mill their win con or whatever. So that one's like not a very fun. I don't think it's a good part of a well-designed game. And so even though I've actually had fun, I qualified with the deck once and I've played a good amount of it. I'm okay to see it go. Totally happy to see it go. So that deck is squashed as is. There are certainly other ways to reanimate Omniscience. Yuna is now in the formats. You could play 4 Yunas and 4 Omnisciences and some other stuff and try to make that work. There was already a pre-existing Squirming Emergence Omniscience deck that was winning, close to 50%, maybe like 52%, 53%. So solid, like B or C tier deck. Wasn't, blowing people out of the water. Nothing like the crazy consistent 60% plus win rate Azorius version. So the Omniscience still is in standard. I'm sure someone will break it again the next 5 years. It's around for 5 years. But for now, it is squished. And if you like that card, you can still play it in like Sultai Emergence Omniscience decks. Totally fine there, but it won't be as dominant, which I am totally content with. So that's cool to see that one go. Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Wow, some biggies. So Rage is the one that everyone talks about and complains about. Makes it almost never profitable to block, which is very frustrating. The other thing that it does, which people don't talk about as much, and if you watch any of the Pro Tour, you saw this happen, especially like in the final rounds. The other thing it stops you from doing is being reactive, which I think is a really interesting and fun part of the game, like holding open mana for your opponent's turn to do things. the cost of being wrong and holding open like a removal spell for your opponent when they have Monstrous Rage and can bump up the toughness out of removal range is so high that you are forced to use lots of removal on your own turn. So if you watch like the final game of Izzet versus Mono Red, every single turn they had removal, they fired it off immediately because the risk is too big to potentially have it blow out by the opponent. And so beyond the blocking, which everyone talks about, I also like that. I think it makes the game more interactive and that there's more upside to holding up a mana for your opponent. You try to get the 2-for-1, whereas now it's just like the risk is so high that if in the finals of the Pro Tour, they're just all their instant speed spells are coming off at sorcery speed, then yeah, it's kind of a waste of instant speed, which is a cool part of the game, right? It's the trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And instants are kind of our version of that. So it's good to see that go for that reason as well. Heartfire Hero banned is interesting because, you know, the question is if just the Rage is banned, then does the mouse package stick around? You know, you can still put double strike on the hero. There are other ways to give it trample. You can suit up Ember Cleave, you know, even without Monstrous Rage, you could figure out a way. And by the way, I think it's pretty interesting. I qualified, I'll probably post this video later today. I qualified for the qualifier event playing Mono Red in Pioneer because they messed up. There actually was a bug in the game. It was supposed to be historic, but the pre-qualifier round was Pioneer. And in Pioneer, you have access both to Ember Cleave and Annex to the Forge and all that jazz, and also Monstrous Rage and Heartfire and Manifold Mouse. And nobody plays Ember Cleave in Pioneer, even though you have access to it, because Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse is just a better Ember Cleave than Ember Cleave it is itself. So if you're looking for what power creep looks like, that is it. But without the one-drop mouse, you know, what happens next? Mono Red will be fine. It will still win lots of games. It'll probably still be A tier or top of B tier at the worst. Instead of the hero, you could always run the Swift Spear, which is a very decent card. Instead of Rage, there are plenty of other synonymous pump spells, right? Everything will be a little bit worse, but there are lots of playable pump spells you could play. I think the most interesting question is, do you still play the mouse package? Do you still play Manifold Mouse and the Ember Heart Challenger without the hero? Emperor Challenger is generically just a very good card anyway. Manifold Mouse is a little bit more suspect because it's vastly better with the one drop.
Looking for a premium property in Dubai with real investment?
And yeah, I don't actually know. I think one of the things that could happen is people could transition into Boros. And there is a white mouse that has Offspring, which is not bad. It's like a 1-mana 1/2. You can Offspring it for 2 of those suckers. I think whenever you target it, maybe all your other mice or all of your mice get like +1/+0 till end of turn. It's not a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Manifold Mouse sticks around into a Boros package and maybe that little mouse comes in. But I'm not so sure it'll be played in Mono Red. I'll have to go back and look at what other 2-drops would come in. But Mono Red will be fine. But yeah, it'll be a lot worse without both Rage and Hero into Manifold Mouse. It's great. So this is just really wonderful. I think it's going to open up all sorts of things. The death trigger isn't as annoying, right? Anyone who has just a destroy effect isn't super penalized by Heartfire Hero blowing up in their face. So this is really wonderful for a lot of reasons. Up the Beanstalk. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really interesting because the last Pro Tour was won by you know, Zur Beanstalk shenanigans. So this is cool. You know, free draw card every single turn for the rest of the game for 2 mana is pretty ridiculous. And it also replaces itself immediately. You know, if they could have nerfed it so that doesn't draw the first time it comes in, that would be a decent change. But the fact that someone plays it, you have to immediately get lost it and you're already down a card. It just sucks. So like, yeah, pretty happy to see this card go. I do think it makes more space for some Yuna versions, because there are some cool decks around that card. There's the new 2-drop, I forget what it's called. It's like a 2-mana sorcery, Surveil 2, I think, gain 2 life, and then you can play it back from the graveyard for 4. You get the Surveil 2 and life again, plus it comes in as like a 4/4 creature, and you exile the top card of your library, and maybe you get that to your hand. That's a good card. Then next turn you get 2 more green mana. Then, you know, so it's like that card is looking for space, and it competes with the Up the Beanstalk for you know, space and decks, and so I think that card is definitely going to see more play, and the Surveil sets it up for some nice Yuna stuff, both turn 2 and turn 4. So I think Yuna could be a bigger player now that Beanstalk is gone. There are also some other new cards from Final Fantasy. There's like a new 3-drop, which is kind of like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, like a 3-mana 3/2 or something that fetch the basic from your deck to the land, deck to the battlefield. Does something else, I don't know. But it also sets you up for Yuna pretty well. And when it dies, it goes to the graveyard. You can reanimate it off Yuna anyway. So I think we could see some more Yuna stuff with Beanstalk gone and make space for some cards that she wants to run anyway. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Interesting. That's kind of like the budget deck of the format. Minus the rare lands if you run Esper, but you can run just Orzhov. I think this is fine. It's really just annoying if everyone plays it. I don't mind running up against this deck every once in a while. I will say discard effects in general are not always everyone's cup of tea. If your opponent has you discard all your cards, you never get to play your cards. It's not a super fun play pattern. So from a game health, game enjoyment standpoint, not having play Hopeless Nightmare, turn 1, discard a card. Turn 2, play a Pixie, pick it up, put Nightmare back down, discard another card. Okay, and then we're just like, all right, well, I don't have any cards left. Just great game of Magic. So, you know, from that standpoint, I'm happy to see that gone. This tiny big enough, it's kind of a really cool card. I don't know that of all the ones that are banned, this may be the one I'm least excited to see banned. I think it just opens up some cool opportunities. You can bounce your opponent's stuff, you can bounce your stuff, you can bounce 2 of your stuff. Like, I think it's a pretty interesting card for 2 mana. So of all the cards, like, I'm not sad to see it banned, but I do think it's a cool card. I'm not sure if it needs to be banned or not. I mean, you can fit into a lot of different decks, right? Even like the Crab Beans deck was a cool one to slot that guy into. So anyway, that'll be the ban announcement. Yeah, this is cool. This is huge. I'm super excited. I don't know what I'll do first. Today is technically the ladder reset. I could try to do a rank 1 push. I did just this morning finish top 250, hopefully. I'm currently at 150. Hopefully no one like dethrones me. So I should qualify for next month's qualifier weekend tournament, which is standard, which I know you guys are hyped for. So I made sure to try to make that push. I woke up at like a stupid chicken here that wakes up at 4 a.m., but I was up at 4 a.m., so I did that this morning. And I don't know if I'll do a rank 1 push or not. I could try like a new mono red or Boros version without Rage or Heartfire Hero. See how it does. If I feel like playing for like 8 to 12 more hours today. And yeah, probably later today I'll release my pre-qualifier Pioneer Red event and also my historic qualifier weekend video as well. So yeah, this is big. This is huge. Get excited. I'm excited too. I'm gonna get an apartment freaking soon, hopefully, and then I'm pumped to pump out a lot of videos for you guys, especially given the ban announcement. So yeah, get psyched. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one. Banned and restricted announcement June 30th, 2025. The following cards will now be banned in Standard. Corey Steelcutter, banned. Abuela's Awakening, banned. Monstrous Rage, banned. Heartfire Hero, banned. Up the Beanstalk, banned. Hopeless Nightmare, banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough, banned. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, pretty sweet. This is definitely going to shake up Standard quite a bit. It essentially nuked all of the biggest and most powerful decks for the most part, and is going to leave a lot of room for trying new things and some creativity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some decks that got neutered and what might take their place. Most of this is off the cuff. I think this happened like 20 minutes ago or so no prep for this video. Corey Steelcutter. The lack of that will neuter the Is It deck. It really wasn't a deck before Steelcutter. It was basically mono red aggro with some like dive down type effects, maybe some shore ups in there, some flood maul bounces, but it really was just a worse version of mono red, and Steelcutter put it over the top. It does have other good cards. It has the Drake Catcher, which is a very good 2-drop, and it now has Vivi. Vivi is the new card that, like, I guess if something were to improve the old Is It deck that couldn't compete with mono red, like it would have to be Vivi that took it over the top. But Vivi is significantly easier to interact with versus Steelcutter, as Steelcutter is an artifact and necessitates having specifically artifact hate to deal with it, whereas all your creature removal spells that are going to kill the Hatcher are probably also going to kill a Vivi, and 0/3 Vivi dies to some decent stuff like cut down any 3 damage effects. So we'll see how it probably drops to a B tier deck, I think. In best of 3, in best of 1, it already is a B tier deck, essentially. It's just not fast enough, surprisingly. But even best of 3, I think it'll drop to a B tier deck, and we'll have to see if VV is enough to keep it in the A tier, but I think not. You can still go VV plus stock up, but now there's no Monstrous Rage, so you might have to do like some other +3 pumps. Anyway, it's a big neuter to that deck for sure. Is it wasn't played really before Steelcutter, and without Steelcutter, I think it'll essentially be gone. I think you can play it casually more as like a B tier deck, but it's not going to be the same as Steelcutter. Abuela's Awakening, huge. Deck's fine. It's just like I don't know. Nobody really wants to sit around and wait for their opponent to like combo off for 20 minutes, and sometimes they don't even have the nuts. They can still lose. So if you're in a competitive environment, it often behooves you to wait the full 20 minutes to let them do their full combo in case they mess up or they mill their win con or whatever. So that one's like not a very fun. I don't think it's a good part of a well-designed game. And so even though I've actually had fun, I qualified with the deck once and I've played a good amount of it. I'm okay to see it go. Totally happy to see it go. So that deck is squashed as is. There are certainly other ways to reanimate Omniscience. Yuna is now in the formats. You could play 5 Unas, or sorry, four Unas and 4 Omnisciences and some other stuff and try to make that work. There was already a pre-existing Squirming Emergence Omniscience deck that was winning, close to 50%, maybe like 52%, 53%. So solid, like B or C tier deck. Wasn't, blowing people out of the water. Nothing like the crazy consistent 60% plus win rate, Azorius version. So the Omniscience still is in standard. I'm sure someone will break it again the next, 5 years? It's around for 5 years. But for now, it is squished. And if you like that card, you can still play it in like Sultai Emergence Omniscience decks. Totally fine there, but it won't be as dominant, which I am totally content with. So that's cool to see that one go. Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Wow, some biggies. So Rage is the one that everyone talks about and complains about. Makes it almost never profitable to block, which is very frustrating. The other thing that it does, which people don't talk about as much, and if you watch any of the Pro Tour, you saw this happen, especially like in the final rounds. The other thing it stops you from doing is being reactive, which I think is a really interesting and fun part of the game, like holding open mana for your opponent's turn to do things. The cost of being wrong and holding open like a removal spell for your opponent when they have Monstrous Rage and can bump up the toughness out of removal range is so high that you are forced to use lots of removal on your own turn. So if you watch like the final game of Izzet versus Mono Red, every single turn they had removal, they fired it off immediately because the risk is too big to potentially have it blow out by the opponent. And so beyond the blocking, which everyone talks about, I also like that. I think it makes the game more interactive and that there's more upside to holding open mana for your opponent and try to get the 2-for-1. Whereas now it's just like the risk is so high that if in the finals of the Pro Tour, they're just all their instant speed spells are coming off at sorcery speed, then yeah, it's kind of a waste of instant speed, which is a cool part of the game, right? It's the trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And instants are kind of our version of that. So it's good to see that go for that reason as well. Heartfire Hero banned is interesting because, the question is if just the Rage is banned, then does the mouse package stick around? You can still put double strike on the hero. There are other ways to give it trample. You can suit up Embercleave, even without Monstrous Rage, you could figure out a way. And by the way, I think it's pretty interesting. I'll probably post this video later today. I qualified for the qualifier event playing Mono Red in Pioneer because they messed up. There actually was a bug in the game. It was supposed to be historic, but the pre-qualifier round was Pioneer. And in Pioneer, you have access both to Embercleave and Annex to the Forge and all that jazz, and also Monstrous Rage and Heartfire and Manifold Mouse. And nobody plays Embercleave in Pioneer, even though you have access to it, because Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse is just a better Embercleave than Embercleave it is itself. So if you're looking for what power creep looks like, that is it. But without the one-drop mouse, what happens next? Mono Red will be fine. It will still win lots of games. It'll probably still be A tier or top of B tier at the worst. Instead of the hero, you could always run the Swift Spear, which is a very decent card. Instead of Rage, there are plenty of other synonymous pump spells, right? Everything will be a little bit worse, but there are lots of playable pump spells you could play. I think the most interesting question is, do you still play the mouse package? Do you still play Manifold Mouse and the Ember Heart Challenger without the hero? Emperor Challenger is generically just a very good card anyway. Manifold Mouse is a little bit more suspect because it's vastly better with the one drop. And yeah, I don't actually know. I think one of the things that could happen is people could transition into Boros. And there is a white mouse that has Offspring, which is not bad. It's like a 1-mana 1/2. You can Offspring it for 2 of those suckers. I think whenever you target it, maybe all your other mice or all of your mice get like +1/+0 till end of turn. It's not a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Manifold Mouse sticks around into a Boros package and maybe that little mouse comes in. But I'm not so sure it'll be played in Mono Red. I'll have to go back and look at what other 2-drops would come in. But Mono Red will be fine. But yeah, it'll be a lot worse without both Rage and Hero into Manifold Mouse. It's great. So this is just really wonderful. I think it's going to open up all sorts of things. The Death Trigger isn't as annoying, right? Anyone who has just a Destroy effect isn't super penalized by Heartfire Hero blowing up in their face. So this is really wonderful for a lot of reasons. Up the Beanstalk. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really interesting because the last Pro Tour was won by Zur Beanstalk shenanigans. So this is cool. Free draw a card every single turn for the rest of the game for 2 mana is pretty ridiculous. And it also replaces itself immediately. If they could have nerfed it so that doesn't draw the first time it comes in, that would be a decent change. But the fact that someone plays it, you have to immediately get lost it and you're already down a card. It just sucks. So yeah, pretty happy to see this card go. I do think it makes more space for some Yuna versions, because there are some cool decks around that card. There's the new 2-drop, I forget what it's called. It's like a 2-mana sorcery. Surveil 2, I think, gain 2 life, and then you can play it back from the graveyard for 4. You get the Surveil 2 and life again, plus it comes in as like a 4/4 creature, and you exile the top card of your library, and you get, maybe you get that to your hand, that's a good card. Then next turn you get 2 more green mana, then, you know, so it's like, that card is looking for space, and it competes with the Up the Beanstalk for, you know, space and decks, and so I think that card is definitely going to see more play, and the Surveil sets it up for some nice Una stuff, both turn 2 and turn 4. So I think Una could be a bigger player now that Beanstalk is gone. There are also some other new cards from Final Fantasy. There's like a new 3-drop, which is kind of like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, like a 3 mana 3/2 or something that fetch the basic from your deck to the land, deck to the battlefield. Does something else, I don't know. But it also sets you up for Una pretty well. And when it dies, it goes to the graveyard. You can reanimate it off Una anyway. So I think we could see some more Una stuff with Beanstalk gone, and make space for some cards that she wants to run anyway. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Interesting. That's kind of like the budget deck of the format, minus the rare lands if you run Esper, but you can run just Orzhov. I think this is fine. It's really just annoying if everyone plays it. I don't mind running up against this deck every once in a while. I will say discard effects in general are not always everyone's cup of tea. If your opponent has you discard all your cards, you never get to play your cards. It's not a super fun play pattern. So from a game health, game enjoyment standpoint, not having play Hopeless Nightmare, turn 1, discard a card, turn 2, play a Pixie, pick it up, put Nightmare back down, discard another card. Okay, and then we're just like, all right, well, I don't have any cards left. Just great game of Magic. So, you know, from that standpoint, I'm happy to see that gone. This Town Ain't Big Enough, it's kind of a really cool card. I don't know that of all the ones that are banned, that's maybe the one I'm least excited to see banned. I think it just opens up some cool opportunities. You can bounce your opponent's stuff, you can bounce your stuff, you can bounce 2 of your stuff. Like, I think it's a pretty interesting card for 2 mana. So of all the cards, like, I'm not sad to see it banned, but I do think it's a cool card. I'm not sure if it needs to be banned or not. It can fit into a lot of different decks, right? Even like the Crab Beans deck was a cool one to slot that guy into. So anyway, that'll be the ban announcement. Yeah, this is cool. This is huge. I'm super excited. I don't know what I'll do first. Today is technically the ladder reset. I could try to do a rank 1 push. I did just this morning finish top 250, hopefully. I'm currently at 150. Hopefully no one like dethrones me. So I should qualify for next month's qualifier weekend tournament, which is standard, which I know you guys are hyped for. So I made sure to try to make that push. I woke up at like a stupid chicken here that wakes up at 4 a.m., but I was up at 4 a.m., so I did that this morning. And I don't know if I'll do a rank 1 push or not. I could try like a new mono red or Boros version without Rage or Heartfire Hero. See how it does. If I feel like playing for like 8 to 12 more hours today. And yeah, probably later today I'll release my pre-qualifier Pioneer Red event and also my historic qualifier weekend video as well. So yeah, this is big. This is huge. Get excited. I'm excited too. I'm gonna get an apartment freaking soon, hopefully, and then I'm pumped to pump out a lot of videos for you guys, especially given the ban announcement. So yeah, get psyched. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Final Fantasy prices are going insane, and the set is essentially sold out everywhere, but I feel like people are conflating sold out with expensive or rare. Right now, people are scrambling to get sealed products, all sealed products in some cases, or scrambling to buy singles that only seem to be going up in price, though the set is being sold out at record pace and is being mass opened. The thing is, and this is the part that you can clip and show back to me in 2 months if I'm super wrong, I still think that we should all be waiting.
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at
Exit lag powered by AI.
And the whole damn format. All right, what's up, my friends? Welcome. It's Banned and Restricted Day here, and Wizards of the Coast has pulled no punches. They have banned seven cards in Standard. We're going to go all over the cards that are banned, my thoughts on each, the effects it'll have on the format, and so much more. So let's rock and roll. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe before we start here. Support the content, support the channel. Let's do this. The first and perhaps most obvious ban here is Corey Steelcutter. And Izzet Prowess, although it's been pulling a sub 50% win rate both at the Pro Tour and at the Spotlight Series last weekend, is clearly an issue. This is a card that's not a power level for Standard, much more akin to a modern power level card, super powerful with 1 mana spells, has the issue of it is so hard to profitably interact with. If your opponent plays correctly and like plays it and a spell immediately, they will always get the token, even if you destroy it. Some decks can't destroy it. And it's really, really limiting in the format to what other decks can be played. We've seen a an almost evaporation of any black kind of mid-range decks relying on removal spells because of how effective Steel Cutter is against removal, even though removal is good against the rest of the Is It Prowess deck and the mono red deck. So Corey Steel Cutter here. This is almost a foregone conclusion. Nothing super surprising. Obviously, Is It Prowess will not be a deck anymore in its current shape and form. We have seen Is It decks based around Vivi and Soul Cauldron. We've seen Prowess decks, before Corey Steel Cutter that will be aggressive, but not nearly as resilient to removal. Kind of like Prowess used to be, where Prowess was always a deck that I would play a lot on stream. And it was always good if your opponent couldn't kill your creatures, but once they would kill a creature or two, it would fall apart fairly quickly. So Cutter's gone, no surprise here, big change to the format. That's going to unlock a lot of different decks in the format, but there's much more to go. Next up, and I'm sure all the haters are really, really happy about this one, Monstrous Rage has been banned. Now, I want to make it clear, I have a reputation for defending Monstrous Rage. I'm not like super upset about this. I think that banning cards is a net negative for Magic, and you should only do it if you absolutely need to. I didn't think that Monstrous Rage is a card that needs to be banned. I'm not like super upset it's banned. It kind of is what it is. It's obviously a powerful card. Slows the format down. Sure, whatever. Monstrous Rage, a big part of both mono red. And then honestly, once Cutter is gone, Prowess decks have to get more aggressive, so probably would be a player there. I don't think Monstrous Rage, I think I didn't explain myself as well as I could have in the recent video I put up about Monstrous Rage, where Monstrous Rage is a card that before the mouse package was printed in Bloomborough, it was legal for like, a year or whatever, saw very little play. It is extremely powerful in conjunction with Heartfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, and then in the Prowess style decks of Monastery, Swiftspear, and Friends, which were very fragile prior to the printing of Steel Cutter. Monstrous Rage was good there also, but won't be as good without Cutter giving the resilience. So it's a card that is very powerful. It's very good if you're trying to block as your primary means of defense against the red deck, but it's also a card that's particularly bad against a lot of removal spells and control decks. A card you would often board out against decks with heavy removal spells. They're either heavy black decks or like heavy control decks playing, all Wrath of Gods and instant removal spells, where you just don't ever want to cast that card on your creature and have it die in response. So I think Monster Rage being banned kind of stinks a little bit, but honestly, it is what it is. It's not that bad. It's fine for the format overall. I thought it was really cool to see a powerful pump spell in Standard, but it is what it is. So there you go, haters. I hope you're happy. Well done. Let's hear it for the haters. Monster Rage is banned. There you go. Now you can stop screaming on the internet about it. Go find something else to scream about, all right? So Monster Rage is gone. That'll have a big effect on mono red, but Monster Rage is not the only mono red card that is gone. Our next banning here is Heartfire Hero. And not Manifold Mouse. Manifold Mouse was the card that was called for by me and a decent amount of other folks as well as the one card from the mouse package to get rid of. Wizards of the Coast is going for Heartfire Hero instead, which I think is also fine. I think that it puts a pretty serious damper in red to see both Monster Rage and Heartfire Hero go. I don't think Manifold Mouse is nearly as good without Heartfire Hero in the mix. So it's kind of like a 2-for-1 ban where you ban the Heartfire Hero, and the Manifold Mouse isn't as good either. I think without Heartfire Hero, Monstrous Rage, Manifold Mouse is basically unplayable now, so it's like a soft ban, which is kind of shitty because you don't get your wild cards back, and the card's not, really playable anymore anyway, but whatever. But Heartfire Hero is obviously really good. There's a clear desire here to kind of not wipe mono red off the map, but wipe out the way it has been, because mono red has been very good and slow the format down, which is a good goal. I think the format was obviously way too fast prior to this. Hard to have brews that can come in and do their thing with so much pressure to have a defense set up by turn 4. Whether it be multiple removal spells or your own linear plan. So Heartfire here going, I guess, isn't actually as surprising as it seems because it was nerfed in Alchemy. So it was clearly a card that was on their radar. Mono Red's going to look pretty different after this. Going to go back to being more burn-based and more fragile. And it's going to open up the slower sphere of the format, which you might not enjoy, honestly. There's a lot of really powerful kind of ramp options, a big, powerful, overwhelming, top-end options. It ends up being a slugfest. We'll see. There's some bans to help that as well to come in a little bit. But yeah, Heartfire Hero is gone. I think this is fine. I think this is very similar to banning Manifold Mouse. If you're going to ban Monster Rage and Heartfire Hero, you basically ban Manifold Mouse also. So Monster Rage gone, Heartfire Hero is gone. Mono red players are very sad today. But wait, folks, we are not done. More bans, and the next one up is Abuelo's Awakening. And Abuelo's Awakening is the key card in the Omniscience combo decks. Banning Omniscience is basically the same thing as banning Abel's Awakening. The fear here is that Omniscience will be legal for the next 5 years. It is in Foundations. I can see not wanting to ban a flashy Foundations card, because I kind of admits you're wrong about putting it in Foundations anyway, which is kind of true, but, you know, whatever. So banning Awakening is fine. You know, are there other ways to reanimate Omniscience? Yes, but not as efficient. You know, I think that they really underestimated the fragility of Abuela's Awakening. You know, a reanimation spell that could happen on turn 4 is usually not the range they like to see in Standard, but making it a 1/1 creature, in theory, makes it more vulnerable to a Burst Lightning or a Cut Down or random kill spells that normally wouldn't be good against a combo deck that are good. But because of how Omniscience works, because once the Omniscience is in play, you could play a second copy of Omniscience for free and then break up that line entirely, or have counter spells up. Doesn't really work out the way you'd want it to. And with all the Dragon cards added to Omniscience recently, the deck went from being kind of a tier 2 fringe combo deck to being a true powerhouse in the format. All Dragon cards are really, really good in that deck. So I like this ban. I think Omniscience is the kind of deck where, like, player goes to their first F&M, they have their cat deck or whatever, and their opponent just, you know, combos on them on turn 4 and then takes 10 minutes to do it. Is a really bad feeling. That's not a thing you want to see in Standard on average. So happy with this ban. Ableos is gone. Will there be a different Omniscience deck that can come up with some different reanimation effect? We'll see. You know, kind of fun to try, you know, but we just need to be super careful about what reanimation cards they print for enchantments in the next 5 years, which is kind of a scary place to be. But Omniscience, get out of here. Sorry, combo players. Find a different deck to play. Next up, what I think is a pretty good preemptive ban is Up the Beanstalk. Now, Up the Beanstalk is really, really fun. You know, it's a really, really powerful card. Of course, Domain's been a good deck in Standard now for quite a while, and it's also seen play in other fun spots like Simic Crabs or Golgari Graveyard. But there's no doubt that Up the Beanstalk, alongside the Overlords and Leyline Binding and so on, is extremely powerful. Now, Binding and Zur are rotating when the next set comes out in a few months. So that part of the Beanstalk engine is leaving, but still got Ride's End and a bunch of other cheap cards that are actually expensive. And Beanstalk is a card like Kori Steelcutter, where it's extremely powerful because it costs 2 mana and it replaces itself immediately. So whenever you deal with an Up the Beanstalk, you know, you could just say, why not just destroy it? Well, they play Beanstalk, they draw a card, and you disenchant it. You are down a card. And for 2 mana, for a 2 mana play from your opponent, where the floor is, you know, draw a card, they discard a card for 2 mana, and the ceiling is draw 15 cards over the course of a game. That's a really, really powerful effect. You know, and both Cutter and Beanstalk have that sort of ability to always guarantee value at a super low cost, which is very, very powerful. So I think Beanstalk being banned is fine. It will definitely change the nature of the go large decks in the format. I think that if you remove Mono Red and Izzet and Omniscience, and if you were to leave Up the Beanstalk, we would probably get into a Domain hellscape, even though that Domain is a much more targetable deck. It's a deck that's much easier to target and beat in certain ways, rather than a deck like Cutter or Mono Red, where all the cards are so cheap. But anyway, Up the Beanstalk is fine, I think. It's had its day. It'll change how the ramp decks are played. And there are a lot of really big, powerful cards in the format. We'll still see ramp decks and powerful, big stuff decks. But Beanstalk is gone. I think it's reasonable. It was one of the cards I discussed in my video last week. So Up the Beanstalk players, I'm sorry. Domain players, I'm sorry. There's still plenty of big cards for you to play, but card advantage will not be as easy to come by. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Stock Up? Well, that might be the tool for you. Now, you might think we're done here, because those are the cards definitely on the watch list. You know, Heartfire Hero or Manifold Mouse, whatever. But clearly, Izzet Cutter, Mono Red, Omniscience, and then Up the Beanstalk were the ones on the major radar. But Wizards of the Coast is not done yet. This is a 1-year ban announcement. They only do this once a year, and with the rotations happening, you know, less frequently with 3-year rotation and so on and so forth. They are not missing here. They are taking the axe out full on. Our next banned card is Hopeless Nightmare. And Hopeless Nightmare is a card that isn't really seeing any play in Standard right now. Of course, you know, kind of due to other cards being more powerful, but really powerful effect that is kind of annoying to play against the Pixie decks, whether they are Black-White Pixie or Esper Pixie. And before Kori Steelcutter, you know, that was one of the major pillars of the format. And it's definitely a kind of a miserable play experience where you just, you know, discard a card, discard a card, discard a card. That being said, Obstinate Bailoff and Wiltleaf Leech are legal to kind of punish that kind of effect. I don't think the Pixie decks were anything obnoxious. This is kind of my fear with this ban announcement, where you just ban almost every deck in the format, right? That's the kind of catch-22 of banning, where it comes down to a if you give Mouse a cookie kind of scenario where now you've banned all these cards, there's just going to be another crop of new decks that are the best decks. And what do you do now? Just ban those too, you know? So there are plenty of cards that are good and annoying to play against. Hopeless Nightmare is one of them. And we're just going to see the next boogeyman come up. And then when you establish this sort of ban culture, now folks get their pitchforks out every time they lose to a card too many times and start calling for bans. So whatever, Hopeless Nightmare's banned. It was kind of annoying, sure. But this is where we start to hit the point of the ban list where I start really, really worrying about going way too overboard. And again, it's funny for me because this ban list is great for me. I'm a content creator. I now have a bunch more content to make, right? We have a whole new format. I already own all the cards. Whatever, this is great for me. My fear is not for me. It's not for you. It's not for the super entrenched player. My fear is that trying to get players back into paper Magic, back into stores that buy their first deck for FNM. You know, this is so bad for that because so many players are going to walk to their store next week with their deck and they're going to say, sorry, you can't play that anymore. And they're going to say, well, fuck this. I'm going to go play Xbox or whatever, you know? So we'll see. But Hopeless Nightmare's gone. I don't think his ban was necessary. Whatever. Then we come to our last ban where we really are going off a deep end with the banning of This Town Ain't Big Enough. And this is the point where I go, all right, guys, there's got to be some good cards in the format, or you can't just ban every card that is good. Now, This Town Ain't Big Enough is a very good card. I think that This Town Ain't Big Enough in conjunction with Hopeless Nightmare is a large part of the problem with This Town Ain't Big Enough. Now, it sees play in Is It? It's seen play in Bounce decks. It's really good Storm Piercer talent. I get it. But Hopeless Nightmare was that one powerful, proactive thing to put in play that was not creature-based. So it was good against combo decks, good against control decks, good against ramp decks. And that was part of the allure of the self-bounce package that made This Town Ain't Big Enough so good. Now, there are still going to be the Storm Piercer talent, This Town Ain't Big Enough loops available. That is kind of annoying as well, but like, something's got to be good. Something will be good in the format. There will always be best things to do and most powerful interactions. This was one of them. And now it's no longer a thing. So again, this ban doesn't even really hit anyone in particular. The Pixie deck wasn't really doing anything in the format. It saw a little play in Is It? Sure. But again, this is where I think we're going off the deep end, where we're going way too far into ban culture. And at this point now, basically every deck in the format has been banned. You know, Golgari Roots survives, I suppose. Maybe another deck or two, you know, is still there. I guess the Soul Cauldron VV deck, you know, but for the most part, every deck has taken a major hit. We're going to have a whole new format, which is fun for online players and entrenched players who have a bunch of cards, but devastating for paper play, which I'm really, really worried about. So for the most part, that is it. You can see here, of course, no changes to Pioneer, no changes to Modern. They announced they would not change the RCQ format during the season. No Legacy. Some folks are mad about that one. I know Brian Koval and friends are not happy with the state of Legacy right now, but that's not really me. Vintage, Pauper, not really me. Alchemy, whatever. Pioneer Best of One, Tibalt Trickery's banned. Sure, annoying card. Probably just ban it regular Pioneer because the card's just obnoxious. But Historic Counterspell is unbanned. That's its own can of worms. I'll get to a different point. But I want to know what you think. And I caution folks about this sort of like hyperactive ban culture. This is a little more than I wanted. I'm still gonna have a lot of fun with it. I love new formats, but I'm really scared for the FNM player, for the paper player. So let me know what you think. Are you that player whose deck was just banned?
Thinking about upgrading your car?
From the place, and today is a good day. I didn't even have to use my AK. We have all got a reason to be cheesing because Wizards decided to do the right thing, swooping in and saving Standard, or at least I think that, and it seems like a lot of other people think so too, by banning 7 cards. We've obviously got a lot to talk about, so let's get to it.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back to witness the biggest Standard culling possibly of my lifetime. Definitely the largest one in recent or even distant memory. 7 cards is ridiculous. And we might as well go ahead and tell you what all of them are. We're going to talk about each card individually. But I also don't want to waste too much of your time by you being like, well, what's the next card that got banned, Dev? I don't want to read the article. I just want to watch the video. So with that in mind, Corey Steel Cutter is banned. Monstrous Rage is banned. Heartfire Hero is banned. But that's not all. Up the Beanstalk, Gonzo, Hopeless Nightmare, Dunsky, This Town Ain't Big Enough, Sayonara, and Abuelo's Awakening too. Aloha. It means both hello and goodbye. All of these cards are gone now. That is a lot of cards to take in. So let's go over each card and kind of talk about why they discuss banning them and how we all feel about them, or at least me sitting on my couch. First of all, Corey Steelcutter. It's pretty clear that this is the card they were most concerned with. It's the one they addressed first, and it's the one they used the most words to do so. Now, a lot of it kind of boiled down to meta share and how much the format has warped around this card since it came out. And those are true things, but they also had this little bit about how, like, let's be clear, this is the kind of action we would take during any of our ban windows. And technically, there's a little ban window after each set comes out, but they didn't ban the card after Tarkir Dragonstorm came out. Right, so that's kind of interesting, but that's probably because they knew that they had a yearly ban announcement coming up. They just kind of wanted to wait, see how things shook out. But not only did they end up banning Cutter, they actually said, like, let's ban 6 additional cards. Have a little fun with it. Something else they focused on that I thought was interesting, because they focused on this property of the card in another banning, a card we'll talk about later, and there's even a little end note about this in terms of design philosophy moving forward towards the end of the article. We'll talk about that later, but they focused a lot on the fact that Corey Steelcutter is just difficult to answer one for one, right? If they get the monk, then you can take out the Cutter. That's good news for you, but they still have the monk,
Today, we quite literally had some of the craziest and most lucky moments I've ever had playing Magic in my life. And to top it all off, we're playing land destruction. All right, guys, today we're going to be playing a card that has been highly requested by a lot of you in my Discord and personal DMs and stuff like that. Everyone's been wanting me to try the Ultima. It's a really cool new creature from Final Fantasy that allows you to ramp if you're in colorless, but also it can be land destruction by taking your opponent's lands and turning them into colorless lands every single time it attacks into them, which is really, really cool. And that's the part we're going to be focusing on today. I did try to put together a full-on colorless deck. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough because it's just a very fast meta right now, and you have to add some sort of color to the deck in order for it to work. So I scrapped it. Today, we're going to actually play our full-on Jeskai land destruction deck, built around, of course, Territory Forge. This card is one of my favorites. I've been able to take all of my opponent's lands.
क्या आपको पता है सिर्फ ₹3000 पर मंथ इन्वेस्ट करने से रिटायरमेंट के बाद आप
On many occasions with this card, it's very easy to do, especially when you're doubling the effects of this card with the virtue of knowledge. We've done this combination many times in the past. We've been able to eat up every land from our opponent, and we're going to continue doing that today. Trust me, it's a lot of fun. And today we've got to basically control the opponent long enough to take all of their lands, gain enough life, they'll do the whole thing until we can take all their lands. Once we've got all their lands, or at least close to, we can play Ultima, because Ultima is a card that when it comes down, people remove right away. But if we eat up all of our opponent's lands, we play Ultima, there's nothing they can do to remove it. And then Ultima is going to be the finisher, because it's going to attack in and just every single turn attack in and take whatever land that they just played and turn it into a colorless land. And they'll never be able to play again until Ultima eventually attacks and finishes them out. So that's how this deck works. So of course we
Banned and restricted announcement June 30th, 2025. The following cards will now be banned in Standard. Corey Steelcutter, banned. Abuela's Awakening, banned. Monstrous Rage, banned. Heartfire Hero, banned. Up the Beanstalk, banned. Hopeless Nightmare, banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough, banned. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, pretty sweet. This is definitely going to shake up Standard quite a bit. It essentially nuked all of the biggest and most powerful decks for the most part, and is going to leave a lot of room for trying new things and some creativity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some decks that got neutered and what might take their place. Most of this is off the cuff. I think this happened like 20 minutes ago or so no prep for this video. Corey Steelcutter. The lack of that will neuter the Is It deck. It really wasn't a deck before Steelcutter. It was basically mono red aggro with some dive down type effects, maybe some shore ups in there, some flood maul bounces, but it really was just a worse version of mono red, and Steelcutter put it over the top. It does have other good cards. It has the Drake Catcher, which is a very good 2-drop, and it now has Vivi. Vivi is the new card that, I guess if something were to improve the old Is It deck that couldn't compete with mono red, it would have to be Vivi that took it over the top. But Vivi is significantly easier to interact with versus Steelcutter, as Steelcutter is an artifact and necessitates having specifically Artifact Take to deal with it, whereas all your creature removal spells that are going to kill the Hatcher are probably also going to kill a Vivi, and 0/3 Vivi dies to some decent stuff like cut down any 3 damage effects. So we'll see how it probably drops to a B tier deck, I think. In best of 3, in best of 1, it already is a B tier deck, essentially. It's just not fast enough, surprisingly. But even best of 3, I think it'll drop to a B tier deck, and we'll have to see if VV is enough to keep it in the A tier, but I think not. You can still go VV plus stock up, but now there's no Monstrous Rage, so you might have to do like some other +3 pumps. Anyway, it's a big neuter to that deck for sure. Wasn't played really before Steel Cutter, and without Steel Cutter, I think it'll essentially be gone. I think you can play it casually more as like a B tier deck, but it's not going to be the same without Steel Cutter. Abuela's Awakening, huge. Deck's fine. It's just like I don't know. Nobody really wants to sit around and wait for their opponent to like combo off for 20 minutes, and sometimes they don't even have the nuts. They can still lose. So if you're in a competitive environment, it often behooves you to wait the full 20 minutes to let them do their full combo in case they mess up or they mill their win con or whatever. So that one's like not a very fun. I don't think it's a good part of a well-designed game. And so even though I've actually had fun, I qualified with the deck once and I've played a good amount of it. I'm okay to see it go. Totally happy to see it go. So that deck is squashed as is. There are certainly other ways to reanimate Omniscience. Yuna is now in the formats. You could play 4 Yunas and 4 Omnisciences and some other stuff and try to make that work. There was already a pre-existing Squirming Emergence Omniscience deck that was winning, close to 50%, maybe like 52%, 53%. So solid, like B or C tier deck. Wasn't, blowing people out of the water. Nothing like the crazy consistent 60% plus win rate Azorius version. So the Omniscience still is in standard. I'm sure someone will break it again the next 5 years. It's around for 5 years. But for now, it is squished. And if you like that card, you can still play it in like Sultai Emergence Omniscience decks. Totally fine there, but it won't be as dominant, which I am totally content with. So that's cool to see that one go. Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Wow, some biggies. So Rage is the one that everyone talks about and complains about. Makes it almost never profitable to block, which is very frustrating. The other thing that it does, which people don't talk about as much, and if you watch any of the Pro Tour, you saw this happen, especially like in the final rounds. The other thing it stops you from doing is being reactive, which I think is a really interesting and fun part of the game, like holding open mana for your opponent's turn to do things. The cost of being wrong and holding open like a removal spell for your opponent when they have Monstrous Rage and can bump up the toughness out of removal range is so high that you are forced to use lots of removal on your own turn. So if you watch like the final game of Izzet versus Mono Red, every single turn they had removal, they fired it off immediately because the risk is too big to potentially have it blow out by the opponent. And so beyond the blocking, which everyone talks about, I also like that. I think it makes the game more interactive and that there's more upside to holding open mana for your opponent. You try to get the 2-for-1, whereas now it's just like the risk is so high that if in the finals of the Pro Tour, they're just all their instant speed spells are coming off at sorcery speed, then yeah, it's kind of a waste of instant speed, which is a cool part of the game, right? It's the trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And instants are kind of our version of that. So it's good to see that go for that reason as well. Heartfire Hero banned is interesting because, the question is if just the Rage is banned, then does the mouse package stick around? You can still put double strike on the hero. There are other ways to give it trample. You can suit up Ember Cleave, even without Monstrous Rage, you could figure out a way. And by the way, I think it's pretty interesting. I'll probably post this video later today. I qualified for the qualifier event playing Mono Red in Pioneer because they messed up. There actually was a bug in the game. It was supposed to be historic, but the pre-qualifier round was Pioneer. And in Pioneer, you have access both to Ember Cleave and Annex to the Forge and all that jazz, and also Monstrous Rage and Heartfire and Manifold Mouse. And nobody plays Ember Cleave in Pioneer, even though you have access to it, because Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse is just a better Ember Cleave than Ember Cleave it is itself. So if you're looking for what power creep looks like, that is it. But without the one-drop mouse, what happens next? Mono Red will be fine. It will still win lots of games. It'll probably still be A tier or top of B tier at the worst. Instead of the hero, you could always run the Swift Spear, which is a very decent card. Instead of Rage, there are plenty of other synonymous pump spells, right? Everything will be a little bit worse, but there are lots of playable pump spells you could play. I think the most interesting question is, do you still play the mouse package? Do you still play Manifold Mouse and the Ember Heart Challenger without the hero? Emperor Challenger is generically just a very good card anyway. Manifold Mouse is a little bit more suspect because it's vastly better with the one drop. And yeah, I don't actually know. I think one of the things that could happen is people could transition into Boros. And there is a white mouse that has offspring, which is not bad. It's like a 1-mana 1/2. You can offspring it for 2 of those suckers. I think whenever you target it, maybe all your other mice or all of your mice get like +1/+0 till end of turn. It's not a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Manifold Mouse sticks around into a Boros package and maybe that little mouse comes in. But I'm not so sure it'll be played in mono red. I'll have to go back and look at what other 2-drops would come in. But mono red will be fine. But yeah, it'll be a lot worse without both Rage and Hero into Manifold Mouse. It's great. So this is just really wonderful. I think it's going to open up all sorts of things. The death trigger isn't as annoying, right? Anyone who has just a destroy effect isn't super penalized by Heartfire Hero blowing up in their face. So this is really wonderful for a lot of reasons. Up the Beanstalk. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really interesting because the last Pro Tour was won by Zur Beanstalk shenanigans. So this is cool. Free draw a card every single turn for the rest of the game for 2 mana is pretty ridiculous. And it also replaces itself immediately. If they could have nerfed it so that doesn't draw the first time it comes in, that would be a decent change. But the fact that someone plays it, you have to immediately get lost it and you're already down a card. It just sucks. So yeah, pretty happy to see this card go. I do think it makes more space for some Yuna versions, because there are some cool decks around that card. There's the new 2-drop, I forget what it's called. It's like a 2-mana sorcery, Surveil 2, I think, gain 2 life, and then you can play it back from the graveyard for 4. You get the Surveil 2 and life again, plus it comes in as like a 4/4 creature, and you exile the top card of your library, and maybe you get that to your hand. That's a good card. Then next turn you get 2 more green mana. Then so it's like that card is looking for space, and it competes with the Up the Beanstalk for space and decks, and so I think that card is definitely going to see more play, and the Surveil sets it up for some nice Yuna stuff, both turn 2 and turn 4. So I think Yuna could be a bigger player now that Beanstalk is gone. There are also some other new cards from Final Fantasy. There's like a new 3-drop, which is kind of like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, like a 3-mana 3/2 or something that fetches the basic from your deck to the land, deck to the battlefield. Does something else, I don't know. But it also sets you up for Yuna pretty well. And when it dies, it goes to the graveyard. You can reanimate it off Yuna anyway. So I think we could see some more Yuna stuff with Beanstalk gone, and make space for some cards that she wants to run anyway. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Interesting. That's kind of like the budget deck of the format, minus the rare lands if you run Esper, but you can run just Orzhov. I think this is fine. It's really just annoying if everyone plays it. I don't mind running up against this deck every once in a while. I will say discard effects in general are not always everyone's cup of tea. If your opponent has you discard all your cards, you never get to play your cards. It's not a super fun play pattern. So from a game health, game enjoyment standpoint, not having play Hopeless Nightmare, turn 1, discard a card, turn 2, play a Pixie, pick it up, put Nightmare back down, discard another card. Okay, and then we're just like, all right, well, I don't have any cards left. Just great game of Magic. So, from that standpoint, I'm happy to see that gone. This Town Ain't Big Enough, it's kind of a really cool card. I don't know that of all the ones that are banned, that's maybe the one I'm least excited to see banned. I think it just opens up some cool opportunities. You can bounce your opponent's stuff, you can bounce your stuff, you can bounce 2 of your stuff. I think it's a pretty interesting card for 2 mana. So of all the cards, I'm not sad to see it banned, but I do think it's a cool card. I'm not sure if it needs to be banned or not. You can fit into a lot of different decks, right? Even like the Crab Beans deck was a cool one to slot that guy into. So anyway, that'll be the ban announcement. Yeah. This is cool. This is huge. I'm super excited. I don't know what I'll do first. Today is technically the ladder reset. I could try to do a rank 1 push. I did just this morning finish top 250, hopefully. I'm currently at 150. Hopefully no one dethrones me. So I should qualify for next month's qualifier weekend tournament, which is standard, which I know you guys are hyped for. So I made sure to try to make that push. I woke up at the stupid chicken here that wakes up at 4 a.m. But I was up at 4 a.m. So I did that this morning. And I don't know if I'll do a rank 1 push or not. I could try a new mono red or Boros version without Rage or Heartfire Hero. See how it does. If I feel like playing for 8 to 12 more hours today. And yeah, probably later today I'll release my pre-qualifier Pioneer Red event and also my historic qualifier weekend video as well. So yeah, this is big. This is huge. Get excited. I'm excited too. I'm gonna get an apartment freaking soon, hopefully, and then I'm pumped to pump out a lot of videos for you guys, especially given the ban announcement. So yeah, get psyched. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one. Banned and restricted announcement June 30th, 2025. The following cards will now be banned in Standard. Corey Steelcutter, banned. Abuela's Awakening, banned. Monstrous Rage, banned. Heartfire Hero, banned. Up the Beanstalk, banned. Hopeless Nightmare, banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough, banned. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, pretty sweet. This is definitely going to shake up Standard quite a bit. It essentially nuked all of the biggest and most powerful decks for the most part, and is going to leave a lot of room for trying new things and some creativity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some decks that got neutered and what might take their place. Most of this is off the cuff. I think this happened like 20 minutes ago or so, so no prep for this video. Corey Steelcutter. The lack of that will neuter the Izzet deck. It really wasn't a deck before Steelcutter. It was basically mono red aggro with some like dive down type effects, maybe some shore ups in there, some flood maul bounces, but it really was just a worse version of mono red, and Steelcutter put it over the top. It does have other good cards. It has the Drake Catcher, which is a very good 2-drop, and it now has Vivi. Vivi is the new card that, like, I guess if something were to improve the old Izzet deck that couldn't compete with mono red, like it would have to be Vivi that took it over the top. But Vivi is significantly easier to interact with versus Steelcutter, as Steelcutter is an artifact and necessitates having specifically artifact hate to deal with it, whereas all your creature removal spells that are going to kill the Hatcher are probably also going to kill a Vivi, and 0/3 Vivi dies to some decent stuff like cut down any 3 damage effects. So we'll see how it probably drops to a B tier deck, I think. In best of 3, in best of 1, it already is a B tier deck, essentially. It's just not fast enough, surprisingly. But even best of 3, I think it'll drop to a B tier deck, and we'll have to see if Vivi is enough to keep it in the A tier, but I think not. You can still go Vivi plus stock up, but now there's no Monstrous Rage, so you might have to do like some other +3 pumps. Anyway, it's a big neuter to that deck for sure. Izzet wasn't played really before Steelcutter, and without Steelcutter, I think it'll essentially be gone. I think you can play it casually more as like a B tier deck, but it's not going to be the same as Steelcutter. Abuela's Awakening, huge. Deck's fine. It's just like I don't know. Nobody really wants to sit around and wait for their opponent to like combo off for 20 minutes, and sometimes they don't even have the nuts. They can still lose. So if you're in a competitive environment, it often behooves you to wait the full 20 minutes to let them do their full combo in case they mess up or they mill their win con or whatever. So that one's like not a very fun. I don't think it's a good part of a well-designed game. And so even though I've actually had fun, I qualified with the deck once and I've played a good amount of it. I'm okay to see it go. Totally happy to see it go. So that deck is squashed as is. There are certainly other ways to reanimate Omniscience. Yuna is now in the formats. You could play 5 Yunas, or sorry, 4 Yunas and 4 Omnisciences and some other stuff and try to make that work. There was already a pre-existing Squirming Emergence Omniscience deck that was winning, close to 50%, maybe like 52%, 53%. So solid, like B or C tier deck. Wasn't blowing people out of the water. Nothing like the crazy consistent 60% plus win rate Azorius version. So the Omniscience still is in Standard. I'm sure someone will break it again the next 5 years. It's around for 5 years, but for now it is squished, and if you like that card, you can still play it in like Sultai Emergence Omniscience decks. Totally fine there, but it won't be as dominant, which I am totally content with. So that's cool to see that one go. Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Wow, some biggies. So Rage is the one that everyone talks about and complains about. Makes it almost never profitable to block, which is very frustrating. The other thing that it does, which people don't talk about as much, and if you watch any of the Pro Tour, you saw this happen, especially like in the final rounds. The other thing it stops you from doing is being reactive, which I think is a really interesting and fun part of the game, like holding open mana for your opponent's turn to do things. The cost of being wrong and holding open like a removal spell for your opponent when they have Monstrous Rage and can bump up the toughness out of removal range is so high that you are forced to use lots of removal on your own turn. So if you watch like the final game of Izzet versus Mono Red, every single turn they had removal, they fired it off immediately because the risk is too big to potentially have it blow out by the opponent. And so beyond the blocking, which everyone talks about, I also like that. I think it makes the game more interactive, and that there's more upside to holding up a mana for your opponent and try to get the 2-for-1. Whereas now it's just like the risk is so high that if in the finals of the Pro Tour, they're just all their instant speed spells are coming off at sorcery speed, then it's kind of a waste of instant speed, which is a cool part of the game, right? It's the trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And instants are kind of our version of that. So it's good to see that go for that reason as well. Heartfire Hero banned is interesting because, the question is if just the Rage is banned, then does the mouse package stick around? You can still put double strike on the hero. There are other ways to give it trample. You can suit up Ember Cleave, even without Monstrous Rage, you could figure out a way. And by the way, I think it's pretty interesting. I qualified, I'll probably post this video later today. I qualified for the qualifier event playing Mono Red in Pioneer because they messed up. There actually was a bug in the game. It was supposed to be historic, but the pre-qualifier round was Pioneer. And in Pioneer, you have access both to Ember Cleave and Annex to the Forge and all that jazz, and also Monstrous Rage and Heartfire and Manifold Mouse. And nobody plays Ember Cleave in Pioneer, even though you have access to it, because Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse is just a better Ember Cleave than Ember Cleave it is itself. So if you're looking for what power creep looks like, that is it. But without the one-drop mouse, you know, what happens next? Mono Red will be fine. It will still win lots of games. It'll probably still be A tier or top of B tier at the worst. Instead of the hero, you could always run the Swift Spear, which is a very decent card. Instead of Rage, there are plenty of other synonymous pump spells, right? Everything will be a little bit worse, but there are lots of playable pump spells you could play. I think the most interesting question is, do you still play the mouse package? Do you still play Manifold Mouse and the Ember Heart Challenger without the hero? Emperor Challenger is generically just a very good card anyway. Manifold Mouse is a little bit more suspect because it's vastly better with the one drop. And yeah, I don't actually know. I think one of the things that could happen is people could transition into Boros. And there is a white mouse that has Offspring, which is not bad. It's like a 1-mana 1/2. You can Offspring it for 2 of those suckers. I think whenever you target it, maybe all your other mice or all of your mice get like +1/+0 till end of turn. It's not a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Manifold Mouse sticks around into a Boros package and maybe that little mouse comes in. But I'm not so sure it'll be played in Mono Red. I'll have to go back and look at what other 2-drops would come in. But Mono Red will be fine. But yeah, it'll be a lot worse without both Rage and Hero into Manifold Mouse. It's great. So this is just really wonderful. I think it's going to open up all sorts of things. The death trigger isn't as annoying, right? Anyone who has just a destroy effect isn't super penalized by Heartfire Hero blowing up on their face. So this is really wonderful for a lot of reasons. Up the Beanstalk. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really interesting because the last Pro Tour was won by you know, Zur Beanstalk shenanigans. So this is cool. You know, free draw card every single turn for the rest of the game for 2 mana is pretty ridiculous. And it also replaces itself immediately. You know, if they could have nerfed it so that doesn't draw the first time it comes in, that would be a decent change. But the fact that someone plays it, you have to immediately get lost it and you're already down a card. It just sucks. So like, yeah, pretty happy to see this card go. I do think it makes more space for some Yuna versions, because there are some cool decks around that card. There's the new 2-drop, I forget what it's called. It's like a 2-mana sorcery, Surveil 2, I think, gain 2 life, and then you can play it back from the graveyard for 4. You get the Surveil 2 and life again, plus it comes in as like a 4/4 creature, and you exile the top card of your library, and maybe you get that to your hand. That's a good card. Then next turn you get 2 more green mana. Then, you know, so it's like that card is looking for space, and it competes with the Up the Beanstalk for you know, space and decks, and so I think that card is definitely going to see more play, and the Surveil sets it up for some nice Yuna stuff, both turn 2 and turn 4. So I think Yuna could be a bigger player now that Beanstalk is gone. There are also some other new cards from Final Fantasy. There's like a new 3-drop, which is kind of like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, like a 3-mana 3/2 or something that fetch the basic from your deck to the land, deck to the battlefield. Does something else, I don't know. But it also sets you up for Yuna pretty well. And when it dies, it goes to the graveyard. You can reanimate it off Yuna anyway. So I think we could see some more Yuna stuff with Beanstalk gone and make space for some cards that she wants to run anyway. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Interesting. That's kind of like the budget deck of the format. Minus the rare lands if you run Esper, but you can run just Orzhov. I think this is fine. It's really just annoying if everyone plays it. I don't mind running up against this deck every once in a while. I will say discard effects in general are not always everyone's cup of tea. If your opponent has you discard all your cards, you never get to play your cards. It's not a super fun play pattern. So from a game health, game enjoyment standpoint, not having play Hopeless Nightmare, turn 1, discard a card. Turn 2, play a Pixie, pick it up, put Nightmare back down, discard another card. Okay, and then we're just like, all right, well, I don't have any cards left. Just great game of Magic. So, you know, from that standpoint, I'm happy to see that gone. This Town Ain't Big Enough, it's kind of a really cool card. I don't know that of all the ones that are banned, that's maybe the one I'm least excited to see banned. I think it just opens up some cool opportunities. You can bounce your opponent's stuff, you can bounce your stuff, you can bounce 2 of your stuff. Like, I think it's a pretty interesting card for 2 mana. So of all the cards, like, I'm not sad to see it banned, but I do think it's a cool card. I'm not sure if it needs to be banned or not. I mean, you can fit into a lot of different decks, right? Even like the Crab Beans deck was a cool one to slot that guy into. So anyway, that'll be the ban announcement. Yeah. This is cool. This is huge. I'm super excited. I don't know what I'll do first. Today is technically the ladder reset. I could try to do a rank 1 push. I did just this morning finish top 250, hopefully. I'm currently at 150. Hopefully no one like dethrones me. So I should qualify for next month's qualifier weekend tournament, which is standard, which I know you guys are hyped for. So I made sure to try to make that push. I woke up at like the stupid chicken here that wakes up at 4 a.m. But I was up at 4 a.m. So I did that this morning. And I don't know if I'll do a rank 1 push or not. I could try like a new Mono Red or Boros version without Rage or Heartfire Hero. See how it does. If I feel like playing for like 8 to 12 more hours today. And yeah, probably later today I'll release my pre-qualifier Pioneer Red event and also my historic qualifier weekend video as well. So yeah, this is big, this is huge. Get excited. I'm excited too. I'm gonna get an apartment freaking soon, hopefully, and then I'm pumped to pump out a lot of videos for you guys, especially given the ban announcement. So yeah, get psyched. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one. Banned and restricted announcement June 30th, 2025. The following cards will now be banned in Standard. Corey Steelcutter, banned. Abuela's Awakening, banned. Monstrous Rage, banned. Heartfire Hero, banned. Up the Beanstalk, banned. Hopeless Nightmare, banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough, banned. Hot Diggity Dog. Yeah, pretty sweet. This is definitely going to shake up Standard quite a bit. It essentially nuked all of the biggest and most powerful decks for the most part, and is going to leave a lot of room for trying new things and some creativity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some decks that got neutered and what might take their place. Most of this is off the cuff. I think this happened like 20 minutes ago or so, so no prep for this video. Corey Steelcutter. The lack of that will neuter the Is It deck. It really wasn't a deck before Steelcutter. It was basically mono red aggro with some like dive down type effects, maybe some shore ups in there, some flood maul bounces, but it really was just a worse version of mono red, and Steelcutter put it over the top. It does have other good cards. It has the Drake Catcher, which is a very good 2-drop, and it now has Vivi. Vivi is the new card that, like, I guess if something were to improve the old Is It deck that couldn't compete with mono red, like it would have to be Vivi that took it over the top. But Vivi is significantly easier to interact with versus Steelcutter, as Steelcutter is an artifact and necessitates having specifically Artifact Take to deal with it, whereas all your creature removal spells that are going to kill the Hatcher are probably also going to kill a Vivi, and 0/3 Vivi dies to some decent stuff like cut down any 3 damage effects. So we'll see how it probably drops to a B tier deck, I think. In best of 3, in best of 1, it already is a B tier deck, essentially. It's just not fast enough, surprisingly. But even best of 3, I think it'll drop to a B tier deck, and we'll have to see if Vivi is enough to keep it in the A tier, but I think not. You can still go Vivi plus stock up, but now there's no Monstrous Rage, so you might have to do like some other +3 pumps. Anyway, it's a big neuter to that deck for sure. Is It wasn't played really before Steelcutter, and without Steelcutter, I think it'll essentially be gone. I think you can play it casually more as like a B tier deck, but it's not going to be the same as Steelcutter. Abuela's Awakening, huge. Deck's fine. It's just like I don't know. Nobody really wants to sit around and wait for their opponent to like combo off for 20 minutes, and sometimes they don't even have the nuts. They can still lose. So if you're in a competitive environment, it often behooves you to wait the full 20 minutes to let them do their full combo in case they mess up or they mill their win con or whatever. So that one's like not a very fun. I don't think it's a good part of a well-designed game. And so even though I've actually had fun, I qualified with the deck once and I've played a good amount of it. I'm okay to see it go. Totally happy to see it go. So that deck is squashed as is. There are certainly other ways to reanimate Omniscience. Yuna is now in the formats. You could play 4 Yunas and 4 Omnisciences and some other stuff and try to make that work. There was already a pre-existing Squirming Emergence Omniscience deck that was winning, close to 50%, maybe like 52%, 53%. So solid, like B or C tier deck. Wasn't, blowing people out of the water. Nothing like the crazy consistent 60% plus win rate Azorius version. So the Omniscience still is in Standard. I'm sure someone will break it again the next 5 years. It's around for 5 years. But for now, it is squished. And if you like that card, you can still play it in like Sultai Emergence Omniscience decks. Totally fine there, but it won't be as dominant, which I am totally content with. So that's cool to see that one go. Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Wow, some biggies. So Rage is the one that everyone talks about and complains about. Makes it almost never profitable to block, which is very frustrating. The other thing that it does, which people don't talk about as much, and if you watch any of the Pro Tour, you saw this happen, especially like in the final rounds. The other thing it stops you from doing is being reactive, which I think is a really interesting and fun part of the game, like holding open mana for your opponent's turn to do things. The cost of being wrong and holding open like a removal spell for your opponent when they have Monstrous Rage and can bump up the toughness out of removal range is so high that you are forced to use lots of removal on your own turn. So if you watch like the final game of Is It versus Mono Red, every single turn they had removal, they fired it off immediately because the risk is too big to potentially have it blow out by the opponent. And so beyond the blocking, which everyone talks about, I also like that. I think it makes the game more interactive in that there's more upside to holding up a mana for your opponent. You try to get the 2 for 1, whereas now it's just like the risk is so high that if in the finals of the Pro Tour, they're just all their instant speed spells are coming off at sorcery speed, then yeah, it's kind of a waste of instant speed, which is a cool part of the game, right? It's the trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And instants are kind of our version of that. So it's good to see that go for that reason as well. Heartfire Hero banned is interesting because, you know, the question is if just the Rage is banned, then does the mouse package stick around? You know, you can still put double strike on the hero. There are other ways to give it trample. You can suit up Ember Cleave, you know, even without Monstrous Rage, you could figure out a way. And by the way, I think it's pretty interesting. I qualified, I'll probably post this video later today. I qualified for the qualifier event playing mono red in Pioneer because they messed up. They actually was a bug in the game. It was supposed to be historic, but the qualifier, pre-qualifier round was Pioneer. And in Pioneer, you have access both to Ember Cleave and Annex to the Forge and all that jazz, and also Monstrous Rage and Heartfire and Manifold Mouse. And nobody plays Ember Cleave in Pioneer, even though you have access to it, because Monstrous Rage and Manifold Mouse is just a better Ember Cleave than Ember Cleave it is itself. So if you're looking for what power creep looks like, that is it. But without the 1-drop mouse, you know, what happens next? Mono Red will be fine. It will still win lots of games. It'll probably still be A tier or top of B tier at the worst. Instead of the hero, you could always run the Swift Spear, which is a very decent card. Instead of Rage, there are plenty of other synonymous pump spells, right? Everything will be a little bit worse, but there are lots of playable pump spells you could play. I think the most interesting question is, do you still play the mouse package? Do you still play Manifold Mouse and the Ember Heart Challenger without the hero? Emperor Challenger is generically just a very good card anyway. Manifold Mouse is a little bit more suspect because it's vastly better with the 1-drop. And yeah, I don't actually know. I think one of the things that could happen is people could transition into Boros. And there is a white mouse that has Offspring, which is not bad. It's like a 1-mana 1/2. You can Offspring it for 2 of those suckers. I think whenever you target it, maybe all your other mice or all of your mice get like +1/+0 till end of turn. It's not a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Manifold Mouse sticks around into a Boros package and maybe that little mouse comes in. But I'm not so sure it'll be played in Mono Red. I'll have to go back and look at what other 2-drops would come in. But Mono Red will be fine. But yeah, it'll be a lot worse without both Rage and Hero into Manifold Mouse. It's great. So this is just really wonderful, I think. It's going to open up all sorts of things. The Death Trigger isn't as annoying, right? Anyone who has just a Destroy effect isn't super penalized by Heartfire Hero blowing up in their face. So this is really wonderful for a lot of reasons. Up the Beanstalk. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really interesting because the last Pro Tour was won by you know, Zur Beanstalk shenanigans. So this is cool. You know, free draw card every single turn for the rest of the game. It, for 2 mana is pretty ridiculous, and it also replaces itself immediately. You know, if they could have nerfed it so that doesn't draw the first time it comes in, that would be a decent change. But the fact that if someone plays it, you have to immediately get lost it, and you're already down a card. It just sucks. So like, yeah, it's pretty happy to see this card go. I do think it makes more space for some Yuna versions, because there are some cool decks around that card. There's the new 2-drop, I forget what it's called. It's like a 2-mana sorcery, Surveil 2, I think, gain 2 life, and then you can play it back from the graveyard for 4. You get the Surveil 2 and life again, plus it comes in as like a 4/4 creature, and you exile the top card of your library, and maybe you get that to your hand. That's a good card. Then next turn you get 2 more green mana. Then, you know, so it's like that card is looking for space, and it competes with the Up the Beanstalk for you know, space and decks, and so I think that card is definitely going to see more play, and the Surveil sets it up for some nice Yuna stuff, both turn 2 and turn 4. So I think Yuna could be a bigger player now that Beanstalk is gone. There are also some other new cards from Final Fantasy. There's like a new 3-drop, which is kind of like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, like a 3-mana 3/2 or something that fetch the basic from your deck to the battlefield. Does something else, I don't know. But it also sets you up for Yuna pretty well. And when it dies, it goes to the graveyard. You can reanimate it off Yuna anyway. So I think we could see some more Yuna stuff with Beanstalk on, and make space for some cards that she wants to run anyway. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Interesting. That's kind of like the budget deck of the format. Minus the rare lands if you run Esper, but you can run just Orzhov. I think this is fine. It's really just annoying if everyone plays it. I don't mind running up against this deck every once in a while. I will say discard effects in general are not always everyone's cup of tea. If your opponent has you discard all your cards, you never get to play your cards. It's not a super fun play pattern. So from a game health, game enjoyment standpoint, not having play Hopeless Nightmare, turn 1, discard a card. Turn 2, play a Pixie, pick it up, put Nightmare back down, discard another card. Okay, and then we're just like, all right, well, I don't have any cards left. Just great game of Magic. So, you know, from that standpoint, I'm happy to see that gone. This Town Ain't Big Enough, it's kind of a really cool card. I don't know that of all the ones that are banned, that's maybe the one I'm least excited to see banned. I think it just opens up some cool opportunities. You can bounce your opponent's stuff, you can bounce your stuff, you can bounce 2 of your stuff. Like, I think it's a pretty interesting card for 2 mana. So of all the cards, like I have no, I'm not sad to see it banned, but I do think it's a cool card. I'm not sure if it needs to be banned or not. You can fit into a lot of different decks, right? Even like the Crab Beans deck is a cool one to slot that guy into. So anyway, that'll be the banned announcement. Yeah, this is cool. This is huge. I'm super excited. I don't know what I'll do first. Today is technically the ladder reset. I could try to do a rank 1 push. I did just this morning finish top 250, hopefully. I'm currently at 150, but 150 dethrones me. So I should qualify for next month's qualifier weekend tournament, which is standard, which I know you guys are hyped for. So I made sure to try to make that push. I woke up at like, oh, stupid chicken here, at least before 4 a.m. But I was up at 4 a.m., so I did that this morning. And I don't know if I'll do a rank 1 push or not. I could try like a new mono red or Boros version without Rage or Heartfire Hero. See how it does. I feel like playing for 12 more hours today. And yeah, probably later today I'll release my pre-qualifier Pioneer Red event and also my historic qualifier weekend video as well. So yeah, this is big, this is huge. Get excited. I'm excited too. I'm gonna get an apartment freaking soon, hopefully, and then I'm pumped to pump out a lot of videos for you guys, especially given the ban announcement. So yeah, get psyched. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey you, it's me again. Are you still wondering? Well,
Secret Lair, the Sonic Super Drop, has 3 drops that are part of it. The first one you see here has mechanically unique characters created just for this drop. 7 new legendary creatures. It's impossible to assign a value to this one because these cards didn't exist previously, but these cards didn't exist previously. That one sells for 40 and 50, so they've upped the price of the mechanically unique cards, but we've also got Sonic Turbo Gear here, which is selling for 30 and 40 that we would typically expect from a Secret Lair, and it's got about $36 of value in it, covered mostly between the Reaver Cleaver as Knuckles gloves and Hammer of Nazan as Pico Pico Hammer. The other layer that's part of the drop is Secret Lair X Sonic Chasing Adventure, and this one has very little value to it, only about $13 worth of cards in this $30 or $40 Secret Lair, but it does contain the Soul Ring that you see coming into the picture right now, and if you're building one of those mechanically unique commanders, you're probably going to want that Soul Ring. Those are the values of the Secret Lairs as they stand. I want to go through each of them individually and tell you what I think of the cards and whether or not I think they're great pickups or not. Joel R Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the only place to put your deck lists on the internet. Secret Lair X Sonic Friends and Foes starts off with Super State. All 7 of the cards in Friends and Foes are mechanically unique. That means they've never been printed before. They're not reskins, they're not reprints. These are straight up brand new cards. That means the only way to get these is going to be the Secret Lair. So if we look at value in these, they don't have any value because these cards have never existed, but they do have value because these cards have never existed. This is going to be the only place that you can buy these past the secondary market. The non-foil copies are going to be at some WPN stores. It's one of those types of drops that there will be a little bit more supply, but going into this, it's just tough to say, oh, this drop is worth X dollars because they've never existed. However, the cards in them are very strong. Super State is a 7-mana legendary aura enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature has base power and toughness 9/9 and has flying, first strike, trample, and haste. Whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent. I'm looking at commanders, obviously, that want to attack. Voltron, Aura decks immediately want this. Any deck that's running Ketis, stuff like that, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be wanted in a few different archetypes. You've also got Knuckles here, 2 red, 2 other for a 2/4 double striking, trampling haste. It says whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. So we've got a legendary version of Professional Facebreaker. We can play this out of the command zone. That's pretty sweet. And also says at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 30 or more artifacts, you win the game. That's kind of cool. We've seen that on a dragon before. It's maybe going to win you a game here and there, but the more impactful part here is going to be a creature that allows you to create treasure tokens when you're dealing combat damage. I also really like Amy Rose. I just built Cloud, and I think this card is going to go right into Cloud decks because growing Cloud's power by 3 is pretty incredible for that deck's payoffs. Amy Rose is a white, a red, and 2 for a 3/3 with haste. Whenever Amy Rose attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment to her, already in line with that, and great in equipment decks, obviously. Then up to 1 other target attacking creature gets +X/+O, where X is Amy's power. That is what I'm interested in here, attacking alongside Cloud, automatically giving that +3 ability. Pretty funny to have Amy Rose and Cloud in the same deck anyway. Then we've got Dr. Eggman here, Grixis, a red, a black, a blue, and 2 for a 3/6 that flies. It says at the beginning of your end step, I like that you get the payoff immediately and don't have to wait till your next upkeep. Draw a card, then each opponent faces a villainous choice. They either discard a card, or you can put a construct, robot, or vehicle from your hand straight onto the battlefield. Interesting build around here, maybe good in Grixis vehicles decks that we've already seen. Miles, Tails, Prower, a blue, a white, and 1 for a 3/1 with flash and flying. Whenever a vehicle you control enters, draw a card if it has flying. Otherwise, put a flying counter on it. Automatically goes into every vehicle deck that is blue and white color identity at the very least. Right? Maybe not the best out of the command zone, but automatically a 99 piece in vehicles. Then you've got your 2 mains here, Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic the Hedgehog. Shadow's a black, black, red, red 4/2 mercenary with haste. It says whenever Shadow or another creature you control with flash or haste dies, draw a card. And then the relevant piece here that's got everybody freaking out over this card. Each spell you cast has split second if mana from an artifact was spent to cast it. That means as long as it's on the stack, players can't cast spells or activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. The stack stops. Nobody else can counter anything, can play anything. No other anything, even activated abilities, are going onto the stack once we've got something with split second on top of it. That's got a lot of ramifications competitively, especially. CEDH players are already significantly brewing around this card. I'm interested to see where this one goes, but I think a lot of the interest is lying around Shadow the Hedgehog right now, but that's not to say that there's nothing to be said about Sonic the Hedgehog, a white, a red, a blue, and 1 for a 2/4 with haste. It's got whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks, put a +1 counter on each creature you control with flash or haste. Pretty cool ability there. And whenever a creature you control with flash or haste is dealt damage, create a tapped treasure token. Very flavorful there. If you got hit in Sonic the game, you sprouted all of your rings out, all of your treasure rings out. So overall, a very strong drop in my opinion. There will also be a secret card, and very frequently with these IP crossover secret cards, they are also of the IP, and so maybe another playable exclusive in there. Possibly a reprint though, since we're not going to get to see it in advance. You would think maybe they're not going to print a mechanically unique card as the secret card. This one is a buy for me. I want to build and try out Shadow the Hedgehog. I like all of these legends. I think Knuckle is going to go into Hada. Super State definitely has a home somewhere. And like I said, Amy Rose is going into my sword, into my Cloud Sword deck, my Cloud deck immediately. And I'll find homes for Sonic and Miles whenever I build a vehicle deck there with Miles maybe. Then you've got Turbo Gear. This one actually has some reprint value to it. $36 of reprint value to be exact. Mostly with the Reaver Cleaver as Knuckles' gloves. This one was only printed in Dominaria United Commander. The extended was in the collector boosters of that set and the list. And then most recently it was in Modern Horizons 3 Commander in this Lurgoyf's deck. The Reaver Cleaver's only got, I would say, like 2 real reprints. The Dominaria United Commander when it was first printed, I should say. And then the Modern Horizons 3 Commander where it was significantly reprinted. Around $13 for that card, though. You've also got Hammer of Nazan down here, which is pretty interesting as Egg Hammer. This one's like $15, and notably, this is the very first new art for Hammer of Nazan. The original one was in Commander 2017 in the Cats deck. This also has a companion card, Nazan Revered Bladesmith. Not in this drop. Possibly the secret card, but also one to keep your eyes on, because honestly, if people are getting Hammer of Nazan for the first time and they go, oh, there's a creature that directly tutors this right up. Okay, I like that creature. I will run it alongside my Hammer of Nazan. $15 around there for the price on this one. $25 for the etched. That's like probably somewhere in there. This one's gonna fall. The Pico Hammer version, I should say. But I would keep an eye out for Nazan Revered Bladesmith, see if that maybe pops up in a secret card. Sonic fans can let me know if there's a card that would work well as a reskin for the Cat bladesmith that'll go get your Hammer of Nazan. But it being only a 2017 card, Commander 2017 card, means it's very scarce. Very cool card to look at right now, and only about $1 or $2 currently as I'm making this video for the Nazan cat that searches this up. Past that, you've got Swiftfoot boots in here as air shoes. That's like $1. This is the first true secret layer Swiftfoot boots. I think that's pretty interesting. We had the Invention secret layer inclusion as a secret card a few years back. Those are like $30. There was a Year of the Rabbit promo around $15 of Swiftfoot boots, and so somewhere in there for price eventually on this one maybe. You've also got Mere Battlesphere here as Egghammer. This card is super cheap, so cheap. It's like 50 cents, but this is literally the first new art for this card ever in any version whatsoever. We've only ever had one art for Mere Battlesphere, so this gives you a second choice, kind of, I guess. Also includes the Mere token as the egg pawn to go alongside it, so those will be moving together if they get moved or sold or traded or whatever, I would imagine. You've also got Lightning Greaves here as power sneakers. Interesting, we've got Swiftfoot boots and Lightning Greaves both in this one drop. Really good to pick up alongside some of the other commanders. You can kind of see how they're pointing to you and saying, hey, look, this would work really well with Dr. Robotnik, Eggman. This would work really well, obviously, with Knuckles. These would work well with Sonic. These would work well with Shadow. This would work well with Amy. This would work well with Tails, right? Like, see what they're doing here. Lightning Greaves has so many copies, so many versions to choose from at this point, but it stays around $5 for base copies of this card because it is such a playable card. The 2XM version of Lightning Greaves is around $20. There's a Dog Secret Lair version around $27. The Invention Lightning Greaves is around $230, so I don't think this card's going to be $230 in foil, but mid-20s, mid-30s, I could see that. That would actually be a possibility long-term, in my opinion. Then you've got Weatherlight here as Tornado Sonic's biplane. It's like $1. It's like $5 for the Dominaria pre-release stamped promo version of Weatherlight. I'm least excited about this card in here, but it'll look cool in a notebook, I guess. All in all, about $36 worth of value for a $30 or $40 layer. Remember, if you're getting these to like hold on to and sell later on the secondary market, just go with foils. Don't worry with the non-foils. The foils are the ones that are going to grow. They're the only ones worth your time if that's your entire goal. So if you're like grabbing an extra copy of these to flip later and have your Sonic layer for free eventually, make sure you pick up foil copies of those because those, in my experience, are the ones that pop off. We've also got the Chasing Adventure layer. Now this one is the least hyped, meaning it's probably going to be the least purchased, but we'll see. The cards in here are the least exciting. You've only got about $13 worth of value on a $30 and $40 layer here. Generous Gift is around $1 card. There is a $30 version of Generous Gift that's from Secret Lair Perfection. It was an online PulseCon exclusive in 2021. One of those types of things, you know, when we weren't back to going around and being around each other yet, they had online things. Those would be those region locked, you know, con exclusives. You can only get this in Chicago or Vegas, etc. That is kind of what happened in 2021 and why we have a $30 version of Generous Gift. Open the Armory is a $2 card. There's never been a special version of it. This is the first special version of Open the Armory, so players like Damien who don't want base copies in their decks are definitely going to look at this one and go, all right, well, I guess I'm running that Open the Armory. Fabricate is around a $7 card here with Tails on it. It's been around since 2003 in Mirrodin. It's been a special guest in Murders at Karlov Manor around $12. It's been a Secret Lair Transformer around $16 right now. And it's also been in another SLD Secret Lair that is currently an $11 copy. So Fabricate tends to hold about twice what it's worth, around $7, you know, depending on the treatment and how much people want Tails on their Fabricate. You've also got Deadly Dispute. Now, we just had this one in the Frank Frazetta SLD. That one's like $7 right now.
There's one true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
Happy Monday, everybody. Today is the ban announcement day, and to, I think, everyone's surprise, Wizards of the Coast decided to do all 7 cards that were up for speculation. I really can't think of another card that could have been included in the list. So we've got Corey Steelcutter, which has been really popular in Is It Prowess, particularly impactful in Best of 3, although Is It Prowess is also the most popular deck in Best of 1, so we're going to see some changes there. Abuelo's Awakening ruins the Azorius Omniscience combo on turn 4, making it much more difficult to do some form of cheesing of Omniscience. There's still a lot of different lines, so I'm glad that they went with a banning of Abuelo's Awakening as opposed to banning of the Omniscience. We've got Monstrous Rage here, which is definitely going to be a sad thing to see go in Mono Red. There's lots of people who think that it's about time that this happened. Especially because of the trample that this card gives you. So we have alternatives like Inside Out that give +3/+0. We've also got like Dreadmaw's Ire, which gives +2/+2 in trample, but only for 1 turn. Doesn't leave the monster roll behind. So see, that could be a pretty good hit to Mono Red. We've got Heartfire Hero to go along with it. So this one going pretty well with the Manifold Mouse on turn 2, and pairing particularly well with the Monstrous Rage. So that will definitely hurt the Mono Red, especially come rotation. We're going to see Monastery Swiftspear leaving Mono Red as well. And so today I'm going to be talking about the decks that are not affected by the bans and where they're positioned for the rotation that's coming up in about a month. So we've got Up the Beanstalk has been pretty much the card of choice for value-driven decks where you're trying to win card advantage. Is pretty cornerstone to the whole domain strategy, especially because the enchantments like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods and Overlord of the Mistmoors, the Overlords trigger the enchantment draw, same with like Ride's End. So Up the Beanstalk definitely going to hurt those decks. We also see Hopeless Nightmare included in this list, which affects Mono Black Discard, Dimir Bounce, Esper Pixie, that sort of thing, where they were getting a lot of value out of playing this card over and over. And then we've got This Town Ain't Big Enough is also getting banned, which was part of the Corey Steelcutter Is It Prowess deck. Works really well with the, blanking on the name of it, the blue enchantment that creates a 1/1 Prowess. We see that in Bounce, we see that in lots of Simic Tempo in Best of 1, and sometimes in Best of 3 as a budget deck. So definitely going to be kind of like a early rotation, and that was kind of the intent in Wizards of the Coast's mind. So August we're going to have that rotation, and then after that we're not going to have another rotation until 2027. And we're going to have 2 of these other like ban rotations, one which is going to happen in about 9 months from now, according to them, sometime next year before we get all the way kind of the midpoint before we get to the 2027 rotations. And they're going to be doing this kind of bans right before rotation going forward. So we'll expect the next one of these, yeah, sometime in March-ish in 2026, and then we'll see one right before the rotation in 2027. So with that, let's get started. Oh yeah, and just really quickly, thank you for those who are my YouTube members. Appreciate your support. You keep this channel running. Consider becoming one if you like this sort of thing, and if you like this channel. Also, I'd love to hear from you guys, what you guys think about the bans in, whether or not it's going to be a good thing for Standard. I think around everyone's going to say that it's a good thing, I think. I think that, it's going to breathe some fresh air into Standard, when I'm really curious to see how things change. So every week what I do is usually I do a Best of 1 review and a Best of 3 review and try to remove my bias just by talking about the tournament winners in Best of 3 and the top 8 decks in Best of 1. Now, obviously,
if you thought to yourself it was pretty cool seeing that Eldrazi were coming back for Edge of Eternities, well, you're not the only one, and the collector box market, it's changing fast. I'm sure by now most of you have realized that a well-designed set can lead to success for Wizards of the Coast, and an awful set with an awful story can actually hurt you and cause things to plummet into the abyss. So where do we find ourselves with Edge of Eternities? Welcome back everyone, MTG Moxman here, and thank you again for hanging out today for another video. Now, the most interesting parts of Edge of Eternities are not in the lineup of the story. I still don't really appreciate all the story writing they've done for all these episodes, but at the same time, it does give you that kind of space opera feel, like there's a big world out there in between all these other planets around the multiverse, and I do appreciate that part of it. This is almost like a comeback call for Wizards of the Coast to kind of combine things and bring them around. Not just planeswalkers, but entire other, I guess you'd want to say, civilizations that maybe haven't been discovered yet. And this leads to a lot more open-ended conversation to how these sets can be designed, built, and utilized. Imagine one of these spacefaring races from the Edge of Eternities coming to Theros. It would be quite a story. It may be good or bad depending on how they put it together. But the biggest thing right now has been the spoilers and what they've shared with us, bringing us back down saying, this is what we're giving you, this is what's been teased out there so far, and how does this affect the sealed market? How is the financial impact of things being shown to us and stories told to let us know if we should be buying this product or not? Because like anything out there, if you've got a good trade of a sports team and they make an amazing play, you're going to sell more seats, right? You have more people going to the games. It's no different for Wizards of the Coast. It's no different than anything else in this world. So let's talk about what's happening. Take a look at this. Now, the biggest thing was when we did a video last week talking about the fact that Eldrazi are inside Edge of Eternities. But if you look in episode 2 of the storyline for Edge of Eternities, they make mention of slivers and the fact they're not real. Like, nobody out here in the spacefaring races has seen them. They're like a boogeyman type deal to be considered, but they're not real to them right now. But that lends to the possibility that slivers are going to be there. That, with the causal effect of seeing an Eldrazi card, has caused maybe a bit of a ripple across the sealed market and the singles market for these particular cards. Now, what I mean by that, jump over and take a look at the fact we've now seen some open packs. We've seen these things kind of filtering across, and they look very selective about what they've chosen to show you. But at the same time, the episode as well as that other card lets us know that maybe there's more to this set than we realize. That kind of idea will get people shopping. It will get people spending their money. And now the question really is, how much money are we spending? How desirable is this set going to be? And what do players need to consider if they're thinking about buying either a play booster box, a bundle box, or maybe even getting a collector box? Well, when we take a look at what's going on in the collector market, and yes, I'm showing you a TCG player page right now, but I can tell you across the board that a lot of stores are already starting to sell out of their advanced pre-orders, where they're willing to put up at the current pricing to see how well it sells. This being shown with the TCG player screenshot I'm showing you right now, this lets you know you've sold hundreds of boxes in a single day. It's getting really creepy out there to think that this may just be another Tarkir Dragonstorm where things are going to sell out so quickly that a lot of players won't even have the opportunity to get some of these boxes. But the good news is we still play booster boxes. Yes, they are going to sell out, it looks like, as well, because the boxers are selling hundreds and hundreds of boxes every single day right now. And this is all a chain reaction of event that has happened in the last 3 days. That has happened since these little episodes have appeared, as well as what we've seen in the market space after seeing that Eldrazi card drop. We also saw a surge in the top 10 reserve list video. You guys can go back and watch my video on that, where we see cards like Lake of the Dead, Scorched Ruins, other cards that connect to Eldrazi really starting to show an upswing in the overall sales on the market. Whether it's going to be near mint, a copy, or heavily played, it looks like people are ramping up and speculators are getting into this market to see exactly what they can get their hands on. And then, of course, we have to jump over and take a look at things like the collector booster boxes, the play booster box, and the bundle packs. Bundle packs are a big thing for players right now. They've always been selling well, even for Karlov Manor. They actually sell really well because they're at a price point a lot of people can afford still. That being said, there's a good chance that this one is going to sell out as well. We've seen an increase in the market demand, and it's really been happening again in the last 72 hours, and this just isn't where we thought the market was going to be for these cards. Even stopping in at something like Amazon and seeing thousands of boxes sold in the last 30 days is a really big deal for an in-house IP developed by Wizards of the Coast. Looking at that product and saying somebody's bought thousands of boxes already in the last 30 days, how many is it really going to sell, and how long until the prices start to shift upward because the first waves of these things that people put up for sale start to disappear. I mean, Amazon has its ups and downs, but it's still a barometer to let you know how the sales development is going for products like this. Now, if we take a look at the idea of Edge of Eternities, remember, this isn't about a single planeswalker going across the multiverse. This is exposing the multiverse to a whole bunch of different intergalactic nations almost, okay? They've got all kinds of different personas developed just so we can experience it, which means we are also going to see more intertwined stories between different parts of the multiverse because these ships can get you there. We have on-pass that can get you there. It's no longer the exclusivity of some mega powerful planeswalker, you the player. It's now being branched out into a whole bunch of different personalities, almost like Star Wars, Star Trek, or any of the different kind of space movies back in the day. We are starting to get that experience, and that's not a bad thing. That allows for a whole bunch of more creative, interesting stories to be developed. Imagine in the future we get to see some of these nations meet up with some of their home world they've never been to. Imagine the idea that they could go back to Dominaria and try an invasion force like the Phyrexians did, only to be rebuffed. Even though it's in space, we have all kinds of different storylines and heroes that can come about because of that. And if we look at the Universes Beyond products and how well they're selling, the new development tone that Wizards of the Coast has been taking with things like Tarkir Dragonstorm, almost like they're turning the ship around finally into a more serious, creative flow to the way they built the cards, it's really going to lend itself for this kind of storytelling later on. I may not really like the stories I see so far, I don't like the writing style, but I can appreciate what they're trying to do, and I can look at that and say, this will affect the sealed product market if they do a good job. If they introduce things like the Eldrazi, if they bring about things like the slivers, almost like the board, right? The collective, the hive mind. It all seems very reminiscent of that to me, and I like that. I grew up in that age, and I just think it's amazing to think this could all come around into huge culminative stories over the next 5 years. I can't wait. It's bringing a lot of players back in time to say, you know what? It isn't too late. This is going to be epic for us. But that brings us back to the whole conversation about pricing. Okay? We know that the play booster boxes, they'll be available, they'll be around. Even at the higher price point, they'll get a reprint, they'll be here. Maybe an initial sellout, though, like we've seen before. And when we bring that back to what we saw with Tarkir Dragonstorm, it does seem likely, as long as these cards fit in, because when you hear about slivers, and you get Eldrazi, and you talk about cool planeswalkers, and new card mechanics, you have a lot going for you, Wizards. Good job. I can appreciate that. But when we're looking at the collector boxes, and the fact a player isn't going to get a chance to get any because speculators get in, and they just buy the boxes right away, and the prices shoot through the roof. So even when stores do put up that second wave, it's going to be at a higher price point. It's all part of the market. If the cards are not good and they don't demand it, the price will be cheaper. If it's amazing and people want it, the price is going to go up. We can't control that, but we control how we decide to spend our money. And I hope players take this to heart, because if these cards start surging in price, if we see sealed boxes going a whole different way that people don't expect, like Tarkir Dragonstorm, like Bloomburrow, it seems to be the trend, and that trend needs to be paid attention to, because you can't control it, but you can prepare. You can be ready for it and say, I'm either not going to join this party, I'll hit the singles, I'm going to go over, maybe get that bundle pack, maybe a play booster box, maybe I'm just going to be looking at individual cards in the singles market. But there's another side of that segment that's going to say, I'm buying 10 collector boxes, I'm cracking these bad boys, and it's going to be epic. And I can appreciate that too. Guys, it's awesome to see this new tone for Wizards of the Coast, this new tone for the game itself. And I want to know what you guys are thinking out there when you see these things coming around. When you hear about slivers coming back, when we see Eldrazi start to appear. And yeah, we're still a ways off. And by the way, Final Fantasy is not losing ground at all. That thing's like a brick. It just refuses to move, and it is solid in its sales, development, and what players are using with the cards. These all have to fit together, and that means there are going to be some pretty awesome cards from the next few upcoming sets. They're going to fit right in with Final Fantasy and the future. And guys, also remember, older cards can start to spike. We've seen this with reserve list cards. You're going to see it with newer modern cards as well. Some of the Moxen have really started to shake it up a bit, including Mox Amber, and we've seen a whole bunch of legendary creatures really start moving on the market, and that's because of Final Fantasy. I really expect a lot of this to still come around with the new set Edge of Eternities, and as we get closer to that release date, we all need to be prepared for the action that is about to befall us. Thanks again for hanging out. Thanks for being here with the Mox Man. Drop some comments in the comment section. And if you're new to my channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. I put out new content every single day. Have a great one, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, here we are back at the end of the video thinking about giant Eldrazzis, the gods of the multiverse. We've got the blind eternities. And even with all that going on, we have to take a moment, take a breath, have a sip of coffee, maybe some water, and just think, it's all because of my patrons, my YouTube membership members, that this is able to happen each and every day. So thanks again for being supporters of the channel. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow with another video. That's right. Slivers aren't real. Can you imagine how that would be in a story like that? I want you to picture that. There's some worlds in the multiverse that know about slivers, of course, like thralls, right? Terrifying things. Okay, hold on. Welcome back to the Ramble Jamble. And if you don't know how deadly thralls are, you need to read the history of Dominaria. Thralls can hyper-evolve so quickly, they defeated the Phyrexians on their own. And nothing's alive on that place except for them and some Thalids, because they let them live. Keep it in mind. In the story, they're the deadliest thing in the multiverse. How's that for storytelling? Now, let's jump back to slivers, because they're awesome. And the hive mind ability. Imagine like some 30-foot sliver coming down some like creepy cabin, almost like aliens, right? That's how I'm picturing these guys, thinking about them like some kind of boogeyman type thing. I love that. Guys, I got goosebumps thinking about how the story could go and what they could do with this kind of storytelling. I can't wait, man. This stuff is awesome. They're doing a good job. No, I don't really like all the writing of the storytelling that they're doing. It seems just but it's a slog to even read this stuff. But at the same, and I can't remember half of it because it's not interesting enough to me. But at the same time, those key bits, I love that stuff, man. I'm really worried about the box prices. I really think they're going to get jacked up again. Don't worry, we're taking preventative measures here. Guys, have a great one. Whoa, great stuff.
Over the last few days, I've watched nearly 30 collector boxes of Final Fantasy get opened, and I want to change my mind on something I recommended the first time I talked about Final Fantasy collectors on the channel. I suggested in that video that maybe $700 was going to be the right price to purchase this box and open it, and potentially get your value back out of the box. If you can find a box of this for between $600 and $700, I think that's a really safe, low-risk grab of a $600 to $700 box. It sounds crazy coming out of my mouth, but that's where I think we're at. After watching a bunch of these boxes get opened, I'm gonna lower that. I think that $600 is closer. I even think that $500 is the real right price for opening this box. Are you gonna be able to find it for that price anywhere? Absolutely not. It's all crazy. Everything that's going on right now is insane, but I think opening these boxes at $700 is too. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. To $722. That is the price online right now to buy a collector booster box of Final Fantasy. Like I said, I've watched a ton of openings, and a lot of the openings have price trackers going alongside them, or I'm just sort of keeping notes on my own. And if you're going off of singles prices as they are today, yeah, you're seeing some good boxes come back that are hitting that $700. However, what always happens, and I'm sure will happen with this set, is a fall off from pre-order prices. Let's look at
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back to the Nerdy Attorney and some box openings of Final Fantasy. We got box openings here. Let's see how we do. The first box, turns out, financial value, I'm gonna put a summary up, was decent. We did pretty well. I got that box for $500. This one, I got for $455 from the good old LGS. You can't beat it. They don't care what TCG Player says. They just want to give power to the players. Kind of like GameStop, but local. So either way, let's open box 2. I'm hoping for the best here. Obviously, we're still looking for that borderless chocobo of any kind. I just saw that the golden chocobo, the first one, was pulled out of 77, excuse me, and they want $200,000 for that chocobo. Now, I don't think it's going to sell for 200 grand. That is way too much when there's 77 of them. But the market is going to be set at some random price just based off of what someone is willing to pay for it. Maybe Post Malone is a Final Fantasy fan. Who can say? But for now, we'll just keep cracking and hope we find something amazing. So, on to pack 1 of box 2 of my channel. I'm having a blast. I hope you are too. Let's see how we do. That should stay there. Okay, on to the first. We have our hero token. Ooh, the Genova, Ancient Calamity. Not bad at all. That is sick. Look at that art. Clive Rosenfeld, very nice. Next, Vinette. And then this, the Mogul is awesome. With a Wrecking Ball arm into, ooh, that's cool. Sin, Spear's Punishment, with a Forest. And then the commons and uncommons. Not bad. I think I'll do that this time. We'll go through all of them. We'll build our little piles here. So far, only rares, but no big deal. Let's go on to box pack number 2. Let's see. Very excited to open it up. Hopefully we get something amazing. Hope you're enjoying the videos. Thanks so much for coming back or being here for the first time. I'm the Nerdy Attorney. This is my second YouTube video, and I hope to make it a thing. I was on Whatnot before, but it's time to crack some packs on YouTube. Summon Brynhildr. I think I said that terribly, but I like it. Next. Oh, a promise fulfilled. That's nice. Light up the stage. Oh, a borderless traveling chocobo. We were just talking about it. Bam. How nice to see it. Ooh, I hope we're in for a good box. That's amazing. We're going to put you right there. With the Realm Reborn, we got that last time. Into the Lice Hexed. And a Matoya. Onto our mountain. Very happy about the chocobo. Nice. A good pack too. We're going to get that in the sleeve. Like I said, I think these things are underpriced. I could be wrong. I haven't seen very many of them, so I'm very happy to have pulled one. Final Fantasy, not disappointing. This time I am going to do a verdict. We're going to do a full evaluation of the box and the price I paid. Again, $455 total. So it seems a little bit more achievable. There's still a lot of cards people like in this set. So let's see how we do. On to the next. Have you guys gotten your hands on it? What do you think? Let me know in the comments below if you like this set. Is it making you play Final Fantasy games? I said in the first video that I have been playing Final Fantasy because of this set. And I'm not the only one. A lot of people are getting back into it or doing it for the first time. Oh, with a Surge Foil. Very nice for Jill there. Any of the Surge Foils I hear are good pulls. Another one of the Lucas Stadium. Vincent. Of course, we're looking for Sephiroth. So many great hits in the set. Heidegger, Hope, and Van. With the planes. Not, ooh, a Surge Foil. I don't have this one yet. Nice Fang. I like it. I like it. And the commons and uncommons. Excellent. We'll go a little faster as we get further in. I'll move the gavel out of the way. If there are any objections, of course, we'll raise them. Next pack. Ooh, that's a good sign. We start with the Token Chocobo. Baby Bird. Ooh, a Tifa Lockhart. Very nice in the foil. Beautiful. Oh, Stroke of Midnight. This one gets pulled a lot. Ultima. Shadow. Ooh, and Ruban. That's nice. With the Genji Glove. I'll take it. Not a bad pack. Not an amazing pack. Tifa Lockhart and Borderless Foil, though. Not bad. That's a good card. I hear she's better. Put you on top, Tifa. Very nice. Next pack. So far, it looks like the prices are holding. People are still liking the set. It's hard to get. I just saw Rudy's sale, Alpha Investment, getting 700 and change for the boxes. So if you're opening these at 700, I don't know. We'll have to see how this goes at the end once I add it all up. What the verdict is, I feel 700 is still a bit high, but only time will tell. We got the Triple Triad. That's pretty cool art. It looks good. Rather a search foil, but it looks nice. It's like a repeat of last box. Search for the Frozen Esper, Vincent, lots of Vincents, the Wandering Minstrel, and Conformer Shabrukin. Ooh, that's cool. What's the other side? I realized there were some cards in the last opening that had double sides to them that I didn't flip. So I'll try and do that this time. Oh, nice. Secret Rendezvous. This is my first one.
You can now own a one-bedroom. This side.
It's an insane day in the world of Magic the Gathering. Wizards of the Coast has just issued the newest rounds of bannings, and guess what? Standard just got nuked from orbit. This is one of the craziest ban announcements I've seen in a long time.
Magic. I am a wizard! History. I'm an old wizard! The Magic Historian. My bones hurt.
Greetings, owners of fine luxury cardboard rectangles, my friends. I hope the day finds you well, because we have gathered for a wild installment of Mega Magic News. This is the end of June banned and restricted update. Wizards of the Coast has taken a sledgehammer to Standard in a very surprising way and clean swept out a bunch of the playable decks. Wait until you see. There are 7 different cards that have been banned in Standard. Wizards goes over the logic behind it, and on top of that, they admit that they've screwed up in a major way and that they have to actually change how they're doing bannings somewhat going forward. Some of the stuff that you hear today will make you angry. Some of the stuff you hear will make you laugh. But there is no denying that this is most assuredly a historic banned and restricted announcement. So, with no further ado, my friends, let's get to the bannings. We're starting out with the list of the 7 cards that are being banned in Standard. Corey Steelcutter, Abuelo's Awakening, Monstrous Rage, Heartfire Hero, Up the Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare, and This Town Ain't Big Enough. Now, notice a bunch of these are commons and uncommons, which really speaks to the crazy power level that Magic has reached. Now, this article is huge. I'm just going to be cutting to the important parts. So there is a lead up here where they talk about when the last ban announcement happened and how this basically represents their once a year banning, but they specifically mention that Corey Steelcutter had a 40% representation of the Standard metagame of the Pro Tour Final Fantasy event that just happened, and they do specifically say that with cards like Corey Steelcutter, they might actually need to do emergency bans going forward. So just bear that in mind. Corey Steelcutter has been out for what, a month and a half? And it already needs to go because everything is super unbalanced, right? So they talk here about how Magebane Lizard is basically showing up in crazy numbers because it works really well against Prowess, and Prowess has been taking off because of Corey Steelcutter. 1 red and 1 for an artifact equipment that gives equipped creature +1/+1, trample and haste, equips for 2 mana, and most importantly, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white monk creature token with Prowess, you may attach this equipment to it. So this just generates little donks, beefs guys up way too easily, and lets Red run all the way down the street with the games, right? Because at this point, Red has just gotten so many tools. we knew that just like something like Monstrous Rage had to go, but ultimately, Wizards decided they had to scour this whole thing down to bedrock. So Red got hit hard, which honestly makes perfect sense in this situation, right? So it says here, the release of Corey Steelcutter reshaped the landscape of Standard. It's very challenging to predict what will happen to the metagame after its banning, but we have concerns the format may drift back to the format as it existed previously. So they're admitting that even before Corey Steelcutter, the format was dreadful. Wizards of the Coast has gotten into their head that no bans are better than bans, but then you get these formats where they've essentially become unplayable, right? So next up on the list, we are going to talk about Omniscience. Okay, so for Omniscience basically has about 20% share of the metagame, it's saying, and Omniscience has kind of been around for a year there, you know, not really making that much of a difference. But then Abuelo's Awakening, 1 white, 3 and X sorcery, return target artifact or non-aura enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. And make sure your virus block is timing on that. I don't even know if it popped up on the screen there, but it just blocked my view. So this basically lets you return an artifact or non-aura enchantment from your graveyard, and it comes back with X +1/+1 counters on it. It's a 1/1 spirit with flying in addition to its other types. So you can basically slap your Omniscience out of your graveyard as a 1/1 using this. Big, like, I mean, it doesn't really matter that it's a 1/1 because Omniscience just says play all your spells for free. Go off, chief. So it basically, the idea is the combo deck is far too consistent because of the Awakening, so they're axing the Awakening. Next, we come to the one that we all knew. I mean, Monstrous Rage should have been gotten rid of earlier. Look at this. 1 red, instant. Target creature gets +2 power until end of turn. Create a monster roll as well and attach it to that creature. So if you have another roll on it, you get rid of it. But the important part is that the enchanted creature with the roll on it gets +1/+1 and has trample. So this essentially, when you play it, is a +3/+1 and trample instant for 1 red that also says, by the way, next turn your guy still is bigger. Like, it's so dumb. Oh, and has trample, right? So this has been making big waves since Wild of Eldraines. It's one of the strongest and most efficient combat tricks to ever have been printed. We've enjoyed having a combat trick be a strong standard card, but it's clear that Monstrous Rage has overstayed its welcome. It's enabled combo-style aggro decks more than we would like, and has played a large role in lowering the fundamental turn in Standard and putting players under too much pressure too quickly. If you don't know what they mean by fundamental turn, they mean the turn where it actually matters. You might not know this, but once upon a time, you didn't have to come out the gates running to Magic the Gathering. You didn't have to have the best hand from turn 1 to stand a chance, or you were just done, right? But basically, Standard has moved up to the point where you know who's going to win by turn 2 or 3 if they haven't already won half the time. And that is not a good place for Standard, which is supposed to be the easy onboarding for people and is supposed to have a somewhat slower speed to it, right? So it says it basically puts players under too much pressure too quickly, and in addition, the fact that it gains trample has decreased the utility of blocking in the format and greatly eroded the efficacy of defensive creatures as a counter strategy to aggressive deck. Oops, guys, we made it so that blockers don't matter. Like, how do you not see this coming? How do you not see this coming? Right? Like, you designed all the cards for all the years. You know what's in the format. This totally boils down, at least partially, to insane power creep, and then also their change into Standard being 3 years, right? So, Heartfire Hero. This one surprised me. I was not expecting them to go, like, full-on obliterate anything that the red players could use, but here we are. Heartfire Hero, 1 red for a 1/1. Whenever it becomes a target, a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 on it, and when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. You know they were clamoring for some commander action with this, but this thing is bonkers. It's so bonkers. I'll cast Monstrous Rage on my Heartfire Hero. Oh, look, I put a +1/+1 on it. Oh, I put a +1/+1 on it for the Monstrous Rage. And the Monstrous Rage gives it +2/+0 until end of turn. So I'm swinging in for 5. And if you block it, guess what? It's going to die and you take 5. This thing got nerfed in Alchemy, already down to a 0/1. This is such a tight little package for 1 mana. So it's good. It is good that they decided to get rid of it. So it says Heartfire Hero has been another key piece of red aggressive deck strength throughout the last year's Standard. The curve of Heartfire Hero in the Manifold Mouse puts the opponent under pressure immediately. Really? You mean a second turn dude that can give this bonkers boy double strike is a problem? How would you ever see that? Like, it says mouse, and this says mouse, and they're in the same set. Bro, you think that's an issue? I mean, come on, man. Additionally, Heartfire's trigger gives red deck significant resiliency to many kinds of removal. Its strength has shifted the format towards decks that can interact starting on turn 1 or 2, and decks that can leverage temporary lockdown as a powerful counterplay. We want red aggressive strategies to be a viable option in Standard, but Heartfire Hero has proven to have too much explosive power. Surprise! I love it. We discussed banning only Heartfire or Monstrous Rage, but ultimately decided banning both was the correct course of action. The two cards are both independently strong, and leaving either alone will make it likely that aggressive decks in the format would still be combo-style aggro decks with consistent explosive starts and a lot of burst damage potential. By banning both, we shift the aggressive strategy of the format away from combo-style aggro, decrease the interactional burden on non-aggressive decks in the format, and increase the number of viable cards in decks. It's bonkers to me. Obviously, they want like cheap mono red to always be an option, especially when it comes to Arena, for people to be able to put together a deck that they can play quickly and just go bam, 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 I'm done. But they pushed red way too hard. Way too hard. Now, speaking of push too hard, Up the Beanstalk. I can't believe that Up the Beanstalk actually has survived this long, right? So Up the Beanstalk is no stranger to the ban list, having been banned in Modern since 2023. Jeez, I wonder why. An enchantment that costs 2, and when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card to replace it, and whenever you cast a spell that costs 5 or more, draw a card. Like, it's so gross. It's so gross. It's been clearly cemented as best-in-class source of card advantage for slower decks. It shares Corey Steelcutter's quality of being challenging to interact with profitably. You know what? Actually, speaking of challenging to interact with profitably, if you watched my last video, you would see that new Eldrazi spoiler that they did with Warp. And guess what? When you look at that card, it is very hard to interact with that card profitably. So this is something that Wizards of the Coast has been doing more and more and more. So it means that decks powered up by Up the Beanstalk are hard for many types of strategies to adapt to, which effectively eliminates them from the metagame. Basically, it all boils down to, we made a handful of decks way too powerful and no other decks can survive. That is the summary of it, right? So basically, the deck building puzzle of Up the Beanstalk has been solved so many times at this point, we expect it to be more monotonous than engaging, as more cost reduction cards may get released in future sets. Oh, really? Really? More cost reduction cards may get released in future sets. We know for a fact they can't help themselves. They love making free spells. They love making busted nonsense. So like, guys, we got way more busted craziness coming, and we know for a fact this is going to be crazy. Not, maybe something else is coming. You're the ones making the cards. You make them 2 to 5 years out. You're not fooling us, boys. You're not fooling us, right? So, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Now, next up, self-bounce decks have shifted a lot as the format has progressed, with a small, powerful core constant between iterations. Hopeless Nightmare. 1 black enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. When it's put into the graveyard from battlefield, scry 2, a black and 2, sack this. I remember when Hopeless Nightmare came out and I read it, and man, this is so much packed into 1 card. And actually, on top of that, take a moment to admire the gorgeous artwork on this. This is incredible. This guy's soul is like pouring out of his eyes, it looks like, during a Hopeless Nightmare. His body racked by pain, and his eyes are gone, but look at all the eyes staring at him from the inky blackness. Incredible artwork. So, Hopeless Nightmare is a key piece of the core, serving the role of a 1-mana trinket that's powerful to cast many times in a game. The pattern of constant discarded forces on the opponent is among the least fun elements of the deck, and shrinks the game in a way that makes it hard to come back from once the self-bounce deck gets going. In addition, Hopeless Nightmare provides the self-bounce decks with both interaction and damage, allowing the deck to position itself as a disruptive aggressive deck. So it's gone. And then, this town ain't big enough. 1 blue and 4 instant, 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Raise your hand if when this card came out, you had no idea that this would ever be an issue, because I'll fully put my hand up right here. You look at it and just like, okay, 5 mana, bouncing 2 guys. Whoop-de-doo, bouncing 2 permanents, no big deal. I mean, yeah, you hit one of your opponent's permanents, only could cost 2, but this one flew under my radar. So, this one sees play in a bunch of different standard decks. It almost always is alongside Storm Chaser's Talent, and a 2-card package that's proven itself in a variety of shells. Most recently, this package played a role in the Is It Prowess deck, but before that, it was a key player in versions of the Self-Bound Synergy deck that incorporated blue. When commonplace, it makes the format less fun through its unique ability to interact with any permanent-based strategy while still advancing its wielder's game plan. That is true. You can literally hit any permanent on the board. My brain just normally thought of it as 2 creatures because it shows creatures in the artwork, but it definitely is a powerful ability. While not a huge share of its overall power, the loop with Storm Chaser's Talent is particularly frustrating and adds the threat of an endgame lockout to many matchups, making games less fun. Thus, it is banned. So that makes sense to me. Now, at the end here, since we've talked about the bannings, they do sum it up by saying, it's been a little over 2 years since we announced the shift to a 3-year standard, thus completely unprepared for it. Remember, they shifted to a 3-year standard because they hadn't sold enough product and they wanted to dump old product on us that was about to rotate out of standard. They told us they had a bunch of plans to fix standards, told us it was going to be 3 years, and did nothing else other than saying, we're only going to do bans once a year and standard is 3 years. And they went, so none of our set design recently actually took that into account, and things are going to be what they are, right? So it says, we learned a lot from this, and this has given us 2 key little learnings we'll be carrying forward. First, with the larger card pool of 3-year standard, we need to be more precise with our 1-mana cards and our cards that synergize with 1-mana cards. 3 of the cards banned today cost 1 mana, and Corey Steelcutter wants to be played against all the cheapest spells. Remember, guys, this came out like 2 months ago tops, and it's already gotten banned. And it literally will say in here, specifically because of Corey Steelcutter, that they will be more likely to jump in with emergency bans if they are necessary, right? So they say standard is more fun when the stars of the game cost more than 1 or 2 mana, 1 or even 2 mana. Like, wow, what a mind-blowing thing to say, guys. We'll be taking steps to ensure it's true more often going forwards. Secondly, we need to scrutinize and be careful with the rate of cards that are challenging to interact with favorably. No, really? Really? You need to stop making cards that are pure gas, that draw to replace themselves, punish your opponent for destroying them, are impossible to destroy with crazy ward effects? Like, they constantly do this. This can't be a surprise. Really? We have to make cards that are easier to interact with? With the increased power level of decks in the larger format that is 3-year standard, decks are very capable of turning a small advantage into a snowball that ends the game. Strong cards that leave resources behind when dealt with, like Corey Steelcutter and Up the Beanstalk, reliably create that first small advantage. Identifying these cards and evaluating their strength in the context of their interactional requirements is a task that play design is incorporating into our process going forwards. It's like saying that up until now, they never realized that you get incremental advantage from cards. This is either blatant lies or just 100% ignorance, right? Like we didn't even know. How would you not know that you have to pay attention to cards building up and snowballing? It's been over 30 years of making this game, bro. 30 years. Okay, all right. That part tweaked me so hard the first time I read it. I'm like, you're just incorporating now that incremental advantage in cards that, oh, look, and I put it out and it sticks around and gives me stuff. It's come on, man. Come on, bro. So, one last announcement for Standard. Considering our next Standard rotation won't be until early 2027, we'll be having 2 of our early rotation Standard banning windows before the next Standard rotation. You can expect one of these windows in about 18 months, right before rotation as usual. The other will be in roughly 9 months, around the midway point. But we haven't decided on an exact date yet, and it could move around by a month or 2. We will clearly indicate which announcements will specifically take a deeper look at Standard. So, at least they're acknowledging to some degree that what they've done here is nightmarish. Their current way of doing things, where you end up with all 7 of these cards getting banned in one go, when some of these should have been gone beforehand or never been made. Heartfire Hero should have never been made this way. Monstrous Rage never should have been made this way. Up the Beanstalk never should have been made this way. All 3 of those, straight out the gates, shouldn't even exist, but they shouldn't have been allowed to persist for as long as they have, especially up the beanstalk. Like, are you kidding me? They absolutely know how bonkers that is. So this is an admission that, yo, our current system isn't working, and buckle up. We got a whole nother year of this before we get into the sets designed for 3-year standard. Now, when it comes to the other bannings, there's not really much going on overall, right? You take a look and you can see Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Pauper, 0 changes. Alchemy, they're going to rebalance Corey's Steel Cutter. Surprise, surprise. Pioneer, Tybalt's Trickery is banned in best of 1 only. It's a crazy combo enabler, right? And then Historic has Counterspell unbanned. I didn't realize that Historic had Counterspell banned, right? I mean, there's a lot of crazy powerful stuff in Historic. So did they just ban Counterspell straight out when they released it into Historic because they didn't want it to be overpowered? Is that what they did? I don't know. Either way, that wraps up all the bannings. All right. So to me, the choices that they've made here, a bunch of them are long overdue. This is an admission of the absolute incompetence that they have illustrated managing standard, and they turn the format into mirror matches and just a completely unplayable wasteland. Let's be real, right? So that wraps up the news. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me.
अगर आप NRI हैं तो रिटायरमेंट के बाद आपको भी मिल सकते हैं 7 से 8 लाख रुपए, वो भी।
It's an absolutely insane day in the world of Magic the Gathering. There has just been a massive mega league of upcoming cards from Edge of Eternities. Wizards of the Coast might be considering calling in the Pinkertons on this one.
Magic.
I am a wizard!
History.
I'm an old wizard!
The Magic Historian.
My bones hurt. Greetings! Owners of fine luxury cardboard rectangles, my friends! I hope the day finds you well, because we have gathered for a wondrous installment of Mega Magic News. Green screen is still not here. I'm hoping it'll show up in time for the next video. So once again, I shall be your green screen. And I'm going to take a moment to say thank you to everybody for coming by, because we recently just got over 60,000 subscribers on this channel, and I'm going to be doing a 60,000 subscriber celebration live stream sometime soon. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Now, let us turn to the crazy news of the day. This is all unfolded within the last 24 hours. So I'm going to give you some starting details. We'll look at the spoilers, and then I'll fill in the rest of the story. But it starts like this. Take a look at this image. Some random individual posted this on Facebook in a private group going, yo, check it. I've got a box of Edge of Eternities. In fact, I have more boxes of Edge of Eternities that I'm selling. And you look at it and go, okay, so this guy's already got his hands on booster boxes, and he's even got a particular card shown there saying, here's one of the cards from the pack. I'm only showing this card. I know some of you guys are saying, hey, prove that what you have is legitimate by showing us something we haven't seen, but I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. So that gets posted, and everybody starts going nuts trying to figure out what's going on. And then for probably about 12 hours, there was complete radio silence. And then all of a sudden, this massive blast of spoilers, just a huge stack of cards showed up. So what we're going to do now is take a look at that stack of cards, and then we'll talk about the breakdown of this leak and the blowback and what Wizards of the Coast is most likely to do about it. Okay, so spoilers now. Here, my friends, is the tantalizing pile of Edge of Eternities. Some of the cards give a ton of information, some give a tiny bit of information. Up at the top, we've got Virulent Silencer, which is a 3-cost artifact creature. There's another part of the leak that actually shows the power and toughness roughly, so it looks like this is a 2/3, and it says whenever a non-artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. So poison counters are back, and in a big way. Because understand, that silencer is not legendary, which means you can have multiples of these out. You have 2 of them out. Now every artifact creature that connects gives 4 poison tokens, or counters I should say. Now obviously there's the fact that you can't like run this crazy out into the field by using tokens, but still, that is some incredible poison power. I remember when poison started out in Magic way back in the day with Marsh Vipers, we would pay 4 mana for a 1/2, and if it managed to get through, then your opponent got 2 poison counters, and that was it. And this is a 3-cost 2/3 that makes all of your artifact dudes into poison monsters. It genuinely feels like something you could slap into an artifact creature deck that doesn't have any concept of poison at all and just goes boom, now my guys are all about poison, right? Obviously it's not as powerful as Infect because it's not going to shrink down creatures, but that is a banger uncommon. And now we will start to move downwards here. We've got Dual Sun Technique. Can't really see anything on that card except for one word: has. But I feel like I can easily predict what that card actually is. 1 white and 1 for an enchant creature, and it says enchanted creature has double strike. It's literally called Dual Sun Technique. It literally shows a guy dual wielding, and giving double strike is a normal thing to do in Magic the Gathering. It might actually even give more than just double strike, because the power level has gone along to the point where I thought about it and went, wait, 2 mana enchant a creature just with double strike might actually not be powerful enough for the current world that Magic the Gathering is in, right? Then we've got the Biomechan Engineer, which is this gold guy right here. This is the full, clearest view you're going to get out of any card in this league. So, a blue and a green for a 2/2. When this creature enters, create a lander token. So this set is introducing new mechanics, new token types. Lander token works like this. It's an artifact token that says 2 tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. That is a super powerful ability, but at the same time, just limited to basic lands, right? So at the beginning, it'll be stronger if you can crank a bunch of those out and go and grab lands. Ultimately, it does feel green and blue because green is a land grabbing color, blue is an artifact generating color, put them together, all right. The lander concept, I'm not sure what they're trying to evoke with that. I don't know if they're going for some kind of like alien vehicle, or if they're trying to actually make you think of, for example, like the Moon Lander or the Mars Lander. Because if you think about it conceptually, a lander is something that lands on a planet or a moon or whatever, and this is getting you a land, and the way they're doing Edge of Eternities is lands are represented by planets. So that's supposed to be the overall flavor concept. And I do have to admit, as a longtime Magic player who's really into high fantasy, it is very jarring to be discussing moonlanders and stuff in regards to Magic, but that's where we are. So what are you gonna do, right? So on top of making a lander token, 2 mana, 2/2, that makes a lander token, but also it says it looks like it's 5 mana, draw 2 cards, and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. That activation cost might be a little bit higher. I can't 100% make out all of the details on that, right? But those are the main chunk cards. We do have dribs and drabs, some information. If you look down here at the bottom, you can see that this is some kind of station artifact spaceship, and it is a 5/6 that you need 10 power to station with. If you haven't seen station cards yet, it basically works similarly to crewing, where you tap creatures, but instead of going, oh, I've got crew 4, I have to tap 4 powers worth of creatures, you can tap any amount of powers worth of creatures, and then you put counters on the spaceship. Once it has 10 counters, it's permanently up and running as a creature. So it's like a vehicle that crews permanently, but requires more overall to crew it, right? So on one hand, it's advantageous because, yo, check it out. I can.
This is Pod 5, the first.
Fantasy dust is starting to settle, and with the most successful Magic the Gathering set of all time officially released and into the hands of fans like you and I, it's time to discuss what's next. Well, I want to address some things about the Magic the Gathering ecosystem that are going to feel a bit different now that Final Fantasy is in the rear view, at least for a short amount of time. So if you're new to Magic from Final Fantasy, or an old school, someone who's been around forever like myself, there's something in this video for you. If you like content like this, make sure to click the like button down below, and right next to that, the subscribe button, because those two actions help a small channel like mine more than you can possibly imagine. All right, let's deal with the fallout. And no, not the Magic the Gathering set. So for those new to the channel, we do a video like this every once in a while, and it's more of a free-flowing video where I don't really take or reference any notes. I don't do much editing as is around here. I like to let my thoughts flow free off the top of my mind. But this is a topic that I really want to kind of rant and ramble about. So who knows how long this is going to be. The timestamp will let you know, but I really enjoy conversations like this because I think we get to dive a little bit deeper into what makes Magic tick and how we as consumers can protect ourselves against an otherwise super volatile ecosystem. And that ecosystem, that volatility, is the first thing I want to address when it comes to the Magic the Gathering world post Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy came and went, and we learned a couple lessons about Magic the Gathering, a couple maybe harsh lessons. If we were early adopters of the Commander deck, we realized that products can go way down in value. If we were early adopters of the Collector Booster Box, we can realize that products can go way up in value. And if you were like me and you were saying there's no possible chance Wizards of the Coast doesn't print enough play booster boxes and have enough out there and is ready to release more into the wild, I'm gonna wait for them to get cheaper, well, we realize that demand is a real thing, and while I still believe they will get cheaper in the future, I don't think the price of play booster boxes today will be the price of play boosters in the future. I do realize that that was just unequivocally wrong. They kept going up, and here we are at insane play booster box prices. So the price volatility is something that we need to recognize going into Edge of Eternities in the future is going to change the landscape of how we enjoy the products. Edge of Eternities being the next Magic the Gathering set is really exciting. Me, as a old school Magic fan, someone who's been around the industry for the better part of 2 decades, is extremely excited for this release. I like the magic of Magic. I loved Foundation. I like Tarkir Dragonstorm. Bloomburrow was incredible. And Edge of Eternities seems like something that is going to be exactly my jam. But that doesn't mean that it's going to go crazy. That doesn't mean the same policies, practices, and procedures that we as consumers used to interact with Final Fantasy is something that we should be using to interact with Edge of Eternities or Magic sets in the future. Save major IP releases, I think we need to be a little bit cautious. We look at something like Aether Drift, where Aether Drift in the Collector Booster Box was at one point prohibitively expensive. It was a $200 to $250 plus box, and since the interest in the set waned and people didn't chew it up and spit it out like the next great Magic the Gathering release, well, the price has since plummeted, leaving anyone who leaned on the Wizards of the Coast print collector boxes more reasonably take a bit wanting. I think there's a combination of things we're going to have to look at with Magic sets, especially what people might consider Magic hat sets. Magic, in a universe adjacent to Magic, thinking things like Outlaws of Thunder Junction, Karlov Manor, and some might even say Edge of Eternities. Now, this is all speculation. None of this is financial advice, but you can tell me a story where Edge of Eternity comes out and acts more like Aether Drift than it does like Tarkir Dragonstorm. I want it to be like Tarkir Dragonstorm. I am a massive Magic fan. An in-universe Magic set that goes crazy with a ton of playable cards that everyone wants to get their hands on. Gotta tell you, I am all about that. And I think with the chase, my early speculation, my way too early guess would be that it would lean in that direction, but I digress. The price volatility is something that we cannot just say, hey, this happened to Final Fantasy, let's port this directly over to what will happen with Edge of Eternities and in the future. Now, we may be able to port some of that likeness over to things like the Spider-Man Marvel set, etc., but we all then also have to take into account the factors of some IPs are more popular than others. It becomes like this math equation with all the numbers flying by my head. IP popularity, IP reach, adjacency to Magic the Gathering, how many fans are already fans of Magic, etc., and while I think all of that will matter, there's no direct correlation of, oh, Universes Beyond, yes, Universes Within, no. I mean, Assassin's Creed is Universes Beyond, and, well, look where we are with that. But this is something to watch out for in the future, and I think the sealed box price of collector boosters, something we focused on, is important, but the sealed box price of play boosters is something that I think is a little bit more set in stone. Even your more popular sets your Bloomburrow, your Duskmourn, heck, even your Foundations. Those play booster boxes, Tarkir Dragonstorm again, those play booster boxes were far more achievable for far longer. When I say that, I mean a far more stable price for longer. Final Fantasy play booster boxes seem to have kept going up, up, up. They have settled kind of up about a lot higher as of right now, but I do think there is some stability going to be offered in the play booster box. And I think this take of Wizards of the Coast has no reason to short print play booster boxes. It's the most played TCG in the known universe. It's the best TCG in the known universe. They want people to be able to crack packs, get their hands on cards, and slam cardboard down with their friends. Like, that's their best business model to keeping you involved. If you're not doing that, you're likely not buying an expensive collector booster box. I mean, heck, maybe you are, but Magic's no Pokemon. There's not a ton of people just collecting and never ever playing. Like, that's not really a thing. And because of this, I think there's a more solid rule that we could go with. Well, okay, play booster boxes for in-universe Magic sets are likely going to be more stable for a longer period of time. Say the same with Commander decks. We probably won't see the spike that we saw for Final Fantasy Commander decks, where they went up, 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 and kind of through the roof, but we will have an opportunity to see a stable price on Commander decks. And look, the best product that Magic produces right now are the Commander decks from what it does for the ecosystem standpoint, because people just sit down, they crack the deck open, they sleeve it up. Some people don't even do that. You're crazy if you don't. I sleeve everything. I actually double sleeve everything. Yes, I double sleeve precons because I like the shuffle feel. Leave me alone about it. I can play it how I want it, okay? Anyway, this is why this is a rambly video. I really do think that these are good products for Wizards of the Coast to have on the shelf to print a lot of, and save for a situation where the Commander deck has a crazy playable card, some insane value. In fact, make sure you're subbed, because we're going to do 4 Commander decks I would buy that are way too cheap. The EV is really inflated, the playability is high, and the price is low. We're going to get to that later this week. But these products, the play booster boxes, are something that are going to be a lot more stable, and we can lean on a bit more. The collector booster box, I think, is going to have a lot more volatility. That's not to say there won't be volatility in these products. Karlov Manor, like, hey, play booster box came out, massive TCG player sale at $1 or $125 or $120, and everyone thought that was the best it was going to be, and it was at $89 a couple weeks later. So who knows as far as the volatility, but I think we'll have a bit more stability when it comes to this release. We also have to realize that Magic is going to get into this space where a lot of people are interested in Universes Beyond and maybe not regular Magic. There's enough Universes Beyond out there now, and enough coming, where we might live in the universe where people are engaged in Magic the Gathering just for Universes Beyond, not for core Magic sets, just for Spider-Man, just for Final Fantasy. And when Universes Beyond was pitched to the community and we were informed as to what was going on and the overarching idea of what it could be and how it was going to be implemented, it didn't seem like that was going to be something that was possible. I didn't think we'd ever live in a world where Universes Beyond was the primary reason to get someone involved in Magic. I lived in a world where I could believe, hey, Universes Beyond brought you in, and then you stayed for the Magic. You can tell me a story now where, hey, I like Marvel, I like Final Fantasy, I like Lord of the Rings. I'm just going to pop into Magic anytime they have a set that is in an IP that I like, and go from there. And that 2 years ago was a wild story. Let me know in the comment section if we should do a whole video just on that topic, because that is fascinating to me. But that 2 years ago was an idea that was not being talked about, was not crossing our minds as far as the greater scheme. I see you commented like, I knew this was gonna happen. What I know. The comment section knows everything, but the overwhelming majority of us normal humans didn't expect that to be the case. So all in all, I think we're going to live in a very different Magic ecosystem in the near future and in the distant future. Final Fantasy is definitely giving me more of an exception than the rule. If you're new to Magic the Gathering, go at everything comfortably. We have a Discord down below that I'll link, and we have people talking about, oh, I opened sealed product and I got wrecked from my financial value, and they're kind of new to the sealed product collecting side of things. And I always want to encourage, and I encourage that Discord member. Actually, big shout out to this Discord member, amazing Discord member, active in everything, constantly let me know what's going on in life, active in all the channels. You know who you are. You get a massive shout out. But stuff like that is always like, hey, if you're gonna get here, remember how you got here. Remember the love of the trading card game, or why you got into the love of collecting or set collecting, or your foil binder, or whatever it is that brought you here to, while you know values, understand values, and learn how to spend your money a little bit better. don't fall away from, you know, what brought you here, the love of the TCG, and also be fully locked in on value. I think these things are important as we expand our community, as they say, to more and more eyeballs. Thank you so much for hanging out through this rambly video. If you like content like this and you want more of my ranty, rambly videos, let me know in the comment section down below, and of course I will handpick a video that I think you will like, and I will put it right here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Until next time, you guys know me. My name is Josh. Huge shout out to everyone supporting the channel membership, and we'll see you around. All right, goodbye.
They just spent all the cards we hate. Wizards just spent all the cards we hate. What up, brothers and sisters, and welcome to MTG Malone with me, Matches Malone. I'm so excited. Celebrate good cards give gone. Oh baby, Kazoo Solo. This is for you, my friends. I told you. I was right. Fireworks here. They banned all the cards. They banned Monsters Rage, Cory Steel Cutter, This Town Ain't Big Enough, Abuelo's Awakening, Up the Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare. But this is just Heartfire Hero? Heartfire Hero? No more turn 1 Heartfire Hero into Manifold Mouse into sadness? Forevermore, we're free from this curse. Yes, you will still find ways to get Omniscience out with Abuelos gone, but let's start with the beans. With the beans and potatoes, or whatever, the meat and the potatoes of all of this. Oh my god, I cannot freaking believe this. Is this the right one? Yes, it is the right one. Look at this, they banned them all. Cory Steel Cutter, Abuelo's Awakening, Monstrous Rage, Heartfire Hero, freaking Up the Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare, This Town Ain't Big Enough, and everything? Everything. I will give you the TLDR, which I learned today means too long didn't read. Well, I didn't learn it today, but there's a lot of text here. There's a lot of explanation. But if you want to condense it down, you came to the right freaking place. And everything that is written in here is exactly what I said in my videos, where I said that bans will be incoming. Well, we knew that there would be an announcement, but we didn't know what an announcement would hold, so yeah. By the way, I just arrived home right this minute when I started recording. I did not sleep a single second. It's 6 in the afternoon. I did not sleep a single second last night because I was recording secret stuff until 5 in the morning, and my train arrived at 5:30, so I had to leave then. So yeah, I traveled home, went to the doctor's, went to get some mochis in another town, traveled here with the first train home back. Boom, video for you. Let's talk about bans. Cory Steel Cutter. The reason why everything else got the freaking ban hammer. So yeah, well, I mean, not like directly, maybe like the direct reason, but it's at least like peripheral reason. for it. So, Cory Steelcutter, absolutely annoying. Way too much value. If you have played against Cory Steelcutter, the problem is not that, like, it feels unbeatable. It feels absolutely unbeatable. That is what makes Cory Steelcutter this strong, is that it is in a meta where we have Opt, where we have, like, other cheap spells for 1 or 2 mana, like, shocks. We have all the things. We have the return target spell to hand into the Floodmaw kind of stuff, We have, like, small creatures that are very, very good with the Swift Spear. All of these kind of cards make Cory Steelcutter so resilient. Because if you get rid of, like, the creature that's below it, the next turn there would just be another one, and another one, and another one. Just bam, 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 bam. One monk after another. And that is not what we want to see. This is no Kung Fu movie. So yeah, that is the reason why. Cory Steelcutter is just super, super strong. And it has also seen, like, what they say, a rise in other formats, like Modern, for example, where I'm playing as myself. Yes, I know, but it's the only deck I could afford. And so Cory Steelcutter too strong. Other decks have to build around it. And that is why we saw the resurgence of Mono Red, because Mono Red was able to just put in 4 Magebane Lizard. Exactly what I said. The exact reasoning. And the thing is that so many people played Cory Steelcutter that it became a problem. I talked about it in my last video. Like, it has more entries than the next 4 decks combined. Or was it even 6 decks? 4 to 6 decks. Let's say 4 so that I don't sound like I want to, exaggerate or whatever. That is what is up. That is literally what is freaking up. Cory Steelcutter has been played so much that people have to work around it. So Abuelo's Awakening, stuff like that, maybe was a little bit strong enough, but then the best answer was actually Mono Red. It's exactly what I said. That is why Mono Red also, won the Pro Tour, because it's just a little bit stronger, and the cards it can use don't hurt it too much if it hits what it targets with those cards. Those cards being Magebane Lizard. As long as the Magebane Lizard is not a dead card in their main board where they're playing it, they're good to go. They're absolutely good to freaking go. It's the heat of the sun in my room. So that is the big reason. So that also led to what I just said. Other decks that will be super strong, that were just held back by this, were also Abuelo's Awakening decks. So Cory Steelcutter held back Abuelo's Awakening. There was some Abuelo's decks that tried to beat it, but in the end, Cory Steelcutter, just a sheer mass, it overrun him like Zerglings. That was just exactly what it is. There was just mashed potatoes. That is what the Abuelo's Awakening decks were. Sometimes they won, yes, but they had to fight very hard and be very, very lucky with their draws. And have some luck that the opponent draws kind of poorly or not normal enough, something like that. So Abuelo's Awakening getting banned instead of Omniscience, I totally agree with that, because it's the turn 4, potentially, your turn 3, kind of that makes it so hard to interact with. So yeah, I think Abuelo's Awakening gone is very, very good. That brings us to Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero. Monstrous Rage, I called it. You saw my video. We made a little montage at the beginning.
So far,
and
that's
Monstrous
exactly
Rage,
what's happening.
Monstrous Rage.
Double Monstrous Rage.
There's
plus the Monstrous Rage here.
Monstrous Rage. Oh, double Monstrous Rage. This was just one Pro Tour top 8. Nothing else. One Pro Tour top 8. So Monstrous Rage, in my opinion, was an easy pick. Easy freaking pick, First draft, right away, Monstrous Rage needs to go. I was very surprised that they banned Cory Steelcutter, to be honest, but Monstrous Rage doesn't surprise me one single little bit. So yeah, that is very, very good. And Monstrous Rage, I don't need to explain why the card is bonkers. I explained it a lot, but I will come on, I will do it one last time now that it's gone. It's finally gone, man. Finally freaking gone. Monstrous Rage. The stupid freaking enchantment token that I left behind. That was the problem, Not giving the trample, the 2-1 for 1 turn, No, it was the constant forever 1-1 trample forever, That was just stupid. Stupid. Just get it out of here, man. No more blocking allowed. Finally, we can go back to blocking, That is pretty good. Especially with their 2nd edition of cards that they banned. Heartfire freaking Hero. After this, we still have 3 cards left. 3 cards left after this one. And I just started talking about this one, so it's a total of 4. Heartfire Hero just being too busted as a card itself, together with something like the Manifold Mouse, I believe that the decision to say Manifold Mouse is alright over Heartfire Hero. I prefer Heartfire Hero Gun and Manifold Mouse. Because the problem is at a certain point you're never ever allowed again to block the Heartfire Hero because it will grow so big and strong if you don't find the removal. And let's just say that Mono Red has ways to get you down to like 5, 6, 7 life on turn 3, you know, it's feasible. So let's say 7 life is feasible, and then you have a Heartfire Hero that like attacks you for 4, you know, you block it, you take 8 anyway, 4 anyways. It's stupid, especially with a Monstrous Rage. Now it tramples through, it deals you the damage, still dies, deals you the damage while dying. Heartfire Hero Gun is very good, especially if they had to make the choice between the two, because they couldn't let these two cards live together in the same environment. Heartfire Hero is fine in a vacuum. It's not good. It's not, yay, we have Heartfire Hero in standard, but it's fine, you know, it's feasible, it's manageable. But together with the Manifold Mouse, bruh, that is just too much. That is just way too much. That is like a melange of things that should not belong together in a standard format. In like stronger formats, okay, you know, if you have something like that in Pioneer or whatever, you know, where there needs to be strong decks to fight each other. But you know, in standard, it's just one step too much. One step too much. Especially with the Offspring, you know. It's still going to be a problem, but you know, one turn slower is a huge difference, especially for Mono Red. So yeah, I think that is absolutely alright. So Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero, they considered banning only one of them, but they realized that both were equally a problem. So there was no like, let's only ban one, but they were like, let's ban everything that is problematic. Especially if you now cut Core Steel Cutter, the meta would just be these other decks, and they want to prevent that by cutting down the deck's power level a little bit, so that maybe other decks also have a chance. And one of the decks that will absolutely make a resurgence if we don't like contain it, the fire, before it even starts, is the freaking Zur Overlord deck. That deck absolutely needed a preventive ban now, also with the Up the Beanstalk. Up the Beanstalk is a super impactful card. This and Monstrous Rage were the cards that people wanted banned the most. For me, Up the Beanstalk fell a little bit off favor because it wasn't played anymore that much, because people just like couldn't play it instead of Core Steel Cutter. If you have Core Steel Cutter and Up the Beanstalk, why should you play Up the Beanstalk if Core Steel Cutter is just a better 2-drop? And these two decks, these two cards, like on the other hand, are two different aspects of the spectrum, you know? You have either the aggro deck Core Steel Cutter, or you have like the control grindy, play big stuff for it cheap, Up the Beanstalk deck. So you have to make a choice. And this one wins. So Core Steel Cutter beats Up the Beanstalk. And now that Core Steel Cutter is gone, Up the Beanstalk would go way back, but it would take Core Steel Cutter's place. Everybody that doesn't play Core Steel Cutter now would be playing Up the Beanstalk decks because they're the logical conclusion. And now they ban it just to contain it before it even starts. Just Thanos snap it out of existence, and I think that's a very, very good move. I think this deck is strong, but it's way grindier, like it has to earn the grind way more. If Up the Beanstalk would be legendary, Up the Beanstalk for me is like a Prophet's Edict memory level of power, you know? That one is legendary. Up the Beanstalk is not legendary. How many Beanstalks are there? You know what I mean? So yeah, should be legendary. Then it would be a fine card, no need to ban it. It not being legendary and you being able to draw 4 to 8 to 12 cards each turn. It's not even once each turn, you know, it's limitless, legendary-less. That just makes the card way, way, way too freaking good. So banning Up the Beanstalk way from the get-go, super, I applaud everything. Up until now, I'm very happy with every single ban, even though like the last 3 bans now might seem to you like they're not that needed right now because they're like, you don't see the cards anymore. The reason is Core Steel Cutter. So if you ban Core Steel Cutter, all of these problematic cards will be becoming problematic again. So they just know that. And them being this smart makes me very, very happy, because a lot of people have lost their faith and their trust in Wizards when it comes to bannings. And this is fan service at its finest. So yeah, applaud. Nice. I slapped my microphone, so you know I mean it. So Up the Beanstalk banned, done. 2 left. What are these 2? Hopeless, Nightmare, and This Town Ain't Big Enough. I named them both together because you mostly see them together in the same deck. That being Dimir to Esper Bounce. Just Hopeless Nightmare into Pixie, into now also like the Kirin, the Kirin, you know, the 2-drop, the Sun Pearl Kirin. Is that the name? Person that doesn't exist? person that is a wall. Both agree. So yeah, no, Sun Pearl Kirin. Redonkulous deck, and they say that the card also fell out of favor because Cory Steel Cutter, but it would be back, and it's just not fun. And I agree that it's very important to keep live formats fun. The thing is, just imagine you're on a play, you mulligan down to 5 or a 6. Let's just say 6. You are on the draw. You're on the draw, okay? So you mulligan down to 6, you draw your, you already have 1 card less than your opponent. Turn 1, Black Source into Hopeless Nightmare. You're down to 18 and 5 cards now. You draw a card, you're still at 6 cards. So next turn, what do? You play your land, nothing else, you pass, or you play your Llanowar Elf or whatever, you know, maybe your aggro, even worse now, because you have less resources. Play a 1-drop, pass a turn. Now you're down to 5 cards again, you know, or 4 cards. 4 cards. Now they just return the Hopeless Nightmare to the hand, play it again. Now you're down to 3 cards and 16 life. It's crazy. And they have a 2-2 on the battlefield now that they can block comfortably with. They now play, like, you know, temporary lockdown, and jeebus, that is just insane. Just absolutely insane. So yeah, temporary lockdown will be gone soon. And then Hopeless Nightmare, also played in this deck because you just target your This Town Ain't Big Enough, sorry. This Town Ain't Big Enough, not Hopeless Nightmare. Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough are played together, but I'm talking about This Town Ain't Big Enough because it's just too stupid good. It shouldn't be cheaper if you target your own stuff. It should be return stuff your opponent controls to their hand for like 3, but if you target if you target something you control, it should be 5 then. Not 5 and 2 if you target something you control. Just return 2 of your best things to your hand and play them again. This is just stupid. Stupid. And we all hated that. So you play those with the Storm Chaser's talent, return to your hand, infinite loop of This Town Ain't Big Enough, and Storm Chaser's talents. That is just very, very good that they prevented this. I think This Town Ain't Big Enough is the card that, like, I didn't have on the radar at all. And Hopeless Nightmare, these two, they surprised me. Like everything else I would have expected somewhat. I would have actually gone with, Omniscience over Abuelos, but fine, you know, they want to keep a card that is like 5 years standard legal. Abuelos will be gone soon in 2 years anyways. So yeah, it's fine, I totally understand. But still, you know, I would have gone with that. For the rest, I totally agree. And the 2 cards, Hopeless Nightmare and This Town Ain't Big Enough, absolute sleeper surprise cards. They just banned everything. Every single card we hate is gone. So yeah, the reason also, like, for more, like, let's get into more details now. Cory Steel Cutter just was a card that was played way too much. You know, people just played it way too much. Every single format, every single standard tournament was like dominated by Cory Steel Cutter decks. They made half of the top 8. The only reason that Mono Red was in here, and they still also targeted Mono Red decks, don't you get it wrong. They still knew that the only reason Mono Red was so strong was because it could play the main board freaking Lizard, Mage Bane Lizard that I was playing already in Modern way back in the day. So yeah, that is a very, very good decision. Also, Monsters Rage, Heartfire Hero both banned. One of the bigger reasons that they also named was that you have to be ready on turn 2 or turn 1, latest turn 2, to have an answer for this. If you don't, they just go out of control and you're done. So absolutely goodbye, my friend, the game is over. And that is something that, with Heartfire Hero gone, very, very wise decision. You are not forced to play exile spells anymore, which is very good. I think we will see a resurgence of the Shrimp also. You know, and maybe like the Fling creature, maybe like, you know, all this Rakdos kind of style will be back, but them losing Heartfire Hero will make it a little bit harder, but they still have the Shrimp and they still have the Bird, the Slickshot Show Off, you know, so that is absolutely A-okay. So yeah, Abuelos Awakening, there's not much to say here. I think the reasoning behind it is very logical, and I think it's very, very good that they tackled this one right away. They just decided, you know what, Abuelos Awakening will be the main deck played, and it's very, very hard to beat, especially if we take away Monsters Rage and Heartfire Hero and, you know, Cory Steel Cutter, all 3 of them. Like, Abuelos Awakening was one of the decks that was playing Answers anyways, with like very, very easily mainboardable This Town Ain't Big Enough, temporary lockdown. And they didn't want everything to just be temporary lockdown and Elspeth Smite. So they know Abuelos Awakening is that, but other decks shouldn't be forced to play that, because otherwise they have no chance against Abuelos Awakening. So I think knowing that the meta will shake up, but they don't just want to like return to meta from 3 months ago when Core Steel Cutter wasn't a thing, or 5 months ago when Core Steel Cutter wasn't a thing. You just want to go to a new meta, and I think that's very, very smart. So banning stuff like Up the Beanstalk, just not to have you know, the Zerdek running rampant, very, very, very smart. I think that is a very wise decision. Hopeless Nightmare this town big enough just to, you know, prevent the field spat against Pixies, because Pixies are still going to be strong. They still have very, very good cards. They just won't have the explosiveness of Hopeless Nightmare, because there is another card that is very fair in my opinion, and I always feel like, why are you playing this and not Hopeless Nightmare? Is this Dragonstorm, the Black Dragonstorm, where you get drained for 2 and you survey 2. That is already very good enough. You don't have to make him discard a card even, you know, that, like, what the heck? Plus survey 3/2 for 3, you know, 3 mana, 2 survey anytime, you know, or whenever this gets sacked, you can just sack it for 3 and survey. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. But art by Dominic Meyer. So I think this is the first Dominic Meyer art that gets banned. So I have to buy all of them, all of the arts before, you know, it's out of permission or whatever. I've been awake for more than 24 hours now. How much has it been? 24 plus, let's say 6, 7. Yeah, that's
Wondered how much it will cost to open a company in Dubai or anywhere in the UAE. Or is it...
Alright, hold on. Holy fuck, bruh! Is that real? Holy shit! Standard is nuked! We win! Oh my god, let's fucking go, baby! They did the right thing. Wotzi was on the right side of history. We win, you guys! We fucking win!
I'm tired of your secrets.
What's up, Mesa Falcons? You get a rare one today. You get me before shower. No shave, no clean hair, tank top. Why? Because we just dropped the ban announcement. And are you ready, guys? Let's see. Let's see what they've got. Let's head right in. I have no idea. March 30, that's not it. June 30th, 2025, that's Reddit. This is the, oh, I gotta put the link in up here, not the search bar. Smooth. Ah, God, it's so bright. Hold on, I can save you. This is why you watch my channel for this. Holy crap, did I just see that correctly? Anyway, Dark Reader, nice little browser extension.
Off you go.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They fired all the bullets. Look, they brought out the whole team. They brought out 5 people for this announcement. They absolutely launched the bullets, and they hit 7 cards. 7 cards? Core Steel Cutter, Abuelo's Awakening, Monstrous Rage, Heartfire Hero, Up the Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare. This town ain't big enough. It ain't big enough for none of us. They went for every deck. They went for red. They went for prowess. They went for awakening. Omniscience. They went for beans. I mean, yeah, I guess Domain's been there a long time. Sure. Domain is the one that I think changes the most with rotation. That's why I didn't think they'd have to kill it. And then they also hit Hopeless Nightmare, and this town ain't big enough. Wow. Oh my gosh. This is gonna make a really great what got banned video someday. Anyway, all these other things have no changes, with Core Steel Cutter suspended pending a rebalance. And in Pioneer Best of 1 on Arena, Trickery is banned because there are people who just don't like playing Magic the Gathering. There's always that group that would rather play a slot machine than Magic the Gathering in their Magic the Gathering. And then there's Counterspell, unbanned in Historic. Always thought that was weird. Okay. Howdy, gamers. Ah, yes. My name is Carmen Clamperens, and I'm a senior game designer on Magic's play design team. Welcome to our mid-year ban and update announcement for 2025. The previous update to the banned and restricted list focused on changes to Modern and Legacy, with massive upheaval in Pauper. But for this announcement, we're shining a spotlight on Standard. Yeah, the Eye of Sauron has found Standard. Given the quality of cards being added to Standard ban list, I'll go ahead and roll out the red carpet for Jadine to talk about the details of what's changing and why. As usual, we'll be on weekly MTG and twitch.tv/magic tomorrow. That's July 1st at 10 a.m. Pacific time to discuss these changes and answer any lingering questions. You can submit questions for that stream over on the official Magic the Gathering Discord. To jump to our discussion of a particular format, click below. Okay, we have discussion. Let's go. Standard with all these bans. All these beautiful cards got banned. So much for my no changes idea, but thanks for all the clicks anyway. Wow, is this enough to change the play patterns of Standard? That was my biggest concern. I've never been so happy to be wrong about the bans, but will it change things? It looks like this is intended to do a lot of changing. All right. Today's announcement is our once-a-year early rotation window for Standard. Our goal with this window, by the way, this is the first time they've done this, the early rotation window, to try to shake things up. So that also plays a lot into what would they do. Our goal with this window is to set the next rotation cycle up to be as fun as possible. We do this by saying an early goodbye to a number of cards that have proven their strength and made the format less fun, either by creating unhealthy play patterns or by restricting the viable deck building options available in the environment. Okay, so all best decks will now be banned in whatever this is, the early rotation window in Standard. That's what it's gonna be. Although when is that next year? Because now they're starting to ban in February, so it'll be like January. But make January be something in Magic. That's kind of exciting. It's usually a dead time. We do this by saying an early goodbye to a number of cards that prove their strength. Yep. Creative play patterns. Yep. Restricting the viable deck building options available in the environment. Below, we'll discuss these bans and our reasoning behind them. Then we'll discuss the lessons learned from these cards for 3-year Standard. We're announcing the banning of 7 cards in Standard. 7 is a lot of cards. Is it the most ever at once? When they did the Mirrodin bans, it was Arcbound, Ravager, Disciple of the Vault, and the 5 lands, and Darksteel Citadel. It's not the most ever at once. But, I mean, comparing it to Affinity is weird because the land cycle had to be completely banned. Even for our early rotation window, and especially so since it has been over 2 years since any cards were banned in Standard. Has it really been 2 years since they banned Meathook Massacre? Oh, and then they banned Invoke Despair, Reckoner, Bankbuster, Fable. That was the last ban. Wow, it really has been that long. I'm old. So how do we get here? Our last banned and restricted announcement was 3 months ago, shortly after the release of Aetherdrift. Oh, let's go. At the time, Standard was looking fun and healthy. There were 3 decks clearly at the top of the metagame. Red Aggressive Mousies, Self-Bounce Synergy, and the Pixie decks. Domain Overlords, Ramp Deck. But below those top 3 was a sea of other decks that stood a fighting chance on any given weekend. Come on, say the flourishing thing. Dude, say the thing. Standard was flourishing. The release of Tarkir Dragonstorm in April had a dramatic effect on the metagame, propelling Izzet Prowess to the top of the metagame on the wings of Corey Steelcutter. Yeah. Right to the top, right to 40-some%. It was the deck to beat at the recent round of the Standard Regional Championships and represented over 40% of the Standard metagame at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Here's an example of such a monster. Here you go. Here you go. It's clear that Izzet Prowess deck is having a negative effect on the Standard metagame. Its play rate numbers are substantially higher than we have seen in Standard in the recent past. Beyond just play numbers, though, the degree to which the deck is warping the rest of the metagame around it is crystal clear. One easy example is Mono Red, which reinvented itself for an Izzet Prowess world by adapting large numbers of main deck copies of Magebane Lizard, an excellent card against Prowess strategies that was seeing very little play before the deck's rise to prominence. A lot of people pointed this stuff out in my ban videos, like these numbers aren't real, CGB. You see, everybody is warping their deck around Is It Prowess to beat it. Therefore, this is not like a pure meta. Sure. But who's to say that Spells deck won't be there next time and Magebane Lizard can still be a good card? I think people... I think when a card is good, it's not only good against one deck. There are other things that will use the strategy. Like, it's not like Graveyard Hate won't be in decks anymore because Abuelo's Awakening is banned. Like, yes and no. There's an argument. I don't think it's as clear as everybody makes it. Oh, the other big argument from my ban video, which got so many views, thank you to everybody, was that the statistics did not take into account mirror matches, or if they did, those are compiled by Frank Karsten, who does this all the time. You should follow Frank Karsten on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. You should follow Frank Karsten on whatever platform Frank is on, where the numbers come out. Frank always removes mirror matches. So you guys, you know what statistic I want? I want a statistic of the number of people fighting over like whether or not the statistics included mirror matches. That's what I want, because the comments in that video were just going off. Anyhow, that is a little side tangent. I think it's totally fine that the numbers include some amount of main deck and sideboard hate that is taken into account in a meta, because it's not always deck specific hate. It has other places. It's not like Magebane Lizard is a terrible mono red card. It's probably good in a mono red mirror too, because it's got 4 Butte, and you can hit it with the Lizard land, the Rockface Village, and it's also good against any other spell combo that comes out of VV in the future. So I don't think Magebane Lizard is like, oh well, because that is popular, because Is It Prowess is popular, these numbers aren't a pure standard. It's always like this. It's always like finding the right tool in the shed to battle a particular meta. Always. Corey Steelcutter is the obvious target from the Is It Prowess deck for banning. It is quite simply too strong for the format, or any format, you might argue. A card that's a little bit stronger than everything else. In addition to quickly rising to the top of the standard metagame, Corey Steelcutter also had a large impact on Modern, a format considerably more powerful than Standard, you don't say. It also has the quality of being a challenging card to interact with profitably, due to the increased burden of answering artifacts and the ease with which Corey Steelcutter leaves meaningful board presence behind even when quickly destroyed. This combination of sheer strength and resilience has let Corey Steelcutter run rampant on Standard. It's only been legal since Tarkir, guys. It's only been legal since March, and it's gone. How did this happen? At this point, it's clear the tools to challenge Corey Steelcutter's dominance don't exist in the environment. Did we play test it? Whatever. For these reasons, and in the interest of metagame diversity, Corey Steelcutter is banned. I have to go make a note to self right now. You're gonna see me like live, like note myself as a reminder. Get the Corey Steelcutter clip from Rarin video. It goes on the Clips channel, so check out the Clips channel, Covert Go Clips, formerly Covert Go Live. That's a fun place to post things. I have to get our clip of us talking about Corey Steelcutter before it was released. Did we say it would get banned? I think one of us might have. I've got to go check it out, but it was just so obviously the most broken card in that set. It was stupid. Let's see. The level of dominance of Is It Prowess in the recent Standard, wait, hold on, I missed this sentence. For the sake of clarity and setting expectations going forward, the banning of Corey Steelcutter is the kind of action we would take in any of our banning windows. What? The level of dominance of Is It Prowess in the recent Standard metagame clearly meets our threshold for bans outside the once per year Standard window. They are saying this could have been emergency banned. They are saying, yeah, they are saying this could be an emergency ban level card. They are saying Corey Steelcutter is a mistake. That's what they're saying. Only red cards are these kind of mistakes nowadays. Oh my God. Anyway, the release of Corey Steelcutter reshaped the landscape of Standard. It's very challenging to predict what will happen to the metagame after its banning. But we have concerns that the format may drift back to the format it existed previously. No kidding. To make sure the next standard metagame is diverse and has room for exploration, we're banning 6 additional cards. This is the part that surprised me. This is the part that really shocks me. Core Steel Cutter, I'm like, yeah, busted card, go for it. But they have other options. Izzet will still be a deck and a threatening deck. That is probably a good thing when you look at it that way. I didn't think they'd pull the trigger on all the decks that were popular before Core Steel Cutter because they didn't pull the trigger on them in the past. Like, why are we hitting Domain now when it's not even being played, right? Why are we hitting what? But the idea is that they legitimately want to shake standard. And it's weird because to me, it feels like it goes against the idea of the 3-year standard. It goes against the idea of you get to play your decks and they avoid making bans. So the people who invested in all these overlords, hopefully those overlords are still good in other decks. They probably will be. They're very amazing cards, but the Domain's an expensive deck and Beans just got banned. Okay. It doesn't feel as stable. It's interesting. Maybe it's because they looked at it and said Domain is like, I figured they'd just let Domain rotate like they have in the past, but maybe they looked at it and said Domain's about to die anyway. We ban Beans now. We keep another Beans deck from being popular so something changes. And the Domain deck was on its last leg anyhow. They just get one less month to play their Domain deck before it rotates, which is probably fine, especially with all the Magic Cons and I believe the RCQ season out of the way. I didn't check the pro schedule before saying that. Somebody correct me if you need to. Anyway, yap. Azorius Omniscience. The second most popular deck at Final Fantasy was Azorius Omniscience combo with more than a 20% share of the metagame. Every best of one gamer could have told you about this. The Omniscience deck has existed as a part of the metagame for a while, but climbed in popularity to be a major player after gaining new cards in Roiling Dragonstorm and Meringue River region with the release of Tarkir Dragonstorm. I thought it made it more fun, more dragons. Abuelo's Awakening always had the potential to create a deck like this, as 4 mana is cheaper than we normally allow for non-creature reanimation effects to be. But we had hoped that turning what it brings back into a creature would allow ample counterplay. This has not proven to be the case for Omniscience. What a thought. And you put that in the format for like 5 years, maybe 7 with Foundations. It's great. Combo decks like Azorius Omniscience are something we want to exist in Standard, but when too strong, they warp the format around them and reduce the number of viable decks. This version of Omniscience has proved too powerful and too consistent. For these reasons, Abuelo's Awakening is banned. My boy, what have they done to my boy? I'll have to find a way to get to Mythic like a normal human being and not just win most of my blue-white games on turn 4. Such a shame. So sad. I had built a version of the Omniscience deck that was rotation proof. I actually have some footage from it. I may release it just for members, or I may actually release it while I'm gone. It was funny because the win con, the way to end the game the same turn is all gone. Like Founding of Third Path is rotated, and so is Invasion of Arcavios. All those things rotated. And so it didn't win the turn it got out the Omniscience. It just drew its whole deck, well, almost all of its deck, enough so you don't deck out. It puts all the dragons on the board. It generates 100 prowess otters by having a Storm Chaser's talent in the deck. So it just generates like as many otters as the rope allows you to do. It gets all the confounding riddles, and this town ain't big enough so that it possibly could in your hand. So you would pass the turn with a hand that's like 3 confounding riddles, 4 this town ain't big enough, and 1,000 otters, and it's turn 4 and 4 dragons, and you just pass. They probably sit there and rope you, put something on the stack, you counter it with a riddle, pass back, you win. I didn't even have to win. Like, it was so... Anyway, this is for the best. I'll miss my Omniscience time. I really will. But you always have 7 hours of it to go back and watch if you miss it too. It's for the best. Monstrous Rage has been powering aggressive red decks in Standard since its release in Wilds of Eldraine. It is one of the strongest and most efficient combat tricks to have ever been printed. Probably the only one that will ever be banned. Do I have to read this? Are my eyes actually seeing this?
Thinking about upgrading your car? Here's the easy way. With Carnup's trade-in option, I have to pay.
We've enjoyed having a combat trick be a strong Standard card. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Whoever they snuck into the building at Wizards of the Coast loved their mono red so much. So much. The red propaganda is getting to a boiling point. Anyway. But it's clear that Monstrous Rage has overstayed its welcome. It has enabled combo style aggro decks more than we would like and has played a large role in lowering the fundamental turn in Standard. The fundamental turn being where the game is effectively over, such as having like easily now it's like turn 3 and turn 4 definitely, but Standard was never meant to be a like you die on turn 4 format in the past, and putting players under too much pressure too quickly. In addition, the fact that it grants trample has decreased the utility of blocking in the format, Brian Kibler would agree, and greatly eroded the efficiency of defensive creatures as a counter strategy to aggressive decks. I really should have just posted. It had me saying a lot of naughty words. I should have just edited out I should have just bleeped all my naughty words. I should have posted the clip. I was playing a game with a dinosaur deck where I cast the 3 mana 6/6 Pugnacious Hammer Skull on turn 2 off Llanowar Elves, and a Manifold Mouse just like a Heartfire Hero just goes right over it, and I cast another one the next turn and another Llanowar Elves, and it goes right through them again, and I die. Like it was, and the whole time I'm just like, I played a 6/6 on turn 2, and it wasn't big enough for their 1 mana mouse and Monstrous Rage and whatever else they had. It was, yes. It's very enraging, very monstrously ragey, isn't it? All right. I keep losing my spot because I'm sorry. I have a lot of yap in me today. I have a lot of yap about Standard in general. For these reasons, and in the interest of eliminating the least fun, aggressive play patterns in Standard, they admit it right up here. It was fun having a combat trick. Okay. Least fun, aggressive play patterns in Standard. Monstrous Rage is banned. At least they saw the light. At least that happened. Okay. But then this is interesting because they've talked about the mice and how the mice will always be together and how they'll always be the best, most amazing synergistic package that a red deck has ever had. Heartfire Hero has been another key piece of red aggressive deck strength throughout the last year of Standard. The curve of Heartfire Hero into Manifold Mouse puts the opponent under pressure immediately and forces decks to have ample interaction for the early turns. Additionally, Heartfire Hero's die trigger gives the red decks significant resiliency to many kinds of removal. This strength has shifted the format towards decks that can interact starting on turn 1 or 2, or decks that can leverage temporary lockdown. Yep, that's all you can do. That's all you can do, or you're just dead. You can't play a creature into a creature that aren't these mice. You're dead. Duh. We want red aggressive strategies to be a viable option in Standard. Why? It's always there. It's always there. You don't have to handhold mono red this way. It's always there. It was there when people didn't want it to be a strategy. It was there. Why? Because it's the fastest, and it's got it's always just the fastest little things that can kill somebody who stumbles. Mono red can exist without endless R&D support. It can. It has in the past. It's just every time they're like, we're gonna juice mono red now, they print something like Fire Blast and the format goes to hell. That's a boomer reference. Anyway, Heartfire Hero has proven to have too much explosive power combined with too much resiliency. As such, the mouse is banned. Get that little Get it out. Get it out of here. We discussed banning only Heartfire Hero or Monstrous Rage, but ultimately decided that banning both was the correct course of action. So I play Alchemy every now and then. Thank you to my sponsors at Wizards of the Coast. I appreciate you, the Play MTG Arena channel. And Monstrous Rage is banned there. So I have played in an environment with a smaller standard, kind of like a smaller standard, because Alchemy still has a 2-year rotation. And in that environment, Heartfire Hero is nerfed. It's an 0-1 in Alchemy. I still played against red mice constantly. I think the first like 3 matches I had the last time I queued into Alchemy were Heartfire Hero on turn 1. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to even nerf the card to an 0-1. It's still good. I think I lost all of those games, by the way. The 2 cards are both independently strong, and leaving either alone would make it likely. Why can't I read? Oh yeah, because I just woke up and my eyes aren't working. And leaving either alone would make it likely that aggressive decks in the format would still be combo style aggro decks with consistent explosive starts and a lot of burst damage potential. By banning both, we shift the aggressive strategies of the format away from combo style aggro, decrease the interactional burden on the non-aggressive decks in the format, and thus increase the number of viable cards and decks. And there's your domain overlords. Up the Beanstalk is no stranger to the ban list, having been banned in Modern since 2023. At this point, Up the Beanstalk has been clearly cemented as the best-in-class source of card advantage for slower decks. It shares Corey Steelcutter's quality of being challenging to interact with profitably, as its controller will almost always be up a full card on the exchange. This means decks powered by Up the Beanstalk are hard for many types of strategies to adapt to, which effectively eliminates them from the metagame when Up the Beanstalk decks are prevalent. The deck building puzzle of Up the Beanstalk has also been solved so many times. Yeah, you mean by like Ride's End? You mean by whatever the green one is with Living Weapon? At this point that we expect it to be more monotonous than engaging, as more cost reduction cards may get released in future sets. We've even felt some of these pains while developing cards and mechanics that have yet to be released. For these reasons, Up the Beanstalk is banned. So they've been trying to print cards that are like, this costs X less to cast, where X is the number of cards in your hand, or X is your life total, or X is your graveyard, or whatever else. And they've been like, well, what about Up the Beanstalk? And then they're like, oh, well, I guess we can't print that card then. It would be broken. And now they're like, you know what, guys? We want to have more fun deck building in the future, so we're banning Up the Beanstalk now. All right, job's done. Orzhov Pixie. Interesting that they are showing Orzhov Pixie. Okay, this is interesting because arguably the deck that was playing Pixie was no longer playing This Town Ain't Big Enough, which is one of the cards they banned. And it's probably because of the temporary lockdown situation. And they're hoping that the temporary lockdown situation isn't a thing anymore, that you have to run that card because nothing else deals with Corey Steelcutter and the mice. All right, the self-bounce decks have shifted a lot as the format has progressed, with just a small, powerful core consistent between iterations. Hopeless Nightmare is a key piece of that core, serving the role of a 1-mana trinket that is powerful to cast many times in a game. The pattern of constant discard it forces on the opponent is among the least fun elements of the deck and shrinks the game in a way that makes it hard to come back from once the self-bounce deck gets going. In addition, Hopeless Nightmare provides the self-bounce decks with both interaction and damage, allowing the deck to position itself as a disruptive, aggressive deck. I have died. I've died on turn 4, going second, so before my turn 4, to the Hopeless Nightmare deck. And when you're playing a deck like Omniscience and like they let you discard the Omniscience and you have the Awakening in hand and you're just waiting to untap on turn 4, and then they actually output 20 damage before that happens, you're like, okay. It's kind of insane. Yeah, it was a turn 3 lockdown, turn 4 Abuelo's Awakening hand, and I just died. I was dead. Allowing the deck to position itself as a disruptive, aggressive deck in the interest of removing the least fun elements of self-bounce, Hopeless Nightmare is banned. This Town Ain't Big Enough has seen play in many different standard decks. It almost always sees play alongside Storm Chaser's Talon, a 2-card package that has proven itself in a variety of shells. Most recently, this package played a role in the Is It Prowess deck, but before that, it was a key player in versions of the Southbound strategy that incorporated blue. When commonplace, this Town Ain't Big Enough makes the format less fun through its unique ability to interact with any permanent base strategy while still advancing the wielder's game plan. While not a huge share of its overall power, the loop with Storm Chaser's Talent is particularly frustrating and adds the threat of an endgame lockout to many matchups, making games less fun. For these reasons, this Town Ain't Big Enough is banned. So they're gonna talk more. I'll read all this. I have thoughts. It's interesting that they haven't brought up the metagame share of any of these things. The only place they brought that up was Omniscience and Steel Cutter, and the rest of these, they're like, they kind of, it appears that they'll use metagame share when as a justification to ban something now, but at least in this rotation window, lack of metagame share is not a justification, because they're not talking about how many decks played This Town Ain't Big Enough or Hopeless Nightmare or Beans. They're talking about the experience. So this is interesting because there's been this debate for years of, do they ban for player experience or do they ban for numbers? The answer today is both. All the above. The answer today is yes. That's different. I wouldn't say they've never done it, but now like that debate is a moot point, and going into future ban announcements, the answer can once again be yes. Maybe it is only for these rotation window announcements. This is the first of its kind of in that sense. So maybe they'll say they're only going to do that at these times. I don't know. It's weird because from now on, ban debate is going to not have a rock to stand on. It's literally going to be, well, people don't like Hopeless Nightmare, it could get banned, and I'll be like, yes. And they'll be like, this deck is 40% of the meta, it's going to get banned, and I'll be like, also yes. Both apparently are now true. Oh god, we're going to talk about 3-year standard. It's been a little over 2 years since we announced the shift to 3-year standard. So we haven't even had a full 3-year standard cycle yet. And this happened. With every set we release, we learn more about how to adapt our design heuristics to this new model for standard. Good. This set of bans is emblematic of 2 key learnings we'll be carrying forward in the future. I would love to know more about this. First, with the larger card pool of 3-year standard, we need to be more precise with our 1-mana cards and our cards that synergize with 1-mana cards. Yes, this is a very good point. I'll read the rest of their thing, but most people don't understand how cheap a 1-mana card is. Going from a 1-mana cost card to a 2-mana cost card is double. So if you get the same effect or even a bonus for a card that costs half of what a 2-mana card costs, leveraging that will always win you games. Like it's the biggest jump in the mana curve is from 1 mana to 2 mana. If you have a powerful 1 mana effect and your opponent has no 1 mana effect but a powerful 2 mana effect, you're still well ahead. It's crazy. 3 of the cards banned today cost 1 mana, and Corey Steel Cutter asked to be played alongside the cheapest cards available. The potential for 1 mana cards to define a format grows as the card pool increases. And we've learned that going to 3-year standard is a larger step in that direction than we had first believed. Standard is more fun when the starts of games often cost more than 1 or even 2 mana. That is so true. And we will be taking steps to ensure that is true more often going forward. Love that. Standard should be like a turn 5, 6, 7 format. Standard, I've been watching some old standard footage. You know how many games of standard would start with a tap land? Either a 3-color tap land or a scry land. Oh, and those were good formats, man. Those were good formats. And now it's like, well, if I'm not playing stuff on turn 1, whether it's Duress, Cut Down, Manifold Mouse, or a bounce spell like Into the Flood Maw, something, I'm dead. It's like, you're just dead. I gotta play a Storm Chaser's Talent because it's a 1 mana card. I just need something on the board. I don't want to die. Second, we need to scrutinize and be careful with the rate of cards that are challenging to interact with favorably. They didn't learn from Lucky Clover and Witch's Oven. That's what they're saying right now. I'm very bothered. With the increased power level of cards in the larger format that is 3-year standard, decks are very capable of turning a small advantage into a snowball that ends the game. Strong cards that leave resources behind when dealt with, like Corey Steel Cutter and Up the Beanstalk, reliably create that first small advantage. Identifying these cards and evaluating their strength in context of their interactional requirements is a task that play design is incorporating into our process going forward. Your 2-mana cards can't be busted snowball cards that pay for themselves. Yep, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. One last announcement for Standard today. Considering our next Standard rotation won't be until early 2027, we will be having 2 of our early rotation Standard banning windows before the next Standard rotation. You can expect one of these windows in about 18 months, right before rotation as usual. That's probably the January one. The other one will be in roughly 9 months around the midway point, but we haven't decided on an exact date yet, and it could move around by a month or 2. We will clearly indicate which announcements will specifically take a deeper look at Standard. Okay. They've said there's going to be a few more ban announcements. They're playing in the future. I guess there are some cards on the way that have them concerned, or they're just generally concerned after this huge shock wave that they just sent through Magic the Gathering with this announcement. Either can be true. In either sense, it's a good idea. So, do we want to read about Pioneer? Do we want to read about Modern? Do we want to read about all these other formats? Where did something get banned? I mean, honestly, they wrote a ton of stuff about various things in here, which is interesting, but I don't play a lot of these formats. Alchemy suspending Corey Steel Cutter, that makes so much sense, but it's kind of weird that they can't just do rebalance. Here's a rebalance for you. The Monk is an 0-1. Done. All right. Best of one. Or here's a, what if the Monk was a 0-0? The Monk token it generates. What if it was a 0-0? What if, guys, what if you had to have the cutter attached to it for it to be alive, or you had to have a prowess trigger on that turn for it to live, and then it would die at the end of turn anyway because you moved the cutter off it to generate a new one? I kind of like that. Arena team, if you're watching, consider the Monk token being a 0-0, eh? Anyway, yeah, Counterspell unbanned is fine. Timeless Brawl, no changes. I mean, we'll read one for our favorite format. The popularity of Brawl continues to grow with the addition of over 100 new commanders. The update included the partner mechanic for the first time. We have accounted for partner in our matchmaking system and will continue to adjust individual placement of commanders as they prove themselves. Actually, they put so many commanders straight to hell queue already. I was kind of amazed at all the commanders that go straight to hell in the new Brawl format of Final Fantasy, but hey, that's a whole other subject. All right, guys. They did the thing. It did happen. Corey Steel Cutter, Abuelo's Awakening, Monstrous Rage, Heartfire Hero, Up the Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare, This Town Ain't Big Enough are all banned. When will that take effect on Arena? Effective date June 30th. So maybe later today I'll be able to record with a new environment. That's crazy. That's crazy. As I come to the end of this video, those of you who stayed till the end, good job, but don't turn it off yet. I have announcements in general for the channel. They might be a separate video in the future soon, but just so you guys have a heads up, I'm going on vacation. I leave tomorrow early. So today is my only day to record with these ban announcements. I mean, maybe no changes would have made my vacation easier. This means that there won't be a lot of Magic the Gathering Arena content during my vacation, and I'm gone all the way in for 2 weeks until July 14th, I believe, something like that. And when I get back, I'm going straight to work on Edge of Eternities, as I'm an official Magic the Gathering ambassador for that. So the standard content, it's really sad, but these bans are happening, but I won't have the opportunity to do as much standard content as I want for the next 2 weeks, as I do have a vacation planned. I do have some things already scheduled for that trip. In particular, I was sponsored to be in Raren's Rumble, a Hearthstone event celebrating the new set Into the Emerald Dream, and I have some sweet matches against other content creators like Simo, Voxy and Amazonian, and Day 9, and I have some sweet videos of that I will be posting on the channel for you guys to enjoy. And for those who don't like Hearthstone and have comments for me about that, I would otherwise there'd be nothing. So it's just there for the people who want it. If you don't want it, that's fine. I get it. It makes me really sad to read like angry comments and see thumbs downs on the videos. I guess you feel like your voice must be heard, but the other option was nothing. It's not like there was going to be a standard video in its place. It's not taking the place of any standard content. I'm not going to have enough time to record enough content after these bans. So there's going to be days of just nothing on the channel for at some like during this vacation. But in the meantime, I do have some Hearthstone VODs to release, and I do have a few other pieces of content to release, and I also have some members only content that I'm going to put up. Usually it's like it's like brawl videos, and it's not like brawl videos with a hot new Final Fantasy commander. It's like, hey, I played Emery for the 30th time. Have some content. There's a Tameo video like that, and those videos I'm not sure if I'll release public or not, but anyway, that's what's going on. The channel for the next 2 weeks is going to have some sponsored Hearthstone content and probably whatever Magic content I can get done today, and then there are going to be days with no posts whatsoever. We also have the worst possible live episode from Vegas that is going to be coming out, so there are things that are going to drop. I'm just going to be playing a lot less Arena for the next 2 weeks, which is unfortunate now that there are bans. But I'll be back. I'll be back on the 14th, and I'll be back to work on Arena. I'm not quitting Magic the Gathering. And those of you who stayed till the end of this video and see the comments in the Hearthstone videos about him quitting Magic the Gathering, you guys know the truth, and you can drop some truth bombs that I'll be back and definitely playing Magic the Gathering on the 14th of July after my vacation. And thank you very much. You stayed till the end. That, of course, is the number one thing you can do to help the channel. Top it off. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you, my Mesa Falcons. You're cool.
Hey, what's up everybody? How is everyone doing out there today? Welcome back to Wildcat MTG. And here we are, it's July. We just had...
आजकल लोग 45 to 50 में रिटायरमेंट लेके लाखों की इनकम ले रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने सही टाइम पर सही जगह इन्वेस्ट किया। अब आप भी स्मार्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट करो। नाउ विद एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ मार्केट लिंक पेंशन प्लान, निफ्टी 500 मल्टी फैक्टर 50 इंडेक्स पेंशन फंड। हैड यू इन्वेस्टेड 30,000 per month for 10 years back in 2005, in 2025 you would have got 3.5 crore lump sum tax-free amount plus 1.2 lakh monthly lifetime guaranteed income from an annuity plan. Not just this, you also get zero allocation charges, free fund switches, flexible payment options, guaranteed loyalty additions, partial withdrawals, and much more. It's not just a retirement, it's freedom to live life your way. To start your early retirement journey, click on the link below to know more.
The returns shown are based on historical benchmark index data and do not reflect actual or expected returns of Axis Max Life Fund.
I know what you're thinking, that this is the crash out video. Well, not really. That's the honest truth. I didn't even plan to make this video. My plan was to come back home from a wonderful MagicCon where I got to meet so many of you and hang out with my friends. And my plan was to go make some standard videos using some of the sweet Pro Tour brews and to continue making standard content. Yes, there's been a lot of brawl. That was just because that's what I felt like brewing in the couple of days leading up to leaving to go to the event. Honestly, it was a result of having to record a ton of videos in one day and not really having the stomach, I guess you could say, for playing Mythic Standard all day on that day, because that might have caused a real crash out video. But the plan is still to record videos in Standard and to release those for you guys, showing some of the sweet decks from the Pro Tour. That is what I'm going to do. But it appears that you guys want to talk about Standard. You guys really want to talk about Standard because there was a Pro Tour Final Fantasy at the MagicCon going on right up, honestly, right above, like right through the ceiling from where I was hosting my events. And at that event, the top 8 told its own story. So I tweeted out in classic CGB fashion, this is fine for a top 8 bracket that looks like this. Mono red aggro, mono red aggro, mono red aggro, mono red aggro. Is it prowess? Is it prowess? Is it prowess? Is it prowess? Yeah. Every single deck in the top 8 ran Monstrous Rage. Every single one. No questions. And that got people talking because this was my most engaged with tweet in probably years. The retweets, the comments, etc. You guys clearly have a ton of feelings about Standard, and I actually do have a lot to say. I didn't think this was a video I'd have to make, but we're going to make it. We're going to talk about the Standard meta, the upcoming changes that are happening to it, both through the ban announcements and the rotations. We're going to talk about why I think there is still a really good chance, a really good chance that nothing gets banned. And we're also going to talk about how even if it did, not much would change. And we're also going to talk about rotation and why that will not save us from this Standard, and why through all that, there is still hope for this meta. Hello, it's me at CGB, and today I'm going to make that talking about bans video. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. What's up, cool kids? For the last month, I've been on the run from a certain giant green 10,000 needled somebody. But I've had help in covering my tracks on the internet from NordVPN. NordVPN makes you safer online with a single click. Their fake shop and scam detection allow you to shop online without falling for a dangerous shopping scam. Regular VPNs don't protect you against fake web stores, but Threat Protection Pro does. In fact, NordVPN was ranked 3rd in AV Comparable's fake shop detection test 2024, beating many other premium cybersecurity tools. NordVPN's dark web monitor gets you instant alerts about leaked passwords or personal data to protect your accounts. I was stunned to see how many leaks of my personal information were on the dark web. Okay, we're checking the dark web monitor and 23 leaks. Ooh, that's... NordVPN helped me fix it quickly so that Jumbo Cactar can't find me. And as a globe-trotting one in best of one online magical handsome influencer, now I can play on Arena safely, knowing I won't take 10,000 emotional damage out of nowhere, right? So get the fastest VPN in the business and use my link to get an exclusive deal and 4 months for free. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to nordvpn.com/covertgobluevpn. That's covertgobluevpn to get 4 free months and exclusive deal. And thank you to them for sponsoring this episode. Now back to the video. I hope you enjoyed that quick ad break, and remember, clicking on those links does support the channel. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I don't think I've ever put an ad in one of these kind of ranty videos before, but an ad was due on these days, so we do what we have to do. Today's video definitely could have been playing a standard deck from the Pro Tour, some of their spicier lists, but instead we are going to focus on the hot topic of conversation. How did this happen, and what's going to get banned, and what needs to get banned? So let's go over a few things first. Pro Tour Final Fantasy. The meta, my friends. It was released, I think, on Thursday going into the Pro Tour. And wow, Is It Prowess was 42.3% of the meta, with Azorius Omniscience right behind it at 20%, the second most played deck in the field, followed by Mono Red Aggro at 11% with 36 played. Then you see some other numbers from Domain Overlords, Demir Midrange, Jund Roots, etc., and it goes from there. So, with Prowess being an overwhelming part of the meta, and Corey Steel Cutter getting a lot of play, as well as Monstrous Rage in that deck as well, you would expect that all of the targeting for the Pro Tour, all of their sights would be set on this particular deck. It had dominated the RCQ season going in. Well, as it turned out, Izzet is still incredibly good, but it didn't have the highest win rate at the event. Let's go to win rates. As we look at, as compiled by Frank Karsten, the win rates of decks at Pro Tour Final Fantasy in the standard portion. Number one, in an incredibly small sample size at a 70% win rate, was Orzhov Demons, but following it is Golgari Roots. So right away, our top two are not these red decks that we're talking about, and maybe that gives some people hope. Golgari Roots in particular was played by a pro team and put up over a 60% win rate. The fact that mono red is right there with a 60% win rate after remaining one of the best decks in standard for years at this point is of course concerning. And then you see things like Selesnya Gearhulk, Boros Monument, Izzet Cauldron, which is not the same as the Prowess deck. It tries to use the Cauldron of Souls VV combo, and so on. And we actually find Izzet Prowess, which was being targeted at 48.9% of the win rate, which is not that great. So with everybody's eyes on it, Izzet Prowess got dropped to a 48.9% win rate and still put 4 copies into the top 8. That is pretty discouraging for the brewers out there, but also in a way provides hope, and probably very concerning to all of you, provides data for Wizards on what they might not need to ban. I can't recall how many times over the years I've seen ban announcements come out where they did not make changes, and they often use win rates as a defense for not making changes. That's one of the reasons that I'm very concerned that the upcoming ban announcement will include no changes. But things do continue to rise to the top. You might be saying, how did a deck like Orzhov Demons go 7-3 but then make top 8? How did Golgari Roots have this great win percentage but not make top 8? Well, blame Limited, because Final Fantasy Limited is a significant portion of the Pro Tour. For those who don't know, there are 3 rounds of Limited on day 1 and another 3 rounds of Limited on day 2. So a good record in Limited is required for you to be competitive, even if your standard deck breaks the format. Checking in on the top 16 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, we see a very red picture, even despite those numbers I just showed you. Number 1, mono red. Number 2, Izzet. Number 3, mono red. Number 4, Izzet. Number 5, Izzet. Number 6, mono red. Number 7, Izzet. Number 8, mono red. Domain. Well done, Edgar. Good job. Azorius Omniscience, welcome. I guess you're there too. Azorius Control, how did this happen? Mono red. Izzet Prowess. Izzet Prowess. Mono red. Izzet Prowess. That's right. There were 3 non-red decks in the top 16. 3 decks that did not play Monstrous Rage out of 16 in the top 16. I mean, people are definitely looking at these numbers and saying that this has to be some kind of a ban in standard. And I see where they're coming from. It makes a good amount of sense. And there is a ban announcement pre-scheduled coming up. The upcoming ban and restricted announcement is on June 30th. I'm recording this on June 25th. There is a lot of expectation from the community that Monstrous Rage will get banned. There's also a lot of expectation from the community that Corey Steelcutter or Stockup might have something done to them, because in the metagame for Final Fantasy, between Izzet Prowess, Izzet Proft, Jund Midrange, 43% of the field was using Corey Steelcutter, 56% was using Monstrous Rage, and 61% was using Stock Up. These figures stopped short of historical highs from Oko Thief of Crowns and Omnath Locus of Creation, 69% and 72% respectively for the events that those cards were in. But my God, busted cards like that are really not the bar you want to be comparing yourself to with figuring out whether or not your card is okay. That is insane. Believe it or not, there was a time, and you can look at formats like Modern, where like if a deck is over 10% of the meta, people are wondering if it's problematic. We have 42% Izzet Prowess, and we have 13 of the top 16 of a pro level event being defined in a way that you could say is one card, Monstrous Rage. So, what's going to happen?
I want to build something iconic.
It's a brand new day.
Anyone who's ever accomplished anything iconic has had to do some questionable things. What will you do?
What's gonna get banned? Everybody wants to know. And they ask me they ask me a lot at the event. People came up to me constantly at the event. What do you think should get banned? One thing I need to also address before we get into that is rotation. So rotation is coming up. That is a factor. Many people have brought up to me that some things don't need to be banned because rotation is coming. But let's talk quickly about rotation before we come back to what will be banned. So what will rotate out in 2025. This rotation will be the last one that triggers in the fall. The future ones will trigger like when the year changes. We'll get to that when we get to that. But what's happening is our next rotation is on August 1st with the release of Edge of Eternities. Edge of Eternities will come in, multiple sets will leave. The sets that will leave are, pay attention, take notes, Dominaria United, The Brothers War, Phyrexia All Will Be One, March of the Machine, and March of the Machine Aftermath. With these 5 sets leaving, my friends, the next rotation doesn't occur until February of 2027, and the sets leaving in February of 2027 are Wilds of Eldraine, Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Murders of Karlov Manor, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, and the big score, Bloomburrow and Duskmourn House of Horror. So the cards that we are keeping aren't going anywhere until 2027. Oh, just letting that sink in makes me anyway, let's talk about what's rotating and does it affect standard. And to help you guys out and visualize why rotation isn't going to save us, I have prepared the top 3 decks from this Pro Tour to show you, even without taking into account anything new from Edge of Eternities, what these decks are like when rotation happens. First of all, here's a red deck. I didn't even bother like adjusting the mana base. You know, it has the village, it'll have the sand step, whatever. Does this red deck look any different to you? The one card that might have rotated out.
Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Today I've got something a little bit different for you. I've noticed lately that you can get some very powerful green cards for like 50% below normal market value. So we're going to be talking about those today. I think they are going to be amazing pickups, and these are going to be very powerful green cards that you could put in almost any deck with green in them. I do want to preface this video with this. I'm not making this so you can like speculate and buy 100 of copies of these cards, wait till they go up and sell them and make a huge profit. I'm making this video so that if you are trying to make a green deck and you want to utilize these cards, you can buy a couple singles, use them, and play them in your deck. That way you know you're going to get your bang for buck. I don't know if these cards are going to shoot up another 50% because I don't know if they're going to reprint them or not, but I do know for a fact that they used to be way more expensive than they are now, and you can get them on the cheap right here, right now. So let's get right into it after you click on that Whatnot link and claim your free $15. That will buy you most of the cards on this list. Additionally, you guys can get 10% off all of your Tolarian Library proxies, perfect to buy all of those cards that aren't on this list and staples that are really expensive. And then last but not least, if you guys would like, comment, and subscribe, I really appreciate it. And to show my appreciation, I will be replying to all the comments in the comment section down below. Now let's get right into it. The first 2 cards I'm talking about today are Orin Frostfang and Toski, Bearer of Secrets. I'm lumping these 2 together because they both do something very similar. Toski costs $1.71 right now, and we've seen it as high as $10. And Orin Frostfang is coming in at $4.20, and I've seen this guy as high as $20. Notably, that's because he just had one printing for a while, but I do think this guy still gives you a very powerful effect. He says attacking creatures you control have death touch, so your opponents do not want to block your creatures, and then it says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card. Toski, Bearer of the Secrets says this spell can't be countered. It has indestructible. Toski, Bearer of the Secrets attacks each combat if able, and then it also says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you again get to draw a card. So it turns your massive board states of creatures into card advantage. The next card I want to talk about is relatively new, but I think people are going to catch on to how good this card is eventually. You can pick it up for only $2. Notably, it hasn't spiked in the past because it's so new. This is from the new Tarkir set. It's a new tutor. It is sorcery speed, but for 2 mana and X, you get to search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less and put it onto the battlefield, then you shuffle. What breaks this card is it also has Harmonize. This means you can tap it from your, or cast it from your graveyard by tapping a creature, and it helps pay the cost. Now the Harmonized cost is a little bit more expensive. You have to spend 4 green and then X instead of the original 2 green and X, but I don't think that's a problem when you're able to tap your creature to literally help cast it, and it's going to help cast it equal to its power. So you tap a 5/5 and you can find a creature of 5 CMC. For any of your decks trying to loop 3 creatures together, this card's going to be incredibly impactful, and it's incredibly impactful even if you aren't trying to combo off, and it's only $2, which I think is absolutely insane. Another card that we've seen have an insane price tag in the past, over $20 I believe, is Invasion of Ikoria, another very powerful tutor that gives you an insane effect once you flip the battle. You can cast it for 2 and then X, and then again when Invasion of Ikoria enters the battlefield, you get to search your library or graveyard for a non-human creature card with mana value X or less, put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, you have to shuffle. And then what's so cool is once you flip this battle, you get a giant 8/8 dinosaur that says creatures you control can assign combat damage as though they weren't blocked. So now you know you're getting all of your damage in. So not only is it a massive creature, kind of a win condition, it also tutors up some of the best cards in your deck. Another card that I'm going to keep advocating for just because of how many games it's won is Selvala Heart of the Wilds. You can get this card for like $3-4 right now, and in the past we've seen this go extremely high. I do believe $20 was its peak, don't quote me on that, but you can get it for a very fair price right now, and this card puts in work. It's a 3 CMC legendary creature Elf Scout that says whenever another creature enters the battlefield, its controller may draw a card. Notably, that works for everybody, but we're playing mono green, so you're probably going to be getting the card draw off of this girl. Also, we don't really care because of her other ability that allows us to pay 1 green and then tap her and add X mana and any combinations of colors to our mana pool, where X is the greatest power among creatures we control. If your commander's a 5/5, you should probably be running this girl in your deck, especially if it doesn't conflict with the mana curve, right? If your commander comes out on turn 4 and it's a 5/5, you can cast her, cast your commander, and then your turn 5, you're looking at a bunch of mana. You're going to catapult yourself ahead of your opponents. Another thing I wanted to mention is another new card, Communal Brewing. Again, this one hasn't seen the insane price tag yet, but just the bang for buck is insane. It's a 3 CMC enchantment. If you guys have been watching the content lately, I've been putting this in my decks because it's been putting in work, especially in decks that want to cast a lot of very small creatures or just creatures in general, and decks that care about 1/1 counter synergies. Again, you can get this for 37 cents right now, and this card says when Communal Brewing enters, any number of target opponents each draw a card. Put an ingredient counter on Communal Brewing, and then you get to put an ingredient counter on it for each card drawn this way. And then it says whenever you cast a creature spell, that creature enters with X additional 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number of ingredient counters on Communal Brewing. So now you're just adding 4 counters to your creatures whenever you cast them. Kind of insane. Cryptolithrites, this is another card. I think its biggest price tag was around $10, but it's kind of insane because you can get it for $1.24 right now. It's a 2 CMC enchantment that says creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Very power. Enduring Fatality, a little bit better, but getting the same effect for 2 CMC is also pretty insane. Excuse me, again, this card used to be extremely expensive, and now you can get it for $1. It's budget. Buy it now. Elemental Bond is a card I put in a lot of my decks. I think this one did see $14 at its height, which is insane, but it's so good in decks that just want to generate 3/3 creatures. What's powerful about this card is it doesn't care if it's a token or not. It's 3 CMC and says whenever a creature with power 3 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, you get to draw a card. There's a lot of creatures that say, hey, whenever land enters the battlefield, go ahead and generate a 3/3 creature. Whenever this creature dies, generate a 3/3 creature. Generating 3/3 creatures is not hard and green, and this is just going to have you drawing a ton of cards. So I absolutely love this card. Another card that I think is super cheap, mostly because people might not know it exists, is Mark of Sakiko. This is a 2 CMC creature enchantment that says enchant creature has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, add that much green mana to your mana pool. This mana doesn't empty as turns and phases end. This is incredibly powerful. It's essentially a Reaver Cleaver in mono green that only costs 2 to equip. Now, you can get blown out with this if they remove your creature, you lose Mark of Sakiko and the creature, but in green, you're probably running protection effects for your important creatures anyway, so I think if you're running the protection effects and you have that big creatures, I think you want to be on this card. I'm a big fan of it. Nature's Will is another card that's come down in price. This one used to be $20 as well, I think due to printing, but I also think it's a super powerful effect. It's a 4 CMC enchantment that says whenever one or more creatures you control deals damage to a player, tap all lands that player controls and untap all lands you control. This is very powerful in green, especially when you're playing in a heavy counter magic strategy. You look at that blue player, you hit them like a truck, force them to tap out all of their lands, and now you can cast your big target creature spells with all of the lands you just untapped. I'm a huge fan of this card and it's done amazing things for me. That's going to do it for the video, guys. Again, if you want to see some similar videos on other colors, I'm definitely open to doing them. They're not that hard for me to do either, just because I know what's good and I know what's been good in the past and I know what's been expensive in the past, because I've been brewing decks, budget, non-budget, for a very long time now. So if you guys are enjoying this kind of content, let me know and we can make sure we get more up on the channel. But for now, I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Yesterday I built a Clive video and you guys absolutely blew it up. I mean, over 9,000 views in less than 24 hours, which is my best performing video on the channel by far, and I can't thank you guys enough. And to thank you guys, I am going to release a more budget friendly version of the Clive deck. I saw a lot of you guys in the comments down below asking for that, and to show my appreciation, I'm going to give back and give you an $85 version of the deck. Usually I like my budget list to be around $45 to $75, but since I wanted to keep the core strategy in mind and still use some of the cool tech that I talked about in the non-budget version, we're going to spring a little bit and go for an $85 budget instead of the normal $75 top end. So I hope you guys understand there. You can also go ahead and take what I'm taking out and what I'm adding in to help upgrade my decks in the future. Now, that being said, if you guys ever blow up any of my other deck techs and I see a lot of demand for a budget list, you can better believe, like this video, you're going to get a follow-up and you're going to get a budget version. I'm going to take some expensive cards out, add some inexpensive cards in, and you're gonna get a budget version. Just, you know, I like to give back to the community that we're growing here. So if you guys scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And again, I can't thank you enough. Let's get into what I cut and what I'm adding. That way we can make this a little bit more budget friendly, but keep the punch of the deck. I am going to recommend that you guys actually check out yesterday's video. That way you get an understanding of what the deck is trying to do. But for those of you that just want to see the upgrades and just want a gist of what the deck is trying to do, what we are trying to do is we're trying to double up on our commander's ETB through clone effects. We don't really care that the clone's going to die to the legendary creature. We just want his broken ETB that allows us to draw cards equal to our devotion to red again, and then we're looking to end the game with something that allows us to deal damage whenever we're discarding our hand, like Glinthorn Buccaneer. There's a lot of incidental burn in this deck as well. So the goal was to stay true to the main game plan while making it a budget deck. So let's get right into it. The first thing we lost right out of the gate was mana generation. We took some big hits here, so we're going to have to hit back hard. Jaya Ballard seemed perfect here for 5 CMC, 2 generic, and 3 red notably, so that's 3 devotion to our red devotion. We get a planeswalker that has +1, we can add 3 red mana to our mana pool, but we can only spend this to cast sorcery spells. That's not going to be a problem. We can also +1 her to discard up to 3 cards and draw that many cards. So we're also going to get a discard draw effect as well that triggers all of our discard effects. And then if we're able to get to 8 loyalty, which is actually not super crazy since we are on some proliferation tech in this deck, we get an emblem that says you may cast instant and sorcery spells from your graveyard. If a spell cast this way would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead, which is also pretty useful. Koth is also going to be pretty solid here. It's another planeswalker. His +1 is untap target mountain. It becomes a 4/4 red elemental creature token until end of turn. And then his -2, which is notably probably the only one we care about, allows us to add red mana equal to the amount of mountains we control to our mana pool. So he's essentially a ritual. Again, if we do get this guy to 5 loyalty, we get an emblem with mountains you control have tap. This land deals 1 damage to target creature or player, so that's also pretty useful with our damage doubling effects. Glittering Stockpile is not my favorite, but it does work in a pinch. It's one of those 3 mana rocks that I like trying out, and it has worked for me in the past. For 3 CMC, you get an artifact treasure that says add 1 red to your mana pool, put a stash counter on Glittering Stockpile. Then you can sacrifice Glittering Stockpile to add X mana to your mana pool, where X is the number of stash counters on it. So essentially early game it's just a mana rock, and then late game you sacrifice it for a ton of mana all up front. Hit the Motherlode is also pretty insane here. It's a sorcery for a total of 7 mana that says discover 10. If the discovered card's mana value is less than 10, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the difference. So you're going to want to cast this spell the turn before you go off, and then you will be able to have a crazy storm turn and hopefully discard enough cards to kill the entire table. Speaking of discarding cards and killing the entire table, we have Decaying Time Loop. For 4 CMC, you get an instant that says discard all cards in your hand, then draw that many cards. It also has Retrace, which says you may cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying its other costs. This card pairs amazingly with our other cost reducers in the deck. We did keep the Fire Crystal and we are keeping Ruby Medallion. Additionally, we're adding Stormkiln Artist to the deck and we're already on Runaway Steamkin. Shirley Badgersaur is also still being included in this budget version, and it allows us to generate a treasure token whenever we discard a land. So this is the card that's going to allow us to keep churning through our library. That way we can find something to clone our commander, and once we have something to clone our commander, we're going to be able to get his broken ETB again and instantly refill our hand, because Decaying Time Loop will eventually run us out of cards, because remember, we do have to keep discarding a land card to keep casting this from our graveyard. This card is just going to be perfect here though. Mirror March is also a pretty fun include to the deck. It's an enchantment for 6 CMC that says whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, flip a coin. Until you lose a flip, for each flip you won, create a token that's a copy of that creature. Those tokens gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next end step. This card can either win you the game or do absolutely nothing, and I'm here for it. We're in mono red, so we might as well send it. Jax's is also going to be a solid slot in since we did have to cut our more expensive clone effects. Jax's is 4 CMC, a legendary creature human warrior that says pay 1 red and tap him, discard a card, create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. It gains haste. Whenever this creature dies, draw a card, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step, activate only as a sorcery. This is obviously just another solid way to copy our commander to get his ETB, and it's also going to draw us an additional card due to that blitz ability. It can also do that cool thing where it creates a token copy of Smog, and then Smog has to instantly die to the legend rule, and now we get a free 14 treasure tokens. Reforge the Soul is going to be a solid include. It has Madness, it's 5 CMC, and its Madness cost is 1 and a red, and then it says each player discards their hand, then draw 7 cards. This is another solid way to refill our hand while also being a solid game ender if we can copy this a couple times. Surge to Victory, this is going to be our new game ender. We did have to cut Underworld Breach due to the budget options, but this is a very good card that has won me games. For 6 CMC, you get a sorcery that says exile target instant and sorcery card from your graveyard. Creatures you control get +X+0 until end of turn, where X is that card's mana value. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player this turn, copy the exiled card. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. What's amazing here is we have several targets here that just win us the game. There's a ton of options here that just win us the game. Maybe we can copy a ton of duplication spells that are just going to duplicate our Buccaneer to deal a ton of damage whenever we cast our commander. We can even choose something like Reforge the Soul that allows us to draw a ton of cards and discard a ton of cards, again dealing a ton of damage to the entire table if we have any of our discard outlets that deal damage on the battlefield. Finally, just discarding something like Hit the Motherlode not only buffs our board +7, remember we're still getting that buff, additionally it's going to discover a ton, generate a ton of tapped treasure tokens, and the next turn I don't see a scenario where we don't untap and win the game, if we haven't already won, because our creatures are going to hit like a truck at that point. Bonus Round is also a solid new win con in this new version of the deck. It's a 3 CMC sorcery that says until end of your turn, whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell, that player copies it and may choose new targets for the copy. So as long as you have something like a Stormkiln Artist on the battlefield, you're going to generate a ton of treasure tokens whenever you're casting your spells. All of your duplicate spells get doubled up, all of your wheel effects get doubled up. This can kill the table incredibly fast, especially if you have the access to your graveyard with something like a Past in Flames. Mythic's Mastery does something pretty similar. We're filling our graveyard the entire time with this deck, so casting a Mythic's Mastery can also win us the game. It's 4 CMC, but we're really looking at its overload cost for 8 CMC. It says exile target card that's an instant sorcery card from your graveyard. For each card exiled this way, copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Or, you overload it and choose every single instant sorcery card in your graveyard. With the right graveyard setup, this can just allow you to win the game. Warstorm Surge is going to see an include here. I cut Terror of the Peaks out, add this in, easy swap out. It costs more mana, it's not a creature, but it kind of does the same thing, so we're here for it. Seize the Spoils, Big Score, and Unexpected Windfall, all very good card advantage cards that not only work with the discard synergies in the deck, but they're also going to net us treasure tokens. Not to mention, they kind of go insane insane whenever we have bonus round out on the battlefield and active. Gratuitous Violence is going to be a solid swap out for Fiery Emancipation. Now instead of doing triple damage, we're doing double damage, but we still get 3 red pips, which is pretty noticeable, and it's super budget, so we take those. Null Spine Dragon is going to add a ton of card advantage to the deck. For 7 CMC, you get a dragon that says when Null Spine Dragon enters the battlefield, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal to the damage dealt to target opponent this turn. Don't forget we are playing some pretty massive creatures, so dealing a ton of damage to one player just to cast a Null Spine and refill your entire hand feels good every time. Sunset Strike Master is a mana dork in mono red, which is kind of unheard of. It's 2 CMC, it adds to our devotion, she taps for 1 red mana, and then for 3 mana we can tap and sacrifice this creature, and then it deals 6 damage to target creature with flying. So it still adds utility to the deck past its mana. I love it. Or Rich Stalactite is a pretty unique card I've never seen before, but I'm adding it to this deck. It seems awesome. It's 2 CMC, it's a mana rock that says add 1 red to your mana pool, spend this mana only to cast instant sorcery spells, and then you can craft with 4 or more red instant sorcery cards. Then whenever it flips over, you get an artifact that says pay 1 and 1 red to tap it and choose an exiled card used to craft Cosmium Catalyst. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. That's going to be super useful to this deck, especially since we added more high cost instant sorcery cards to this deck that outright win us the game. Brash Taunter seemed super funny as well. For 5 CMC, you get a creature goblin that has indestructible, and whenever Brash Taunter is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to target opponent. Then for 3 mana, you can tap Brash Taunter and have it fight another target creature. So we flip our commander, it fights Brash Taunter, we deal 9 damage to an opponent, and then we're able to tap Brash Taunter to fight our commander to deal another 9 damage for a total of 18, and then if we double that damage, that's going to be a total of 36. We can kind of just start killing players that way, so I thought that was kind of cool. That's going to do it for all the notable adds. I'll leave the deck list in the description down below. I'll leave all the cuts and adds in the description down below as well, so you can kind of see the rationale. Oh, he took these cards out and then added these cards, and you can kind of see how whenever I take card advantage out, I'm adding more card advantage because I don't want to mess with the ratios of the deck because I was already happy with the ratios of the deck. I also just wanted to thank you guys again. There was a ton of really nice comments in the video from yesterday, and that really again just made my day, so I appreciate you guys. And here's a little update on a budget list just to show my appreciation. Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Today we're building one of my favorite mono red commanders that they have ever printed. And this is a pretty strange build, but it's also pretty broken, so hear me out. What we're trying to do here is we're using Clive to generate a ton of value. We're going to use duplication effects to create token copies of him that are legendary, so we're going to instantly have to sacrifice those. But what's good about this is we're still going to get his broken ETB that allows us to discard our entire hand and then draw cards equal to our devotion to red. So this is a mono red devotion wheels deck that plays almost no wheels, and then we're trying to kill people with Glinthorn Buccaneer effects. We're also on some weird proliferation tech because once we flip this guy over, not only is he going to fight something and becomes a 9/9, additionally we can go ahead and proliferate twice. That's going to generate 8 mana, and then we can instantly flip him back over and get his will ability again because he exiles and comes back in. So we're on some weird proliferation tech, we're on a lot of clones, and then at the end of the day, this deck is just going to abuse the legend roll because we're also on sagas like Clive, or sorry, not Clive, Smog. This is going to allow us to proliferate using our proliferation tech, get a Smog token, that's a legendary 6/6 that says whenever it dies, you generate 14 treasure tokens, and then we're going to use our duplication effects to clone the Smog, and then boom, now all of our 2 CMC duplication effects become cards that just generate 15, 14 mana. I don't remember. This is also going to be the first deck where I'm implementing the Game Changers rules for Bracket 3. I'm going to be including Underworld Breach, the One Ring, and also Jeska's Will. All of these are amazing in the deck, especially in a monocolored deck. Sometimes they need a little oomph to make them really viable and really broken, and Underworld Breach does exactly that in this deck. Resolve this with the right cards on the battlefield and you will just see yourself winning the game. Not only is it really broken with our commander because we're able to exile 3 cards and flashback any of those duplication effects to draw more cards, and then again, our deck's a ton of rituals. It also allows us to just flat out win the game if we have the right cards in our graveyard. So it's very important for me to include a win con outside of the commander, and Underworld Breach is exactly that. If you do get blown out, your commander gets removed and he's almost non-castable, you can at least bet on resolving a breach late game and still being able to put a win on the stack. So with that out of the way, let's get into this weird tech we're running and what the deck is trying to do overall. After you guys click on that whatnot link in the description down below and claim your free $15, you guys can also get 10% off all of your Tolarian library proxies whenever you use code DT4D. And last but not least, if you guys would like, comment, and subscribe, it really helps me out. I know it's annoying to ask, but it's super free, and to help give back, I am going to reply to almost every comment in the comment section down below. In the first 24 hours at least, I'll be sure to hit all of you. Now, again, let's get into that deck tech. I want to kick it off by talking about the weird jank this deck gets to utilize to make sure we get his ETB consistently. The first thing I noticed is that if we flip this guy over, he's going to not only fight something, but additionally he's going to net us up to 8 mana as long as we can go through both of those saga chapters. So we need a little bit of proliferation. Staff of Completion is going to be perfect here. It has an option to pay 3 life and proliferate. Then if we double it with something like Rings of Brightheart, it allows us to proliferate twice, instantly netting us 8 mana and flipping our commander. Another thing that's great about Staff of Completion is even if we don't have Rings of Brightheart on the battlefield, we can pay 5 mana to untap Staff of Completion and proliferate again. Remember, our commander nets us 4 mana right away, so this is really only going to cost us 1 mana and then we instantly get 4 mana back, and he's going to instantly flip over and draw us into an entire new hand. So something that allows this guy to be really broken is you don't need any of those clone effects to get his ETB again. All we need to do is proliferate twice, which is a lot easier than it sounds, and then boom, we get his ETB, we draw into a new hand, and we're allowed to continue our ridiculous storm turn. Contagion Engine does something pretty similar. It's 6 CMC, it enters the battlefield, you get to put a -1/-1 counter on each creature target opponent controls, and then for 4 mana you can tap it and then proliferate again. Again, that's going to instantly get us through those 2 saga chapters and flip our commander, allowing us to add 8 mana to our mana pool and also get his broken ETB again. Throne of Geth is also pretty broken here, but what really breaks it is Underworld Breach, and Underworld Breach honestly just breaks this entire deck. With any meaningful board state and your commander on the battlefield along with a couple clones in your graveyard with some rituals, you kind of just win the game out of nowhere. But Throne of Geth does this in an interesting way because we're actually able to cast it for 2 mana, and then it has an ability to tap it, sacrifice an artifact, and proliferate. Notably, you can sacrifice itself. So what's going to happen here is we flip our commander, sacrifice Throne of Geth to itself proliferating, that's going to net us 4 mana, and then we're going to use Breach to exile 3 cards from our graveyard to recast Throne of Geth. We're going to proliferate again by sacrificing itself, and that's going to flip our commander, allowing us to draw into a fresh new grip. Honestly, most of the times this is going to be more than 7, and discarding our hand. This fuels the graveyard, allowing us to keep doing this, and as long as we're netting a ton of mana this way, we're eventually going to find our win cons and win from there. I'm also on Goblin Engineer. Not only does this find us all of our key artifacts, it's also amazing with Brass's Tunnel Grinder, which is kind of another version of our commander. When Brass's Tunnel Grinder enters the battlefield, you can discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. So it's a solid way to fuel Breach. Additionally, we're on Cursed Mirror, which is another artifact we can find with Goblin Engineer, and Cursed Mirror can just enter in as a copy of any creature on the battlefield. 9 times out of 10, that's going to be a copy of our commander, and it's going to allow us to do the whole discard your hand thing and draw into more cards thing. Another thing that makes this deck super strong is all of the mana generation. We get to use Throne of Eldraine, Nyx Lotus, Sceptre of Eternal Glory, and Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx. Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx, and Nyx Lotus allow us to add mana equal to our devotion of red to our mana pool. Absolutely insane. And then Throne of Eldraine and Sceptre of Eternal Glory are cards I only run in monocolored decks or sometimes 2-colored decks depending. Sceptre of Eternal Glory is going to add 3 mana of any color to our mana pool, but we can only activate that ability if we control 3 lands of the same type. And then Throne of Eldraine is going to allow us to choose a color whenever it enters the battlefield, notably red, and then you can add 4 mana of the chosen color, spend this mana only to cast monocolored spells of that color. We can also pay 3 mana and tap it and then draw 2 cards, spend only mana of the chosen color to activate this ability. So card advantage, and we get a solid way to add a ton of mana. And you can better believe we're running Expedition Map to find that Nykthos Shrine to Nyx along with our Goblin Engineer. This guy can easily find our Expedition Map that's going to easily find our Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. Tutoring for tutor, if you will. Count on Luck is a terrible card I'd never run unless you're running a Devotion red deck, so it's perfect here. It's 3 red mana and then says at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So for an insane cost, you get a terrible Phyrexian Arena, but a terrible Phyrexian Arena is fine here, especially when it adds 3 Devotion to the board. I'm also on Will of the Jeskai. It's an amazing card for 4 CMC. You get to choose one. If you control a commander as you cast this spell, you may choose both instead. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards, amazing, and then it also says each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. These are very, very good abilities. Not only does it refill our hand, it allows us to cast all our clone spells from our graveyard again. We do exile them, so that kind of hurts on the breach, but we have a ton of redundancy here, so we're not even worried about that. Containment Construct is also amazing in this deck. It's 2 CMC and says whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. I love this effect here because it allows us to cast spells that we're discarding and doesn't force us to exile them after we cast them, right? If we get a ritual, we can just say, hey, yeah, we're gonna leave that in exile, cast the ritual, we're gonna get up on mana, and then that ritual is gonna go back into our graveyard, so whenever we cast something like an Underworld Breach, or even something like Will of the Jeskai later, it's going to be in our graveyard, ready to be cast again. Let's move on to the burn portion of the deck, because 9 times out of 10, this is how we're closing out the game. We have Magmakin Artillerist, Braylon, Glinthorn Buccaneer, Psychosis Crawler, all amazing cards. Magmakin Artillerist allows us to deal damage equal to each opponent, equal to the amount of cards we're discarding. So again, that's easily lethal. Braylon does exactly the same thing. Whenever you discard a card, put a 1/1 counter on Braylon, and then he deals 1 damage to each opponent. Glinthorn Buccaneer, whenever you discard a card, Glinthorn Buccaneer deals 1 damage to each opponent. Psychosis Crawler says whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses 1 life, so a little bit different there, but not really. And then we are on other cards like Fiery Emancipation. Not only is this 6 CMC, 3 of it being red pips, so it helps our devotion. It says if a source you control deals damage to a permanent or player, it deals triple that damage instead. So now we're dealing 3 damage per card we discard or draw. That's going to kill the table incredibly quickly. Torbran does something super similar here. He's 4 CMC, 3 of it, again, red pips, so that's 3 red devotion. If a red source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage +2. So it's tripling up on all of our red effects like Glinthorn, Braylon, and Magmakin. So again, 3 damage per card we discard. Chandra's Ignition, also pretty solid here. Remember, if we flip our commander, he is a 9/9, so casting Chandra's Ignition a couple times from our graveyard will be able to end the game out as well. I thought Cavalier of Flames was pretty interesting as well. It has a couple abilities. Also, it is 2 generic and 3 CMC, so again, we're adding 3 devotion to the battlefield, and then he has an activated ability for 1 generic and 1 red that says creatures you control get +1 and gain haste until end of turn. Notably, this is one of the ways combat damage can just become lethal here. He also has an ETB that says whenever Cavalier of Flames enters the battlefield, discard any number of cards in your hand and draw that many cards. So kind of like a version of our commander, but he's just going to net us even on cards. He can, in a pinch, win us the game with all of our clone effects, and then something like a Braylon on the battlefield. He also has a die trigger. Whenever Cavalier of Flames dies, it deals X damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control, where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard. And remember, we're going to have a ton of lands in our graveyard. Our commander also does have a fight trigger whenever we first flip him to his Saga side. This means we have a Cavalier of Flames, we can eat it with our commander and deal a ton of damage to our opponents. Terror of the Peaks can also very easily represent lethal in this deck. Remember, our commander is exiling himself and re-entering the battlefield. One of his sides is a 5/5 and the other side is a 9/9. That's a total of 14 damage whenever we flip him and then instantly flip him again, which a portion of the deck is dedicated to doing. 14 damage over and over and over again. Your opponents aren't going to be able to last for very long after that, and on its face, it's just solid removal. We can just go ahead and ping down our opponent's key pieces. He does have a fight trigger, so we can fight something and deal 9 damage to something else. We're going to be able to keep the board pretty clear that way. And then last but not least, we have Impending Flux. This is the straight up Stormwind con of the deck. It reads, Impending Flux deals X damage to each opponent and each creature they control, where X is 1 plus the number of spells you've cast from anywhere other than your hand this turn, and then it has Foretell. Something of note here, whenever we're casting a spell with Underworld Breach, or whenever we're casting a spell for its flashback cost, it is being cast from somewhere other than our hand, also from exile, notably with Jeska's Will, so we can just keep track of that and then deal a ton of damage to our opponents. It's also not uncommon to use this as a board wipe. There's a lot of decks that go wide, but they don't go very tall. So this card will be able to send those token decks back to the Stone Ages. Let's talk about how we're going to make half of this deck free to cast. Bergi, God of Storytelling, Ruby Medallion, Artist Talent, and the Fire Crystal are all amazing here. The Fire Crystal and Ruby Medallion just straight up reduce all of our red spells by 1 generic mana. The Fire Crystal is also going to give all of our creatures haste, which is notable, and it has an activated ability for 6 mana to create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So in a pinch, we can pay 6 mana to create another token copy of our commander to get his card draw effect again. Bergi's also amazing because she just straight up says whenever you cast a spell, add red mana to your mana pool. So now all of your 3 CMC spells with a red pip in them are free to cast. And that's the majority of our rituals. Artist Talent is also pretty good. It hits all the notes we're looking for. It says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may draw a card and discard a card, so it's fueling our breach plan. And then for 3, we can level it up, and it says non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And for another 3, we can bring it to level 3, and it says if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage plus 2 instead. So again, tripling up on all of our damage triggers whenever we're discarding or drawing cards. Runaway Steamkin is also going to see a little bit of an include, but it does take a little bit to ramp up. It says whenever you cast a red spell, if Runaway Steamkin has fewer than 3 1/1 counters on it, put a 1/1 counter on Runaway Steamkin. Then it has an activated ability to remove 3 1/1 counters from Runaway Steamkin and add 3 mana to your mana pool. So again, it takes 3 spells to get it online, but once you get it online, it's effectively a Bergi, if that makes sense. Mana Geyser and There and Back Again are insane in this deck. Mana Geyser is 5 CMC and reads, add 1 red mana for each tapped land your opponents control. Assuming this is turn 5, you can bank on adding at least 15 mana to your mana pool. This has been pretty consistent for me. There and Back Again, also insane for 5 CMC. You get a Saga that enters and says up to 1 target creature can't block for as long as you control There and Back Again. The Ring tempts you. The second chapter allows you to search your library for a mountain card and put it onto the battlefield, and then the third chapter allows you to create Smog, a legendary 6/6 red dragon creature token with flying and haste that says whenever this creature dies, create 14 treasure tokens. There's a lot of ways to trigger this. The fact that it's legendary means we can use any of our duplication effects to create a legendary token copy, and then we have to immediately sacrifice it, getting us our 15 treasure tokens. We can also just straight up spend 6 mana, flip our commander over, and our commander can fight the dragon and instantly pop it for, again, those 14 treasure tokens. I favor the duplicating it because that keeps it around and we can keep duplicating it, turning all of our duplication effects into 14 mana rituals. But again, in a pinch, it's not hard to flip our commander and then just eat the dragon. Dragon on demon violence, if you will. It's okay. I'm also going to run both Nehebs here. Neheb Dreadhorn Champion is perfect for this deck. He has trample, he's a 5/4, and he says whenever Neheb Dreadhorn Champion deals combat damage to a player or a planeswalker, you may discard any number of cards. If you do, you get to draw that many cards and add that much mana to your mana. The mana we add this way will also not be emptied whenever steps or phases end, so it'll be there whenever we go to cast Clive right after combat. Another card that's amazing to cast Clive right after combat is Neheb the Eternal. He says at the beginning of your post-combat main phase, add 1 red mana for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn. The mana generation here is just insane. Path of the Pyromancer just straight up wins you the game if you have Underworld Breach on the battlefield. It's 5 CMC and says discard all the cards in your hand, and then you add 1 mana for each card discarded this way, then you draw that many cards plus 1. So let's say for argument's sake, we cast this and then we discard 5 cards. We add 5 mana to our mana pool and then draw 6. Underworld Breach is going to allow us to exile 3 of those cards and cast it again from our graveyard. Now we're going to discard 6 cards and draw 7 and add 6 mana to our mana pool. This will result in us putting our entire library into our graveyard, and again, all you need is a Glinthorn Buccaneer effect to win the game. Jessica's Will is also going to see an include here. It's just perfect in the style of deck, and again, we already hit bracket 3 with Underworld Breach, so we might as well send it. Sticker Goblin seemed amazing with all the cloning effects. We can just clone the Sticker Goblin and generate even more mana. This thing's annoying to resolve, but a lot of people just roll dice to resolve it, and then that's been perfectly fine. Shirley Badgersaur is also super underrated in these discard effects, and I think he's going to put a lot of work in here. For 4 CMC, you get a Badger Dinosaur that says whenever you discard a creature card, you get to put a 1/1 counter on Shirley Badgesaur. Then it says whenever you discard a land card, you get to create a treasure token, and then it says whenever you discard a non-creature non-land card, Shirley Badgesaur fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. Notably, whenever a card reads up to, that means you can choose 0. So if you have no good targets for him to fight, just fight nobody, and this guy stays on the battlefield, gets bigger, and generates you a ton of treasure tokens. You know I couldn't make a red ritual deck without including the Reaver Cleaver. Our commander's a 5/5, and if we flip him, he's going to be a 9/9. This card's gonna generate just enough mana for us to start storming off and win the game. Seething Song, Pyretic Ritual, Rite of Flame, all amazing rituals to shove in the deck as well. Let's talk about those clone effects I've been teasing the entire deck tech. We have Molten Duplication, Twin Flame, Flare of Duplication, and Electro Duplicate. These are amazing. I especially love Electro Duplicate because it does have flashback, so this represents at least 2 copies of our commanders. Notably, you really don't want to do that flashback cost unless you have to, since we are on Underworld Breach, but again, the redundancy here is enough that once we're drawing 10 to 12 cards off of our commander's ETB, which is really easy to get to in this mono red deck, you're going to happily flash that back for 4 mana. Twin Flame is also super powerful here because you actually get to pick 2 copies, so you can be like, yeah, sure, give me a token copy of my commander and that Smog token. I'll generate 14 treasure tokens and draw into 10 more cards. We're also running Pinnacle Monk here, so in a scenario where you have your commander and Pinnacle Monk on the battlefield, you can go ahead and create a token copy of Pinnacle Monk, your commander, and bring back a ritual. Or I'll give you another scenario. Maybe we have all the mana we could ever want. You can actually use Pinnacle Monk's ETB to bring back Twin Flame to your hand. That way you can again create another token copy of your commander and the Pinnacle Monk, and you can do this as many times as you want as long as you've got the mana to pay for it. Rihanna is insane. It says at the beginning of combat on your turn, create X tokens that are copies of another creature you control, where X is the number of instant and sorcery spells you've cast this turn. They gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next end step. So create a ton of token copies of your commander, you're going to draw a ton of cards, and don't forget his ability is a May ability, so after you find your Underworld Breach, you can just stop and then go off from there. Thorion, Hero of Lavabrink, kind of same thing here. For 2 mana, you can create a token copy of your commander, or for 9 mana, you can create 5 token copies of your commander. Notably, if you have Terror of the Peaks on the battlefield, that does just one-shot the entire table. I think last time I did the math, it was like 125 damage. You guys can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that's what I remember the number being. Feldon of the Third Path is a one-off, but also super useful. For 3 mana, we can create a token copy that's a copy of target creature card in your graveyard, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. It gains haste, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So all of those useful ETBs in our graveyard are now on the battlefield. Maybe all you need to do is grab that Glinthorn Buccaneer or that Terror of the Peaks to win the game. Now you got them on the battlefield. Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Today we are building Titus, and I think this guy is a little bit misunderstood. Whenever people see proliferate and counter synergies, they instantly go to +1/+1 counters because that's the fastest, easiest route, and I think we could build something a little more interesting with this guy. We can look at stun counters, we can look at sagas, there's a lot of different counters including indestructible counters. We can even do some weird stuff with the Myogen, which we are going to be abusing here, so fear not, this is not going to be your average +1/+1 counter brew of Titus. We're going to do something a little bit different and a little bit more interesting, so stay tuned for that. I will say though, proliferating once per turn is kind of lame, so we're going to be getting more ways to proliferate in this deck as well, and one of the easiest ways to do that is just to straight up clone our commander. There's a lot of different ways now to create non-token legendaries of our commander, and we're going to be utilizing that. That way we can start moving more counters around while also proliferating, and that's doing 2 things, right? We're not just cloning our commander so we can proliferate faster, we also do want to move counters around more efficiently. So if that sounds like a deck tech you guys want to get into, let's get right into it after you guys click on that whatnot link and claim your free $15. Additionally, you guys can get 10% off all of your Chalarian library proxies whenever you use code DT4D. And last but not least, I know it's annoying, but if you guys would like, comment, and subscribe, I really appreciate it. And to help show my appreciation, I will be replying to all of the comments down below, especially in the first day. The main thing I wanted to focus on here was is utilizing powerful counters like indestructible counters. Hear me out, once we protect all of our key pieces with indestructible counters, we're able to wipe the board and not worry about our creatures dying, and then that's just going to open up the board so we can deal combat damage with our creatures, and that's going to make it super easy to trigger our commander's ability for that easy card advantage and proliferation. Tekethal and Zependrel seem like no-brainers here. Not only are they both amazing for the strategy, additionally they both have ways to put indestructible counters on themselves. Then we can proliferate those indestructible counters and start moving them onto our key creatures. Zependrel says at the beginning of each combat, double the power and toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. Tekethal says if you would proliferate twice instead. That's going to be amazing here. As promised, we're going to be playing 3 of the Myojin. We're going to be playing the green one, the blue one, and the white one, but the one that was older from the previous set that doesn't get indestructible counters, it gets divinity counters instead. The green and blue Myojin Reed enters the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it if you cast it from your hand, and then the green one allows you to remove an indestructible counter from it and distribute 8 1/1 counters among any number of target creatures you control, and then they gain trample. This can be lethal incredibly quickly, especially when we're proliferating these indestructible counters. Remember, if we remove 2 of these, that's going to put 16 counters on our commander, and 21 damage is lethal. Remove 3 of them, and that's going to be over lethal here. So this guy's extremely powerful. The blue one does something pretty broken as well. We can remove an indestructible counter from him and then copy target permanent spell you control 3 times. Notably, there are a couple ways we can get rid of the legend role in this deck, so this guy can just straight up create 3 token copies of himself, and then we can start moving indestructible counters onto the copies to create even more copies. It can get pretty insane pretty quickly. We're also on cards like Communal Brewing, a 3 CMC enchantment that says when Communal Brewing enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each draw a card, put an ingredient counter on Communal Brewing, then put an ingredient counter on it for each card drawn this way. Notably, you're probably going to always choose to put 4 ingredient counters on this thing, and then it says whenever you cast a creature spell, that creature enters with X additional 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number of ingredient counters on Communal Brewing. Picture creating 3 token copies of that. That probably will win us the game outright, especially if we have our haste enabler. The white Myojin is also not going to be okay in this deck. Yes, it is 8 mana, but it does kind of win us the game whenever it comes down. Myojin of Cleansing Fire comes into play with a divinity counter on it if you played it from your hand. Myojin of Cleansing Fire is indestructible as long as it has a divinity counter on it. And then we get to remove a divinity counter from Myojin of Cleansing Fire to destroy each other creature. This means with our indestructible strategy paired with Myojin of Cleansing Fire, we can keep our opponent's creatures off the board indefinitely. Arwen Mortal Queen was made for this deck. For 3 CMC, you get a legendary creature Elf Noble that says Arwen Mortal Queen enters the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. Then you can remove an indestructible counter from Arwen, and another target creature gains indestructible until end of turn, and you get to put a 1/1 counter and a lifelink counter on that creature. You additionally get to put a 1/1 counter and lifelink counter on Arwen as well. So boom, we've got a lot of counters to start moving on our creatures now, and lifelink is super useful in these grindy games. Family's Favor is a pretty unique card that kind of does the indestructible counter thing, but a lot worse. For 3 CMC, you get an enchantment that says whenever you attack, put a shield counter on target attacking creature. Until end of turn, it gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Remove a shield counter from it. If you do, you get to draw a card. So not only is this solid card advantage, we can put shield counters on our creatures, and then the difference between shield counters and indestructible counters are if the creature would be destroyed, we just remove the shield counter instead. So as long as we're able to proliferate and always keep 2 shield counters on our creatures, we can still do the thing where we indefinitely wipe the board and keep our board safe. I know Sensational Spider-Man isn't out yet, but it was too perfect not to mention for this deck. It's a 3 CMC legendary creature Spider-Human hero that says whenever Sensational Spider-Man attacks, tap target creature defending player controls and put a stun counter on it. Then you may remove up to 3 stun counters from all permanents, draw cards equal to the number of stun counters removed this way. So not only can this guy consistently draw you 3 cards, he can also consistently keep your opponent's board tapped down. It is not uncommon to proliferate over 3 times a turn with this deck, so we can easily proliferate 3 times, put a ton of stun counters on our opponent's creatures, and then we'll remove them every single combat with Sensational Spider-Man, and it's not going to remove all of their stun counters, plus we get the card advantage. It's kind of insane. Our opponent's board is also just going to stay tapped down during this. Shiva is a summon saga we're going to be running in this deck. The first chapter taps target creature an opponent controls and puts a stun counter on it. The second chapter does exactly the same thing. And then the third chapter allows us to draw a card for each tapped creature our opponents control. Super solid here. Remember, those stun counters are never leaving our opponent's creatures. Knights of the Round Table also seem like a super fun saga to run. Yes, it is 8 CMC, but it basically wins you the game if you get it to that 5th chapter. You get to create 3 2/2 white creature tokens all the way up to chapter 4. And then chapter 5 says other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. And then you guessed it, put an indestructible counter on each of them. So this just allows us to skip all the moving around BS, and we get to put an indestructible counter on our entire board. Sign me up. Did I mention that the saga itself is also indestructible? Glen Elendra Archmage. This one's pretty messed up here. You get a 4 CMC fairy wizard with flying that says sacrifice Glen Elendra Archmage, counter target non-creature spell. And then it has persist. That means she's going to come back with a -1 counter on her if she didn't already have it on her. So basically she comes back once. Now, this doesn't seem as broken at first because you're like, okay, you would never proliferate the negative counter because she'll just kill herself, right? That's not what we're trying to do here. We're going to move the negative counter onto a creature with a +1 counter on it, and then the negative counter and the +1 counter just negate each other. So this is a counter spell every single turn, once per turn. I dig it. Now, I did say this wasn't a +1/+1 counter deck, but we are running some cards that put +1/+1 counters on our creatures. That way we can overrun our opponents, and it allows us to trigger our commander a lot easier. Warden of the Grove is an insane piece in this deck. For 3 CMC, you get a creature Hydra that says at the beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. It also says whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, where X is the number of counters on this creature. That means you can either put X 1/1 counters on that creature when it enters, or you get to create an XX White Spirit creature token. So pretty useful here. We can either go wide, or we can just go ahead and put a ton of 1/1 counters on our creature. Targol and Bioguy are also amazing in this deck. They both are mana dorks and additionally will put 1/1 counters on our commander. Bioguy will just put 1/1 counter on any commander we cast using the mana from him, so pretty useful there. Arwen's going to be solid because it says each other creature you control enters the battlefield with a number of 1/1 counters on it equal to Arwen Weaver of Hope's toughness. So again, all our creatures basically have counters on them from the start. Ozolith is going to be able to put a 1/1 counter on our creatures. Additionally, it says if one 1/1 counter would be put on our creatures, 2 of those counters are put on it instead, which is incredibly powerful wording whenever we're talking about a 1/1 counter deck that proliferates, because proliferation is 1 instance. So it basically doubles up on all of our proliferation effects. We are also on Kami of Whispered Hopes. It kind of says the same thing here, but it allows us to tap for mana equal to its power. So it's amazing. We just put a ton of counters on this thing, and it's going to be able to just hard cast those giant Myojin. Galadriel seems super solid here as well. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you get to choose one that hasn't been chosen. You can either add 3 mana to your mana pool, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control, or scry 2 then draw a card. This does everything we want. It puts a 1/1 counter on everything, so we don't have to worry about including a lot of cards that enter with counters on them already. It's going to add a ton of mana to our mana pool. It's card advantage. She's perfect. Sword of Truth and Justice, also perfect. It can put a 1/1 counter on a creature we control, and additionally it's going to proliferate whenever we deal combat damage. Andoril, whenever we attack, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. If you have the City's Blessing, put 2 1/1 counters on each creature you control instead. Elspeth also seemed like a solid include here. She's 5 CMC, she's a legendary planeswalker, and additionally, planeswalkers just kind of synergize with the proliferation aspect of this deck, and then her abilities are perfect for this deck as well. She can either go wide with her +1 ability that creates a +1 soldier, and did I forget to mention that she also has a static ability that says if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many tokens are created instead. So this is just going to be super insane with the blue Myojin, especially if we get rid of the legend rule and start making token copies of Elspeth. That's just not okay, and I do not need to do the math to figure out how many that's going to create. Her +0 is really the one I'm looking at here. You get to put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control, and those creatures gain flying until end of turn. So not only does it set up our entire board to grow consistently with our proliferation triggers, additionally it's going to be super easy to connect with our creatures now that they all have a form of evasion. The -3 is also not useless. It says destroy target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or greater. all useful here. It's going to be solid. Felidar Retreat, again, we can use this to go wide or go tall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, we can either create a 2/2 white cat beast creature token, or we get to put a 1/1 counter on each creature we control, and then those creatures will gain vigilance until end of turn. So it's kind of like you don't have to worry about the crackback as well. Danny Pink is probably one of the best cards in the deck. For 4 CMC, you get a Human Soldier Advisor that has Mentor. That's whenever he attacks, you put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. He's a 4/3. He also says creatures you control have whenever one or more counters are put on this creature for the first time each turn, you get to draw a card, which is insane. If we have 5 creatures and we use one of those effects to put a 1/1 counter on all of them, we're going to draw 5 cards. And then Titus proliferates once per turn, so we can consistently ensure that we're going to draw 5 cards per turn now. This guy's insane. Donry seemed like a perfect fit in this deck as well, but hear me out, guys. This guy looks like a squirrel more than a cat, right? Or am I tripping? I don't know. The art seems weird here, but he's going to be really good in the deck. Whenever he enters the battlefield, you get your choice of a 1/1 counter, first strike counter, or a vigilance counter put on it. And then he says, whenever a non-token creature you control enters the battlefield, if Donry has a counter on it, put the same number of those kinds of counters on that creature. So all we have to do is put an indestructible counter on Donry here, and now every single creature we cast is going to enter with an indestructible counter on it. And let's be honest, we're probably choosing vigilance as well here, so now we have a board of indestructible vigilance creatures. They're not going to be able to attack us. Resourceful Defense is a 3 CMC enchantment that says whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had a counter on it, put those counters on target permanent you control. We can also pay 5 CMC to move any number of counters from target permanent we control onto another target permanent you control. Notably, this can speed up sagas, it can do weird things with planeswalkers, you can just straight up move around your indestructible counters without your commander. This is a super useful card here. And then whenever a creature dies, you know you're not actually losing that power because you're just going to move it onto another creature. Hamza seems like an all-star in this deck, especially when we focused really hard on including 1/1 counter cards that put counters on the entire board instead of just one creature at a time. Hamza reads 6 CMC. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it. And then it says creature spells you cast cost less to cast for each creature you control, again with a 1/1 counter on it. You're basically only going to be spending the pip